Chapter 101 The human-faced demon spider appears, 3/4. Pain, pain, pain. Bai Ji only felt severe pain all over his body. Although it was not to the point of breaking all the bones, his bones were also in great pain. This was the result of his body practicing the 13 Tabayos horizontal refining gold bell cover and the Dragon Elephant Prajna Sutra. Now Bai Ji has broken through to the third level of the 13 Tabayos horizontal refining gold bell cover, and has the copper skin among the copper skin and iron bones. Although the bones are not as hard as steel, they are much harder than ordinary people's bones. But facing the top soul beast overlord Titan Ape, he was almost broken by a slap. Bai Ji shook his head and climbed up from the ground with his hands. Looking around, there are all kinds of towering trees and plants that have never been seen before. This should be the mixed area of the Stardo Great Forest. Thinking of the Stardo Great Forest stratification theory learned from the master, Bai Ji thought to himself. According to telepathy, Bai Ji found the injured bluebird under the leaves of a plant that looks like an enlarged orchid. Since it was hatched, the bluebird has suffered such a serious injury for the first time. Under the palm of the Titan giant ape, the protective skill was directly shattered, and the powerful force hit the bluebird without any reduction. Compared with Bai Ji and Tang San, the birds were the most injured because of their huge size. A pair of snow-white wings were broken, and the cotton-like feathers were stained with blood. Seeing Bai Ji coming, Xiaobai, who had degenerated into a bluebird, cried sadly. Bai Ji picked up the bluebird from the ground with some heartache. After feeding it several hundred herb pills in a row, Bai Ji put the bluebird into the other dimensional castle he carried with him. After searching nearby again, Bai Ji found Tang San, who was seriously injured. Although the bluebird bore most of the power of the Titan giant ape, as a spirit beast transformed from an elf, the body of the bluebird is far stronger than that of humans, and its recovery ability is also amazing, so although it was injured, it was not a big problem. Moreover, Bai Ji had the existence of the other dimensional castle, so it was no problem to put the bluebird in it for a short time to let it recuperate, but Tang San was different. Tang San's physical fitness is not as good as Bai Ji's, and because of his impatience, he stood in front of Bai Ji, which directly led to the fact that the damage he received from the Titan ape was far greater than Bai Ji's. Looking at the wounds scratched by the branches on Tang San, Bai Ji found that Tang San's legs seemed to be twisted. Touched it, it seemed to be broken. Feeling the pain in his legs, Tang San couldn't help but groan in pain and woke up from his coma. Xiao Wu. Opening his eyes suddenly, Tang San exclaimed, but when he found that it was Bai Ji in front of him, Tang San seemed to remember something and his expression became bitter. I'm sorry, Bai Ji, I've implicated you. We are all brothers, so don't talk about whether we are implicated or not. Bai Ji shook his head and fed Tang San a Biko pill. You take good care of yourself. I'll go take a look around. I don't know where this is. I hope it's just the periphery of the mixed zone, otherwise we might be in danger. After saying that, Bai Ji slowly stood up from the ground and activated the Xiantian Gong. Bai Ji suddenly jumped up, quickly stepped over branches, and finally came to the crown of a towering ancient tree. Looking around, there were endless towering trees all around, with dense tree tops stacked layer by layer. From a tree that was not too high, it was impossible to see what the surroundings looked like. Although Bai Ji activated the purple extreme demon eye, from the perspective of the purple extreme demon eye, he could only see the resting soul beasts under the towering trees around him. There was almost no sign of anyone within the sight, which meant that he and Tang San might be the only two people within a few miles. How is it? Do you know where this is? Seeing Bai Ji coming down from the crown of a tree, Tang San couldn't help asking. I don't know, but there should be only two of us around here. Fortunately, I didn't find any soul beasts coming to our side. You are so badly injured, you should recover. I will be on guard. Bai Ji said. I'm sorry, Bai Ji, saving Xiao Wu was originally my job, but I dragged you down. Even Xiao Bai is now in danger of death. Tang San was very sad. He couldn't help but feel sad for his friends who were implicated, and even more sad that he couldn't save Xiao Wu even in this way. He hated himself for being useless, but he was helpless. What do you mean by saving Xiao Wu is only your business? If you think saving Xiao Wu is only your business, then I shouldn't have come. Do you think that the teacher and Dean Flanders don't want to save Xiao Wu? It's just that the Titan ape is too powerful, and everyone was injured in the attack on the Titan ape just now and needs to recuperate. I don't want you to live in pain in the future, and I also want to do my part to at least make sure whether Xiao Wu is alive or dead, so I went with you to chase the Titan ape. If you think you are the only one who feels sad for Xiao Wu, then you think too selfishly of others. As for Xiao Bai, it's fine. I just put it in a safe place. Don't worry. Bai Ji said. What you should do now is to recover quickly. Let's continue to chase the Titan ape. Don't be sad like a girl here. I'm sorry, I really thought too much. I shouldn't doubt the teacher and Dean Flanders. I will heal my wounds now. You protect me. After hearing Bai Ji's words, Tang San calmed down. He was not a person who acted on impulse. He was just overwhelmed by the pain for a while. Now that Bai Ji said this, Tang San immediately realized that he was wrong. Yes, this is the Tang San I know. You should heal your wounds. I believe Xiao Wu must be alive now. When we saw the Titan ape just now, didn't he hurt Xiao Wu? It doesn't necessarily have any ill intentions towards Xiao Wu. Do you still remember what Dean Flanders said? Soul beasts like the Titan ape have IQs that are not inferior to ours. So what you should do now is to heal your wounds and then find a way to find Xiao Wu. Otherwise, if Xiao Wu survives and you die, how sad Xiao Wu will be. After Bai Ji said this, Tang San felt that this was the truth. His heart gradually calmed down. Tang San began to sit cross-legged on the ground to heal his wounds, while Bai Ji jumped onto a big tree again. After taking 100 herb pill, he circulated his internal energy to heal his wounds while keeping an eye on the surroundings. Time passed quickly for more than an hour. The sun was almost above my head. Sitting on the treetop, with the 100 herbs, I saw the sky was full of clouds. The medicinal power of the grass pill began to take effect, and the body strengthened by the dragon elephant Pruchna and the 13 Tebeo's horizontal refining gold bell began to take effect. Bai Ji felt much better. The body that was originally aching was no longer painful. Bai Ji even had the leisure to take out the Hawaii Honor Max and stand on the treetop to take pictures. It must be said that as one of the 3 major soul beast gathering places in Douluo continent, the Xingda Great Forest is really full of natural and wild beauty. Moreover, because of the ecological environment produced by the special soul beasts in Douluo continent, the environment of the Xingda Great Forest is definitely a fairyland if it is placed on the earth. Rustle, rustle. Suddenly, there was a sound of rustling in the distance, and the trees in a straight line began to shake. Bai Ji quickly activated the purple extreme demon eye and saw a huge black spider running here quickly. Mobile Sight. Chapter 102 The Juk Sword is out, controlling the human-faced demon spider. 4/4. It was a giant spider over 1 meter long, with a black body and shiny shell. It had 8 slender and sharp legs. The black hairs on the legs were like steel needles. On the spider's abdomen, there was a distorted and miserable human face. The pattern was hideous and terrifying, which made people shudder. The huge black spider was crawling quickly on the ground, crawling towards Bai Ji and Tang San. Seeing the spider, Bai Ji immediately thought of the spider's name in his mind, the human-faced demon spider. Bai Ji simply estimated the length of the human-faced demon spider, which was about 1.5 meters. The human-faced demon spider can grow about 5 centimeters every 100 years, so this human-faced demon spider has been cultivated for about 1,000 years. The human-faced demon spider is considered to be an upper-level existence among spider-type soul beasts. It has extremely high speed and amazing toxicity. The 8 slender spider legs are as sharp as spears. Once scratched, it will be poisoned. The human-faced demon spider also has the ability to spray spider webs. Although it can only spray 3 times a day, once it is covered by the spider web, facing the extremely tough and sticky spider web, even a powerful soul master will have to spend some effort to break free. Bai Ji has now broken through the 6th level of the dragon elephant Pruchna art. The strength of his whole body and the soul power burst out to be enough to break a 3 centimeter thick steel plate, but it is difficult to break free from the extremely tough spider web of the human-faced demon spider. So when he saw this human-faced demon spider with a cultivation of more than 1,000 years, Bai Ji immediately made a decision that he must not let this kind of human-faced demon spider get close. The speed of the human-faced demon spider is very fast, but at the same time, the size of the human-faced demon spider is also very small. This is a point that Bai Ji can take advantage of. Because of the strong toughness of the Moyun vine and its strong tolerance to toxins, as long as the human-faced demon spider is bound, Bai Ji can easily deal with it. Bai Ji is not afraid of the man-faced demon spider, because he once won a special ability from the Poca copyright Monday World, Toxin Boost, which is an extremely abnormal ability. Any toxin that enters Bai Ge's body will be transformed into something similar to stimulants, which will increase Bai Ge's combat power in a short period of time. But unfortunately, this increase can only be exerted when poisoned, and the Toxin Boost ability also gives Bai Ge a strong resistance to toxins. Even if it is the toxin of the man-faced demon spider, Bai Ge estimates that it will not exist in his body for more than 3 minutes. But the problem is that Bai Ge has an injured patient Tang San here. Bai Ge has no confidence in stopping the man-faced demon spider with amazing speed, so he can only try to control the man-faced demon spider at a safe distance and prevent it from discovering Tang San. Otherwise the man-faced demon spider will probably not let go of such a prey at its mouth. But Bai Ge was also a little strange, because soul beasts like the human-faced demon spider, which tend to be poisonous and evil, generally like shade and humidity, and only hunt and move at night. It is noon now, and the human-faced demon spider should be resting in the nest. Why is it running around? However, it is strange, and the human-faced demon spider has come, so Bai Ge naturally can't just let it go. Suddenly jumped up from the treetops, and when he came to the air, Bai Ge quickly summoned a Moyun vine and shot it forward fiercely. The black and purple Moyun vine quickly wrapped around the branches of a big tree. Bai Ge just held the Moyun vine tightly, like Tarzan moving between the big trees, and quickly went towards the human-faced demon spider. As he gradually approached the human-faced demon spider, Bai Ge was surprised to find that the human-faced demon spider in front of him seemed to be injured. On its thick abdomen, the hard carapace actually had several cracks, and on the human face below the human-faced demon spider, several clear scars seemed to have disfigured the human face below the abdomen of the human-faced demon spider. The human face below the human-faced demon spider is the reason why the human-faced demon spider has a human face in its name, but this is also the weakness of the human-faced demon spider, because above this face is the sac cavity where the human-faced demon spider stores spider webs. Once it is injured, it is likely that the sac cavity that ejects spider webs will also be affected, which will easily cause the spider web to be unable to be ejected, and even if it is ejected, the accuracy will decrease. The injuries suffered by the human-faced demon spider in front of him could not have been caused by other soul beasts, because his soul beast's fighting style is not so smart, so the human-faced demon spider in front of him was injured and escaped. A series of speculations flashed through his mind quickly, and Bai Ge came to a conclusion in his heart, but this did not affect his attack on the human-faced demon spider. Heavenly Net, Thorn Strangle. Quickly swinging towards the human-faced demon spider, when he was less than 20 meters away from the human-faced demon spider, Bai Ge decisively launched a soul skill. As the hideous Moyun vine on his right hand emerged, 2 soul rings, 1 yellow and 2 purple, suddenly emerged from Bai Ge's feet. Among them, the first and second soul rings quickly bloomed with light, and a large number of black and purple vines suddenly grew from all directions of the human-faced demon spider, and quickly formed a net in the air, and then quickly tightened, instantly binding the human-faced demon spider tightly to the ground. If it were an ordinary vine, it would be almost impossible to restrain the poisonous human-faced demon spider. However, due to the special nature of Bai Ge's Moyun vine, the thick Moyun vine tightly bound the human-faced demon spider, almost wrapping it up like a dumpling, but the poison on the human-faced demon spider did not show any signs of corroding the Moyun vine. The body fell from the branches quickly and Bai Ge quickly took out a giant sword from the space ring. This is a giant sword that is almost as wide as a door panel. It is so huge that ordinary people can hardly lift it, unless they are as strong as the king of Western Chu. This sword is none other than the Juk sword that Bai Ge once drew. This giant sword is said to be made by the sword-making master Ouyuizi for the king of Yugujian. It is very dull and heavy, and cannot be controlled by those who are not born with supernatural power and infinite strength. But once you can pick up and wield this giant sword, the power it can exert can also make people stunned. It may be a bit exaggerated to say that it can split mountains, but it is easy to split rocks. Bai Ge is undoubtedly the one who can exert the power of this giant sword. Under Bai Ge's huge force of up to 1,000 pounds, the giant sword is not much different from an ordinary sword. Bai Ge held the giant sword high up, and in an instant it was like a raging sea in a mountain torrent. The sharp sword made a series of terrifying tearing sounds in the air and suddenly slashed at the spider legs of the human-faced demon spider. The spider legs were wrapped in a layer of hard exoskeleton. Although they were extremely hard, they still could not reach the level of steel. Under the top famous sword giant sword and Bai Ge's huge force, the spider legs almost instantly made a clear click sound, and then the whole thing was cut off instantly. Bai Ji had no intention of killing the human-faced demon spider. The reason was simple. Neither he nor Tang San had reached the level of absorbing spirit rings. If he killed the human-faced demon spider rashly, he would not only fail to gain any benefits, but would also make the spirit master who might come after him and hurt the human-faced demon spider angry. The unknown spirit master who could chase a human-faced demon spider with 1,000-year cultivation must be at least a spirit emperor, or even a spirit saint. The main reason why Bai Ji could easily take down the human-faced demon spider was that the human-faced demon spider was injured and its speed was affected. In addition, control-type spirit masters were naturally restrained against agile spirit beasts. Bai Ji's Moyun Vine was not afraid of the poison of the human-faced demon spider. In addition, its toughness was amazing. It was not something that a human-faced demon spider, with its pitifully weak strength, could break free of. That's why Bai Ji took down the human-faced demon spider quietly. But if Bai Ji killed the human-faced demon spider, if the spirit master who was chasing the human-faced demon spider came after him and saw his prey being killed, Bai Ji and Tang San would definitely be angered. But Bai Ji was not afraid. Whether it was the nuclear mushroom plus the invincible card or the dimensional castle, they could perfectly solve this crisis, but it was unnecessary. After all, a nuclear mushroom could easily solve a bunch of ordinary, fragile titled Douluo, and it was not worth wasting it here. The dimensional castle derived from the fortified city fruit was Bai Ji's secret. He could tell his woman, but he should not tell Tang San. After cutting off one of the legs of the man-faced demon spider, Bai Ji began to wait quietly. As expected by Bai Ji, after a while, there was a sudden noise not far away, and then 3 figures flew over quickly, and landed in front of Bai Ji in the blink of an eye. Mobile site. Chapter 103 The Unrivaled Dragon Snake reappears, repay tat for tat. 1/4. Seeing the 3 figures appearing in front of him, Bai Ji's heart sank. Because although he didn't recognize the figure in front of him, the 2 behind him were the snake lady Chao Tianxiang and her granddaughter Meng Yuran who had fought with them yesterday for the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. As the saying goes, enemies are particularly jealous when they meet, and Bai Ji suddenly felt something was wrong. Did you subdue this human-faced demon spider? Seeing the human-faced demon spider tightly bound by the Moyun Vine not far from Bai Ji, the old man who was walking in front, holding a dragon staff, with a head full of silver hair, but with a particularly vigorous spirit, couldn't help but frowned and asked. It was the junior who subdued it. I was resting here, but I didn't expect this beast to suddenly run over. I thought this beast wanted to hurt people, but when I got closer, I saw that the beast was injured, and I thought that it must have been injured by the senior, so I controlled it and left it for the senior to come. Bai Ji bowed slightly and smiled. Yes, you saved us a lot of trouble by doing this. Tell me, what reward do you want? Hearing Bai Ji's words, the old man stroked his long white beard and said with satisfaction. No, this is what the juniors should do, and there is no need for any reward. Bai Ji naturally hurriedly refused. He was now eager for the 3 guys in front of him to leave quickly, so how could he want any reward? While speaking, Bai Ji couldn't help but glance at Meng Yuran and Chao Tianxiang. Before he stood with the Shrek people, Bai Ji was not sure whether Meng Yuran and Chao Tianxiang remembered him, but Bai Ji felt that they should remember him. Little guy, you don't look very old. Although the human-faced demon spider in front of you has been injured by me, it is still a powerful soul beast with 1,000 years of cultivation. It is amazing that you can subdue it. I don't know where you came from. Where is the master? Why is he not nearby? This is the mixed area of the Stardo Great Forest. Even 10,000-year soul beasts exist. Does your master feel at ease to let you stay here alone? Looking at Bai Ji, Dragon Lord Meng Shu asked kindly. Bai Ji had no words to say. Yesterday, Zhao Wuji and Flanders seemed to have mentioned the 3 words Shrek. The name Shrek was so special. Bai Ji dared to guarantee that Chao Tianxiang and Meng Yuran would definitely remember it. Even if they didn't recognize him for the time being, if he said the 3 words Shrek, Chao Tianxiang and Meng Yuran would remember it even if they didn't remember it. Senior, you are joking. My birth is not worth mentioning, so please don't worry about it. As for the master, my master is looking for soul beasts for my companions nearby and is not here for the time being. After thinking about it, Bai Ji could only say this. Hey! It turns out that those 2 guys are not here. No wonder you are so careful when you speak, you are afraid that we will recognize you. Hearing Bai Ji's words, behind Meng Shu, the snake woman Chao Tianxiang snorted coldly. Originally, she was going to pretend that she didn't know Bai Ji, and even pulled her granddaughter Meng Yuan away. After all, the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake had been snatched away, and now even if she wanted revenge, it couldn't come back. And although they are now gathered with peerless dragons and snakes, the other side also has two people, and they are both soul saints. After all, they brought their granddaughter to hunt soul rings this time. They are in the dangerous Xingda Great Forest. If they fight, they may attract powerful soul beasts. It's too dangerous and not worth the loss. But unexpectedly, Flanders and Zhao Wuji were not there, so she didn't have to endure it anymore. Although she didn't plan to kill Bai Ji, it was still okay to vent her anger. "Oh, old woman, you know this little guy?" Hearing Chao Tianxiang's words, Meng Shu couldn't help asking. Originally, Meng Shu still had some good feelings for Bai Ji. After all, Bai Ji was so considerate. He not only helped them control the human-faced demon spider, but also didn't even ask for a reward. In addition, Bai Ji was able to subdue the human-faced demon spider. Although the demon spider had been injured by him, its strength should not be underestimated. Bai Ji was able to subdue the human-faced demon spider. Although part of this was due to the restraint of his martial soul, it also proved that Bai Ji's strength was very good. It has always been a common practice for soul masters in the soul master world to make good connections with the younger generation of soul masters with strong potential, but Meng Shu didn't expect that his wife Chao Tianxiang actually knew Bai Ji, which made him a little strange. "This little guy is one of the people I mentioned to you yesterday," Chao Tianxiang reminded. "Yesterday was it the group of guys who robbed your phoenix-tail coxcomb snake yesterday?" Hearing Chao Tianxiang's words, Dragon Lord Meng Shu couldn't help but frown, and a murderous look suddenly emerged in his eyes. "Grandpa, it was those guys yesterday, the so-called Akalanatha Zhao Wuji, they didn't give you any face at all, you must teach them a lesson." At this time, Meng Yuan also came to Meng Shu, shaking Meng Shu's arm, and said coquettishly, "Boy, you are quite smart, and you still want to get away with it. Tell me, where is Zhao Wuji? Although you robbed us of a phoenix-tailed cockatrice snake yesterday, now that you helped us subdue this human-faced demon spider, let's just call it a tit-for-tat, and I won't pursue it, but Zhao Wuji didn't give us face, he should at least come out and apologize to our parents, right?" Hearing Meng Shu's words, Bai Ji was speechless. He was a little guy just now, but now he has become a boy. This is too real, but Zhao Wuji doesn't know where he is. "Senior Long Gong, please forgive me for not being able to do what you asked, because I have lost contact with teacher Zhao and the others now." Bai Ji could only smile bitterly. "Lost contact? Do you think I am a fool?" Hearing Bai Ji's words, Meng Shu was a little angry. Junior is not lying. The reason is this. This morning, Bai Ji told about the encounter with the Titan giant ape this morning, but he also concealed many problems, such as not telling about Xiao Wu being caught. He just said that he encountered the Titan giant ape, so he was separated from everyone in a panic. "Titan giant ape, boy, you didn't frame me, did you? This Titan giant ape is the overlord level soul beast in the Douluo Great Forest. It has always lived only in the core area of the Douluo Great Forest. How could it appear on the periphery?" Meng Shu didn't believe Bai Ji's words. "But it is true that this is the case. I don't know why, but it just appeared. Otherwise, how could I appear in this mixed zone?" Bai Ji could only say this to Meng Shu's suspicion. "Okay, okay." Hearing Bai Ji's words, Meng Shu also frowned, but still didn't say anything. Instead, he leaned over and whispered to Chao Tianxiang, not knowing what he was saying. But seeing that the two of them looked at him from time to time, with some unspeakable meaning in their eyes, Bai Ji couldn't help but have a bad premonition in his heart. "Well, kid, since Zhao Wuji is not here, and the rest of you can't come, then you should apologize for them." After whispering with the snake lady Chao Tianxiang for a long time, Meng Shu turned his eyes to Bai Ji and said, "Apologize, what should I do?" "It's very simple, just agree to join our dragon snake family after graduation. Our dragon snake family is willing to help you practice with all our strength from now on, and if you perform well enough, even marrying our Yuan, it is not a problem to become a member of our dragon snake family." Meng Shu stroked his long beard and said, "Grandpa, what are you talking about?" Hearing Meng Shu's words, Meng Yuan suddenly became anxious and looked at Bai Ji. Although Bai Ji also fits her aesthetics and his strength is not bad, what does it mean to say it like this? Meng Yuren felt a little embarrassed. Meng Shu laughed at Meng Yuren's embarrassment. No one knows whether he really wants to marry Meng Yuren to Bai Ji, but if you want the horse to run, you have to feed it with grass. If you want a soul master with great potential like Bai Ji to join their dragon snake family, you can't do it without showing some sincerity, but when Bai Ji joins, it's still their decision. Boy, have you thought about it? Looking at Bai Ji, Meng Shu continued. This matter is of great importance. Please let me think about it more. Think about it carefully. Meng Shu showed a half-smile on his face. He certainly knew what Bai Ji was thinking. But joining the family was indeed a matter of great importance. It was normal for Bai Ji to want to delay time. However, Bai Ji was already in front of him. Even if Zhao Wuji came, could a soul saint still snatch people from a soul Douluo? So Meng Shu was not in a hurry. Mobile site. Chapter 104 Meng Yuren absorbed the soul ring, and the Titan giant ape appeared, 2/4. Yuren, go kill this human-faced demon spider and absorb the soul ring. Looking at the human-faced demon spider not far from Bai Ji, because Bai Ji cut off one of its legs, the human-faced demon spider was losing blood a little seriously. If it was not killed early, it might be finished, so Meng Shu said to his granddaughter Meng Yuren. Yet. Meng Yuren nodded excitedly, and then walked in front of the human-faced demon spider. Ha! Raising the snake staff in his hand high, Meng Yuren shouted loudly, and suddenly hit the head of the human-faced demon spider with the snake staff in his hand. Suddenly, there was a clear sound of bone cracking, and the human-faced demon spider's head, which was not big to begin with, was instantly hit and the brain was flowing out. Under the intense pain, the body of the human-faced demon spider suddenly twitched violently, and after a painful and sharp cry, the body of the human-faced demon spider completely lost its response. The soul ring is coming out, Yuren, prepare to absorb it. Seeing the faint purple light spots on the corpse of the human-faced demon spider begin to continuously emerge, and gradually condensed a soul ring above the body of the human-faced demon spider, Meng Shu could not help but remind. Hearing Meng Shu's words, Meng Yuren nodded, then slowly raised the snake staff in his hand and aimed at the soul ring. As the soul ring was completely condensed, Meng Yuren closed his eyes, began to sense the soul ring, and tried to use soul power to pull the soul ring over. Under the traction of Meng Yuren's soul power, the soul ring shook slightly and then flew quickly in the direction of Meng Yuren. After arriving above Meng Yuren's snake staff martial spirit, the soul ring, which was originally half a meter in diameter, suddenly shrank to the size of a wrist, and then suddenly put it on Meng Yuren's snake staff martial spirit. Yuren, sit cross-legged immediately, meditate with all your strength, and refine the soul ring. Seeing the soul ring put on Meng Yuren's snake staff, Meng Shu shouted again. Yes. Hearing Meng Shu's words, Meng Yuren also forced himself to endure the burning sensation coming from the soul ring, sat cross-legged on the ground, and began to refine the soul power gushing out of the soul ring through meditation. Seeing Meng Yuren begin to refine the power of the soul ring, Dragon Lord Meng Shu and Snake Lady Chao Tianxiang immediately looked at Meng Yuren without blinking, fearing that something might happen to their granddaughter. Time passed by bit, Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang stared at Meng Yuren and naturally didn't think anything was wrong, but Bai Ji had nothing to do to kill time. Next to him was Meng Shu. Bai Ji was neither standing nor sitting, thinking that Tang San was still practicing Qigong to heal his injuries not far away. Bai Ji couldn't help but feel a little worried. After all, this is the mixed area of the Star Do Great Forest where there are countless thousand-year-old soul beasts. Tang San is injured now, and once you encounter a thousand-year soul beast, you can't run away. Thinking of this, and seeing Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang looking at Meng Yuren intently, Bai Ji immediately began to move slowly and prepared to sneak away. Little guy, where do you want to go? Just as Bai Ji was about to run away, Meng Shu spoke up. His tone was very calm, but the threat was self-evident. My legs are just a little sore, let's move around. Hearing Meng Shu's words, Bai Ji stopped and laughed dryly. Humph! Meng Shu snorted coldly at Bai Ji's words, but he didn't believe it at all. But he didn't want to pay attention to Bai Ji's intentions now. As long as he didn't let Bai Ji run away, it would be best if he could subdue Bai Ji. Even if he couldn't, he would use Bai Ji as a threat to make Zhao Wuji apologize to them. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the ground trembled faintly, and the trees in the distance made a sound, as if a huge monster was walking towards here. What is that? Sensing the movement, Dragon Lord Meng Shu and Snake Lady Chao Tianxiang immediately became alert, but before they could react, a huge monster suddenly fell from the air in front of them. This was a huge black demon ape, more than 10 meters tall, with muscles all over his body, like pieces of solid granite, and his 2 arms were as thick as siege hammers, which looked full of indescribable power. Titan Giant Ape. Seeing the huge monster in front of them, Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang couldn't help but exclaimed. It turned out that there was really a Titan Giant Ape leaving the core area, and this Titan Giant Ape was at least 10,000 years old, which was definitely not something they could handle. But the granddaughter was absorbing the soul ring right in front of them, and it was a critical moment. The 2 of them couldn't just abandon their granddaughter, so they had to fight. Looking at the Titan Giant Ape, Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang didn't say a word and jumped towards the Titan Giant Ape at the same time. In the air, the 2 directly used the martial soul fusion skill, Dragon Snake Joint Attack. As the soul power was blended and the mind was connected, the Spirit Snake Staff and Dragon Staff quickly merged together, turning into a golden giant staff with dragon and snake patterns wrapped around it, and under the control of Long Gong and Snake Po, it suddenly slapped towards the Titan Giant Ape. However, facing the oncoming dragon and snake attack, the Titan Giant Ape roared, and then suddenly swung his huge fist at the dragon and snake staff. The dragon and snake attack, which was said to be able to match the attack of the titled Douluo, was as fragile as a bubble in front of the Titan Giant Ape, and was directly shattered by a punch. After the spirit fusion skill was broken, Long Gong and Snake Po were also hit by the Titan Giant Ape's punch, and instantly turned into 2 streams of light and were knocked into the woods not far away, and 2 loud noises broke out. Roar! After slapping Long Gong and Snake Po away, the Titan Giant Ape suddenly patted his chest, and then turned around and jumped away again, disappearing in front of Bai Ge in the blink of an eye. Is this Titan Ape here to help me? Seeing the Titan Ape's back, Bai Ge couldn't help but wonder. Bai Ge, where is Tang San? Not long after the Titan Ape left, a familiar voice suddenly came from not far away. Xiao Wu. Seeing the person coming, Bai Ge immediately understood that this Titan Ape should be the reinforcement Xiao Wu brought. Tang San is healing in the back. Xiao Wu. Before Bai Ge finished answering, there was a sudden burst of excited shouting from behind. It was Tang San. Tang San, who was healing in the distance, came over after noticing the movement of the Titan Ape. Unexpectedly, he happened to meet Xiao Wu when he came here. Tang San couldn't help but be so excited that he couldn't control himself. Third brother. Seeing Tang San, Xiao Wu also ran towards Tang San excitedly, and the 2 hugged each other tightly. Xiao Wu, are you okay? Hugging and playing, looking at Xiao Wu, Tang San couldn't help asking. I'm fine. Although the Titan Ape caught me, I took the opportunity to run away. On the way back, I happened to meet a 1,000-year-old lightning rabbit that was stunned by the Titan Ape's movement. After absorbing the lightning rabbit's soul ring, I am now a soul master. I can team up with you to fight souls in the future. Xiao Wu said with a smile. Mobile site, Chapter 105 2000 Years of Human-Faced Demon Spider Soul Ring, Meng Yuren's Crisis. 3/4. But just as Xiao Wu and Tang San were in love, a muffled groan suddenly came from not far away. Bai Ge looked towards the place where the sound came from. It turned out that the sound was from Meng Yuren. Meng Yuren, who was in the state of absorbing soul rings, was now refining the power released by the soul rings with all his heart and soul, and was completely unaware of what was happening in the outside world. But for some reason, Meng Yuren's skin kept cracking, and blood kept gushing out from the cracked wounds. In less than a moment, it almost dyed Meng Yuren's clothes red. What happened to her? Seeing Meng Yuren's skin cracking, Xiao Wu asked with some fear. It seems that the body can't bear the power of the spirit ring. Looking at Meng Yuren, Bai Ge said uncertainly. But I remember that this human-faced demon spider is indeed a human-faced demon spider with 1,000-year cultivation. With her soul master level cultivation, she shouldn't be unable to bear it. Are you sure it's only 1,000 years of cultivation, not 2,000 years? After hearing Bai Ge's words, after looking at the corpse of the human-faced demon spider, Tang San looked a little strange. 2,000 years? No way, this human-faced demon spider is 1.5 meters long. According to the spirit beast illustration, the human-faced demon spider grows 5 centimeters every 100 years. It should be 1,000 years of cultivation. Bai Ge was puzzled. No, or not entirely right. 1,000 years ago, the cultivation of the human-faced demon spider was indeed based on its body length, but 1,000 years later, it should be based on the length of its legs. The leg length of this human-faced demon spider is nearly 3 meters long, so it should be a human-faced demon spider with a cultivation of 2,000 years, not 1,000 years. Tang San gestured on the spider's legs and said, "A human-faced demon spider with a cultivation of 2,000 years." Bai Ji couldn't help but look at Meng Yuren. He didn't expect that the spirit ring that Meng Yuren absorbed actually came from a human-faced demon spider with a cultivation of 2,000 years. No wonder Meng Yuren couldn't bear the power of the human-faced demon spider's spirit ring. The limit that the third spirit ring of an ordinary great spirit master can bear is only more than 1,700 years. The spirit ring of the human-faced demon spider with a cultivation of at least 2,000 years in front of him is probably only someone like him who can easily absorb it. "Well, she looks so pitiful, can you save her?" Looking at Meng Yuren, whose skin was constantly cracking and whose face was full of pain, Xiao Wu couldn't help but feel a little soft-hearted. It's impossible to save her. Absorbing spirit rings is the spirit master's own business. Outsiders can't interfere at all. Tang San sighed. "Bai Ji, don't you have elixirs? Is there no elixir that can save her?" Xiao Wu looked at Bai Ji. "I'm afraid that won't work. The reason why Meng Yuren's skin is cracked like this is because her body can't bear the excessive power of the human-faced demon spider spirit ring. Now I feed her elixirs like adding air to a balloon that has already expanded to its limit. The result will only be counterproductive." Bai Ji shook his head. "But it's not completely impossible. If you can absorb the excessive power of the human-faced demon spider spirit ring, maybe you can save her life." Bai Ji's face looked a little strange. In fact, he still has a way to save Meng Yuren, that is, to absorb the excessive power in Meng Yuren's body through the third spirit skill of Moyun Teng. But the ultimate absorption is an attacking soul skill after all. While absorbing the soul power in Meng Yuren's body, it may also cause harm to Meng Yuren. If it goes wrong, it will be like piercing a balloon with a needle. Although it may indeed deflate the balloon may also explode with a bang. What method? Xiao Wu couldn't help but ask immediately after hearing Bai Ji's words. "I can use the Moyun vine to absorb the excess power in her body, but there are risks. If I'm not careful, she may die faster." Bai Ji said slowly. "Will she die like this?" "Definitely. That's it, since we are going to die anyway, we might as well fight it out. Even if she agrees, she will definitely agree." Xiao Wu shrugged. "Okay, I'll try." Bai Ji nodded anyway. Anyway, he didn't suffer any loss. Even if all the power of the human-faced demon spider soul ring was given to him, it would not cause any harm to him, but if he could absorb some of it, it would still greatly improve his progress in the Dragon Elephant Prajna Sutra. Whew! After taking a deep breath, Bai Ji slowly walked to Meng Yuren's side and sat down cross-legged. At this time, Meng Yuren's body was almost covered with blood. A burst of bloody smell suddenly hit Bai Ji's nose after he sat down, but Bai Ji could still bear it. Reaching out his hand to summon the Moyun vine, under Bai Ji's control, the slender black and purple Moyun vine slowly grew from around Meng Yuren and wrapped around Meng Yuren's body. Then, Bai Ji also put his hand on Meng Yuren's back, so that it would be convenient for him to control the power absorbed from Meng Yuren's body later. Ultimate absorption. Bai Ji's mind moved, and a strong suction force suddenly came from the Moyun vine. After feeling the attraction of Bai Ji's Moyun vine, the chaotic soul power in Meng Yuren's body immediately rushed towards the Moyun vine, but the Moyun vine could not absorb energy at a single point, but had to be spread all over the body, otherwise if the excessive soul power came out from one point, it would also make Meng Yuren explode. Under Bai Ji's careful manipulation, the ultimate absorbed power was distributed to all parts of Meng Yuren's body, slowly absorbing the power of the human-faced demon spider's soul ring from all parts of Meng Yuren's body. The endless soul power flowed into Bai Ji's body through the Moyun vine, and Bai Ji quickly activated the Dragon Elephant Prajna Sutra to absorb the surging energy. Gradually, as the excessive violent soul power was absorbed, Meng Yuren's skin began to recover under the recovery of gentle soul power. Time passed bit by bit, and Bai Ji seemed to feel some inexplicable power coming from the Moyun vine. After entering Bai Ji's body, this inexplicable power quickly turned into 8 strands and attached to Bai Ji's 8 ribs, making Bai Ji feel numb and itchy. Is it an illusion? The numbness and itchiness disappeared quickly. If Bai Ji hadn't felt that there seemed to be something foreign on the 8 ribs in his body, he would have almost thought it was an illusion. As Bai Ji used the Moyun Vine to absorb the excessive soul power in Meng Yuren's body gradually returned to normal. Finally, when Meng Yuren finally absorbed all the soul rings, Meng Yuren slowly opened his eyes. Although she had been in a semi-comatose state just now, through the extremely painful feeling, Meng Yuren still clearly knew what had happened just now. She was almost blown up by the power of a soul ring that exceeded the absorption limit. It seemed that someone had saved her. Feeling something on her back, Meng Yuren couldn't help but look back and saw Bai Ji who had just opened his eyes. "You saved me." Looking at Bai Ji's face, Meng Yuren's expression was a little complicated. "Yes, it was indeed me who saved you." Bai Ji was not embarrassed but nodded and admitted it generously. "Thank you, I'm sorry for being so rude before, I will let my grandfather let you go." Thinking of her previous aggressiveness and rudeness, Meng Yuren didn't expect that Bai Ji would save her. Even so, Meng Yuren couldn't help but say with some shame. "Hey? Where's my grandfather?" Just as Meng Yuren was about to get up and go to find her grandfather Meng Shu, Meng Yuren couldn't help but be surprised to find that her grandfather Meng Shu and grandmother Chao Tianxiang were gone. Mobile site. Chapter 106 Taking Advantage of the Fire. Control the Peerless Dragon and Snake. 4/4. Don't be so quick to thank me. I'm not as good as you think. In response to Meng Yuren's thanks, Bai Ji stood up while shaking his head. His intention to help Meng Yuren was not that simple. Although part of the reason was his kindness, the main reason was to subdue the Peerless Dragon Snake and complete the previous gold level mission. Originally, he was confused about how to complete the mission, but he didn't expect Xiao Wu to give him a great assist. He actually brought the Titan Giant Ape to injure the Peerless Dragon Snake, and it should be seriously injured, otherwise it wouldn't have come here yet. As for why Xiao Wu brought the Titan Giant Ape here, Bai Ji felt that it was probably because Xiao Wu saw the Titan Giant Ape injuring Tang San and him before, so she was a little worried that the two would be in danger, so she brought the Titan Giant Ape here. Now that the Peerless Dragon Snake was injured by the Titan Giant Ape, Bai Ji could completely take advantage of the Peerless Dragon Snake's loss of resistance to control the Peerless Dragon Snake and force the Peerless Dragon Snake to surrender with poison. The reason for saving Meng Yuren was to give the Peerless Dragon Snake some concern, and to wait for a while to threaten the Peerless Dragon Snake. "Where are my grandpa and grandma?" On the other side, seeing that the grandpa and grandma were gone, Meng Yuren was a little anxious. Just now a Titan Giant Ape came. Your grandpa and grandma used the martial soul fusion technique to repel the Titan Giant Ape to protect you, but they were also slapped away by the Titan Giant Ape. They should be over there, right? After thinking for a while, Bai Ji pointed to a direction with some uncertainty. "Grandpa, Grandma." After hearing what Bai Ji said, Meng Yuren immediately ran in the direction pointed by Bai Ji, and Bai Ji followed him slowly. In an open space, Bai Ji saw the Dragon Man Meng Shu and the Snake Woman Chao Tianxiang lying on the ground. Both of them were covered in blood and lay motionless on the ground. Facing a Titan Giant Ape whose strength far exceeds that of an ordinary title Douluo, even though the Peerless Dragon Snake claims to have a martial soul fusion skill that can rival a title Douluo's attack, it is still too weak for the Titan Giant Ape with amazing strength. "Grandpa, Grandma. How are you?" Seeing the Dragon Lord Meng Shu and the Snake Lady Chao Tianxiang lying on the ground, Meng Yuren immediately ran to the two of them crying, but no matter how Meng Yuren shook them, they showed no signs of waking up. "If I were you, I wouldn't touch them easily. Your grandpa and grandma were both injured by the Titan Giant Ape. Now you should think about how to stabilize their injuries, not shaking them randomly, which will only make their injuries worse." Looking at Meng Yuren, Bai Ji said slowly. "Then what should I do?" Meng Yuren is still a flower grown in a greenhouse after all. She usually pretends to be proud, but panics at the critical moment. After being said by Bai Ji, Meng Yuren immediately casts an expectant look at Bai Ji. "It's very simple. Of course, we need to find a way to help your grandpa and grandma recover from their injuries." Bai Ji shrugged. "Your words are useless. I just asked because I don't know. You." Meng Yuren was a little angry, probably because Bai Ji saved her before, and now she has an inexplicable trust in Bai Ji, but Bai Ji will not be a good person for nothing. "I do have a way to make your grandpa and grandma recover, but the question is why should I do this, and what good will it do for me?" Bai Ji asked back. "Can't you be a good person?" Meng Yuren held it in for a long time and said. "Good person? Haha." Bai Ji laughed. "Please, I saved you, Isn't this considered a good person? Or do I have to meet all your requirements to be considered a good person in your mouth? That's not what I mean, but since you saved me, can't you save my grandpa and grandma by the way? They are like this now, if you leave them here, they will die. Meng Yuren choked up a little. So I said, what can you give? I am not a person who bears grudges, but you should not forget what your grandpa and grandma wanted to do to me just now. I know that the Soul Master world is a place where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. Whoever has the bigger fist is right. Before, your grandpa and grandma were stronger than me, so I admitted defeat, but now I hold the life and death of your grandpa and grandma in my hands. If you want me to save them, you must pay a price that satisfies me. Bai Ji said slowly. What do you want? Meng Yuren asked. It's very simple. Didn't you want me to join your dragon snake family before? It's a tit for tat. Now my request is also very simple, that is, your dragon snake family will submit to me. As long as your grandpa and grandma agree to submit to me, I will save them. But now they can't speak, and you can only make decisions for them. Bai Ji smiled faintly and said. You. Meng Yuren was furious. I didn't expect you to be such a person. What do you mean I am such a person? Haven't you seen through the nature of this world? You were so aggressive before because your grandparents were stronger than us. Now I am stronger than you. Is it wrong for me to do something that benefits me? Moreover, do you think that your grandparents are insulted by submitting to me? I tell you, I am 12 years old today, a level 36 Soul Master, and will become a titled Douluo in the future. In the future, you will only be grateful for the decision you made today. Okay, I won't say much. If you are willing, I will save your grandparents. If you are not willing, I will leave immediately. Bai Ji finally issued an ultimatum. Are you really only 12 years old? Meng Yuren was silent for a while, and asked with a complicated look in his eyes. Yes, although I look a little older, that's because I have practiced a special soul fighting skill, but in fact, I am only 12 years old. Okay, have you made a decision? I have made it. I promise you on behalf of my grandparents. Clenching the hem of his clothes with both hands, Meng Yuren still said unwillingly. Very good. Bai Ji nodded with satisfaction, then slowly stretched out his right hand, and the Moyun vines as thick as his wrist immediately slithered towards the Dragon Lord Meng Shu and the Snake Lady Chao Tianxiang like poisonous snakes. What are you going to do? Seeing Bai Ji's actions, Meng Yuren was a little nervous. Words are not enough, I have to keep a trick up my sleeve, otherwise what if your grandpa and grandma regret it in the future? As Bai Ji spoke, he controlled the Moyun vine to wrap around Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang's bodies. The sharp thorns slowly pierced into Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang's bodies. Under Bai Ji's control, the intense poison immediately flowed to the hearts of the two people and finally sank into their hearts. The biggest advantage of the poison produced by the martial soul and ordinary poison is that it can burst or lurk according to the Soul Master's will. If Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang were in a state of awakening, with the protection of soul power, Bai Ji's poison would not be able to directly enter their hearts, but now that the two have lost consciousness, their bodies can only allow Bai Ji's poison to run wild. Mobile site. Chapter 107, Subdue the Peerless Dragon and Snake, the gold level mission is completed. 1/4. After manipulating the toxins released by the Moyun vine to lurk in the hearts of the Dragon Lord Meng Shu and the Snake Lady Chao Tianxiang, Bai Ji slowly released the martial soul, and the Moyun vine wrapped around the bodies of the Dragon Lord and the Snake Lady suddenly burst into light spots all over the sky. Now, what method do you have to save my grandpa and grandma? Can you tell me? After seeing Bai Ji inject the poison into grandpa and grandma, Meng Yuren said unhappily. Don't worry, I'll keep my word. In response to Meng Yuren's question, Bai Ji waved his hand and took out several bottles of pills from the space ring. These bottles of pills are Baiko pill, Zhuanggu pill, Buki pill, and Jingyuan pill. Among them, although the main effect of Zhuanggu pill is to strengthen bones, it also has a certain effect on recovering bone injuries, while Buki pill and Jingyuan pill are mainly used to restore soul power and physical strength, and Baiko pill is equivalent to a panacea, which acts as a lubricant. He took out one pill from each of the 4 bottles of pills and stuffed them into the mouths of Dragon Lord Meng Shu and Snake Lady Chao Tianxiang respectively. Bai Ji also secretly injected his inner strength into the bodies of the two people to help them dissolve the power of the medicine. After doing all this, Bai Ji took back the pill. What did you feed my grandparents just now? Seeing Bai Ji's actions, Meng Yuan asked curiously. It's a pill. You can think of it as an upgraded version of ordinary potions, just like ordinary weapons and soul guides. Bai Ji explained lightly. So powerful. Meng Yuan's expression was a little unbelievable and a little strange. After all, she had never heard of this thing called a pill. Is it really so magical? Powerful? It's just so. I can just combine the power of some ordinary medicinal materials more perfectly to make it have the ability of spiritual medicine. This is the true meaning of alchemy, but you probably don't understand it. Bai Ji also knew that Meng Yuan must find it hard to believe, but people believe that seeing is believing, so Bai Ji was not angry. Just as Bai Ji was explaining to Meng Yuan what a pill was, on the side, Dragon Lord Meng Shu and Snake Lady Chao Tianxiang finally woke up. Grandpa, Grandma, are you awake? Seeing Long Gong and Shi Po waking up, Meng Yuan immediately held their hands excitedly. Yuan, did you successfully absorb the soul ring of the human-faced demon spider? Seeing Meng Yuan, Shi Po couldn't help but ask Tianxiang weakly. For their granddaughter, the two of them fought a titan giant ape with a cultivation base of at least 10,000 years, in order to prevent the titan giant ape from disturbing their granddaughter and allowing her granddaughter Meng Yuan to successfully absorb the soul ring. So when she woke up and saw Meng Yuan, the first question Shi Po asked was whether Meng Yuan had successfully absorbed the soul ring. I succeeded, but the process was very dangerous. The cultivation base of this human-faced demon spider was very strong. I almost exploded and died. He saved me. Meng Yuan pointed at Bai Ji and said. Death by explosion? How is that possible? Isn't this human-faced demon spider's cultivation only 1,000 years? You should be able to bear it. Besides, even if you absorb a spirit ring that is too powerful, only the spirit master can bear the consequences. How can he help you? Chao Tianxiang frowned, perhaps because she still had some bad feelings towards Bai Ji. This human-faced demon spider is not a 1,000-year-old one, but a 2,000-year-old one. Because human-faced demon spiders are rare, your judgment of the cultivation of human-faced demon spiders is still at the level of a 100-year-old one. But if the cultivation exceeds 1,000 years, the judgment method of human-faced demon spiders is different. Bai Ji said indifferently to Chao Tianxiang's doubts. 2,000 years of cultivation. Chao Tianxiang still didn't believe it. Grandma, he didn't lie to us. I was almost blown up by the spirit ring of this human-faced demon spider just now. He saved me. Although I don't know how he did it, it must be him. I won't be wrong. Meng Yuan remembered the pain not long ago and was still frightened. Boy, what did you do to us? On the side, the silent dragon lord Meng Shu looked a little ugly. Because he sensed an uncontrollable force in his heart, he wanted to try to expel it, but when the soul power approached his heart, the force sent a warning. If he forcibly expelled it, his heart would definitely explode. What? It's very simple. I injected poison into your heart. This is the price you need to pay to survive. Bai Ji smiled slightly and said. You should be well aware of your situation now. You were hit by the Titan Ape's full-strength attack, and your bones are almost broken. If you want to repair, it will take at least 3 days. But this is the mixed area of the Stardo Great Forest, where soul beasts are rampant. If no one protects you, can you live to recover? Moreover, if I hadn't woken you up, you might not wake up for several hours. Why, don't you think you should pay the price? Moreover, I saved your granddaughter, the lives of 3 people, and I use your loyalty as a reward. I think it is reasonable, isn't it? Looking at Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang, Bai Ji said slowly. You are taking advantage of the fire. Meng Shu cursed. What do you mean by taking advantage of the fire? This is just a fair trade. I saved your lives. Isn't it fair to use your future loyalty as a reward? Or is it that you are right to intimidate others, and I am wrong to intimidate you now? Don't be so hypocritical, right? Bai Ji couldn't help but sneer. Anyway, now I have given you all my pills. You only have 2 choices, either surrender or die. Anyway, your granddaughter can't stop me, so don't force me. Bai Ji's eyes also revealed a trace of murderous intent. It must be said that the 2 old guys in front of him were too ungrateful. Before, these 2 guys relied on Zhao Wuji's absence to force him to join the dragon snake family. Now he saved their lives, but he also asked them to surrender, but these 2 guys refused to do so. He didn't have that much patience. If this peerless dragon snake was willing to surrender, it would be great. But if he didn't want to, he wouldn't let the previous anger go in vain. If they took his things and still wanted to go against him, then he could only kill them. Hard thinking, Bai Ji looked at Long Gong and Shi Po with a murderous look in his eyes, which made Long Gong's heart sink. It's time to die, this kid really dares to kill people. Grandpa, Grandma, just agree to him, after all, he saved our lives, and without them, we can't get out now. Meng Yuren begged. Now people have to bow their heads under the eaves, and Grandpa and Grandma's forced resistance will only lead to worse results. It's better to surrender obediently, maybe you can get better treatment. And if Bai Ji didn't lie before, the 12-year-old soul master will at least be a soul Douluo in the future, and it's not shameful for their dragon snake family to surrender. Boy, I admit defeat, we surrender. Hearing his granddaughter's words, Meng Shu also knew that he was at the end of his rope and could only choose to surrender. Since Long Gong chose to surrender, Shi Po naturally had to follow. Ding! The mission has been completed, and the gold level lottery opportunity has been issued. Hearing the voice in his mind, Bai Ji couldn't help but smile faintly. Mobile site, Chapter 108 Flanders arrives, 2/4. Okay, since you have chosen to submit to me, I will not treat you unfairly. These 5 bottles of elixirs are bone strengthening pills, chi replenishing pills, essence pills, herbal pills, and black jade bone restoring paste, which can help you recover as soon as possible. I believe you have also felt the power of the medicine in your body, right? Looking at Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang, Bai Ji took out 5 bottles of elixirs and said, Eliminum. Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang looked at each other, both of them were a little surprised. You don't need to know how the elixirs came from for the time being. You just need to know that they are of great use to you now. What you should do now is to recover your ability to move as soon as possible and leave here. This is the Stardo Great Forest, not a place to stay for a long time. Bai Ji handed the 5 bottles of elixirs to Meng Shu and urged. Yet, because he had decided to surrender to Bai Ji, Meng Shu took the pill with peace of mind. It must be said that he was still very curious about the pill. This. He took out a pill from a porcelain bottle and swallowed it slowly. What Meng Shu swallowed was a chi replenishing pill. Feeling the rapid recovery of his soul power, Meng Shu was a little shocked. Such a small pill actually had such a huge effect. Meng Shu was a little unbelievable in his heart. This could be compared with the Lost Soul Guide. Bai Ji, Tang San. Just when Meng Shu was shocked, a shout suddenly came from the distant horizon. Bai Ji turned his head and saw that it was Flanders. Flanders, who had already entered the state of martial spirit possession, flapped his wings behind him, flew quickly from the horizon, and landed in front of everyone. Xiao Wu, are you okay? Flanders was very surprised to see Xiao Wu not far away. Could it be that Tang San and Bai Ji rescued Xiao Wu from the Titan giant ape? Dean Flanders, do you still hope that I'm in trouble? I tell you, not only am I fine, I've even reached level 30. Xiao Wu raised her pink fist and said. You've also reached level 30. Hearing Xiao Wu's words, Flanders couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise. Another 12-year-old soul master? Humph. Seeing Flanders' shocked look, Xiao Wu summoned the soft bone rabbit martial soul. Seeing the 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, rising under Xiao Wu's feet, Flanders was almost numb. How come you even have soul rings? I'm lucky. The Titan giant ape originally caught me, but I ran away halfway. On the way, I just broke through level 30 and met a rabbit soul beast with a 1000-year cultivation that might have been stunned by the Titan giant ape, so I took the 3rd soul ring. Xiao Wu said as a matter of course. This made Flanders laugh and cry, you are so lucky, this Titan ape is here to give you a gift. Hey, this is Senior Snake Woman, and Senior Long Gong. Shifting his sight from Xiao Wu to Xiao Wu, Flanders suddenly saw Chao Tianxiang and Meng Shu sitting on the ground. Although Flanders did not know Meng Shu, he was about the same age as Chao Tianxiang, and he was with Chao Tianxiang, so it must be Long Gong Meng Shu. For a moment, Flanders was a little confused. What was going on? Not only Xiao Wu came back, but even the peerless dragon snake was here. Why are the 2 seniors here? Seeing that Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang looked injured, Flanders' eyes flickered. It's like this, Xiao Wu escaped and brought the Titan ape, and it was Senior Long Gong and Snake Woman who used the martial soul fusion technique to repel the Titan ape. Bai Ji said with a smile. Is that so? Thank you, Senior Peerless Dragon Snake. After hearing Bai Ji's words, Flanders was a little confused, but he still smiled and said to Meng Shu, and Chao Tianxiang cupped her hands to show her gratitude. However, in his heart, Flanders still had some doubts. Didn't he just have a conflict with Chao Tianxiang yesterday? Are the Peerless Dragon Snake couple so kind, or are they so fond of helping the younger generation? It's like this, Dean Flanders, just now. Seeing Flanders's puzzled look, Tang San also explained something to Flanders in a low voice. Basically, seeing Meng Yuan absorbing the spirit ring, the Peerless Dragon Snake should be afraid that the Titan Giant Ape would disturb his granddaughter, so he fought with the Titan Giant Ape and both were injured. Hearing Tang San's explanation, Flanders' doubts were immediately resolved. But Flanders was still a little surprised as to why Bai Ji spoke for the Peerless Dragon Snake couple. You know, they had a conflict with the Snake Lady in the Peerless Dragon Snake yesterday, and the two sides were potential enemies. Now that the Peerless Dragon Snake couple were injured, it should be a good opportunity to cut the grass and eradicate them. However, thinking that Bai Ji was not an ignorant child and must have his own ideas, Flanders pretended not to know. By the way, Dean Flanders, where are the teacher and Rong? Seeing that only Flanders came, Bai Ji couldn't help but ask curiously. It's you too. The master is worried about your safety and asked me to chase you. As for your teacher and others, I guess they will come with your teacher Zhao Wuji in a while. Flanders shook his head and said. He made marks along the way. As long as the master waited for Zhao Wuji and Zhao Wuji opened the way, they should be able to get here soon. Okay, let's wait here for a while and leave together after the others come and meet up. Looking at everyone, Flanders said. Senior Long Gong and Senior Shipo, please heal your wounds quietly. We will take you out in a while. Looking at Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang, Bai Ji smiled slightly. Then I'll have to trouble you You can just call me Bai Ji, you're welcome. Then I'll have to trouble you, Master Bai Ji. Meng Shu clasped his fists and said respectfully. On the side, seeing Meng Shu being so respectful to Bai Ji, and even trying to please him, Flanders was even more confused. But this was because Flanders came late. Now Flanders saw that Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang were injured, but they were still conscious, so Flanders didn't expect Bai Ji to be so bold as to subdue the Dragon Man and Snake Woman, who were at the Soul Douluo and Soul Emperor level respectively, with the identity of a mere Soul Master. But in fact, Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang were both unconscious before, so Bai Ji found an opportunity and injected the poison into their hearts. Because the matter was done, even Meng Shu, who was at the Soul Douluo level, could do nothing. In addition, Bai Ji threatened Meng Yuan's life and his life-saving grace to Meng Yuan and Long Gong and Shipo, and finally subdued Long Gong and Shipo. Of course, the most important thing is that Bai Ji used the poison lurking in the heart as a deterrent. After all, Long Gong and Shipo are the pillars of the Longxi family. Because of their responsibilities and high positions, ants still try to survive, let alone them. In the face of life and death, they finally chose to live. And Bai Ji's life-saving grace and coercion and inducement only made them convince themselves, gave themselves a step down, and made surrender more natural. Mobile site. Chapter 109, Reunion, 3/4. Everyone began to wait in place. After waiting for more than an hour, Zhao Wuji and the master finally arrived with the remaining people. Xiao Wu, you're okay. Ning Rong, who was walking in the front with Zhao Wuji, couldn't help but say with surprise when she saw Xiao Wu standing in the crowd. After all, everyone saw Xiao Wu being captured by the Titan Giant Ape before. Soul beasts are not friendly to humans, so almost no one thought Xiao Wu could survive. Now seeing Xiao Wu, everyone couldn't help but be surprised. Why, you still hope that I'm okay? Seeing Ning Rong's surprised face, Xiao Wu smiled and said. No, we are just very excited. It's great to see you alive. Even Zhu Zuqing, who was always cold, couldn't help but grab Xiao Wu's hands at this moment, her heart full of joy. Haha, Xiao Wu not only escaped danger this time, but also picked up a soul ring for free on the way to escape. Now Xiao Wu is the 5th soul master of our Shrek. Seeing everyone's surprise, Flanders also smiled and said. Ah! Ning Rong and Zhu Zuqing were both a little surprised when they heard Flanders' words. Sister Xiaohu, you have been promoted to Soul Master now, what should I do? Then our Kato combination will not be able to continue to play. Ning Rong said a little depressed. It doesn't matter. You can team up with Zuking first, and then practice hard. When you are promoted to Soul Master, you can team up with Bai. If you team up with Bai Ge, you can easily win with Bai Ge by your side. Xiao Wu said with a smile. Sister Xiao Wu. Ning Rongrong couldn't help but cast an embarrassed look at Xiao Wu after hearing her teasing. How could she say such a thing in public? She and Bai Ge are just friends. Why are you shy? If you don't hurry up now, be careful that your Bai Ge will be snatched away by others in the future. Xiao Wu quickly ran to Ning Rongrong's side and whispered to her. As she spoke, Xiao Wu's eyes kept drifting towards Meng Yuran, and Ning Rongrong immediately understood. But Meng Yuran had never met Bai Ge, so how could he compete with him for Bai Ge? Could it be that Meng Yuran was super obsessed with looks? As if she had guessed Ning Rongrong's doubts, Xiao Wu immediately whispered, just a few hours ago, this guy had a problem when absorbing the soul ring, and it was Bai Ge who saved her. Got it? A hero saves a beauty. Ah! Seeing Ning Rongrong's surprised and nervous expression, Xiao Wu stuck out her tongue and said, so I say, Rongrong, you must not be passive like you are now, you must take the initiative. I feel that she must have a good impression of Bai Ge, so you must be careful not to let her seize the opportunity. She is several years older than us and has a better figure than us. I heard that men like her. Well, I know. Ning Rongrong nodded fiercely. Now she can no longer talk about the reservedness of a girl, because there is already a bad woman who comes to snatch the man. If she doesn't confirm the relationship with Bai Ge as soon as possible, she will be passive if someone takes advantage of her. Hey, Flanders, is this the peerless dragon snake? Why are these two guys here too? On the other side, seeing the Dragon Lord and the Snake Lady sitting aside to heal their wounds, Zhao Wuji couldn't help but pull Flanders aside in surprise and asked. This is because when Xiao Wu escaped, she attracted the Titan Ape here. It happened that the granddaughter of the Peerless Dragon Snake was absorbing the Spirit Ring, so the Peerless Dragon Snake fought back the Titan Ape, but they were also seriously injured, so they are healing here. Flanders replied. I think they seem to be seriously injured now. It just so happens that we had a conflict with them before. Why don't we take this opportunity to wipe them out now, Boss Flanders? Looking at the Dragon Lord Meng Shu and the Snake Lady Chao Tianxiang not far away, Zhao Wuji's eyes flashed with a hint of cruelty. Although he has been cultivating himself for more than 10 years since he became a teacher at Shrek Academy, his notoriety as the Akala Vidyaraja more than 10 years ago was not for nothing. The Soul Master world has never been a warm and affectionate world. Killing people to seize treasures and eradicating the roots are the main themes of the Soul Master world. After all, whether it is the spiritual medicine that improves strength, or the soul ring, or the more precious soul bone, these are all scarce resources that can only be obtained through bloody killings. Now Bai Ge and the others are still practicing in the academy and cannot experience the cruelty of the Soul Master world, but Zhao Wuji has been training outside for many years and has already adapted to the rules of the Soul Master world. I've thought about this, but Bai Ge seems to have reached some agreement with them. Bai Ge is a very smart kid, and he should be able to restrain the Peerless Dragon Snake, so I think we should just let it go and not act rashly. After all, killing is never the best way to solve a problem. Flanders shook his head and said. What agreement did Bai Ge reach with them? Zhao Wuji was a little confused. What kind of agreement could a Soul Master reach with two beings whose strength exceeded that of Soul Emperors? I believe in Bai Ge. He has been very opinionated since he was a child and has quite a lot of means. I think it's better for us not to interfere. On the side, the master who came over at some point also spoke up. Okay then. Zhao Wuji nodded. Dean Flanders, when are we leaving? After seeing Flanders and Zhao Wuji's master discussing on the side, Daimyo Bai walked over and asked. We can leave at any time, but... Flanders turned his sights to the Peerless Dragon Snake. If he decided not to kill the Peerless Dragon Snake, he would definitely take them out. He just didn't know whether the Peerless Dragon Snake could move freely now. Mu Bai, ask Bai Ge and let him see when the Peerless Dragon Snake Senior is going to leave. After thinking for a while, Flanders said to Daimyo Bai. Okay. Daimyo Bai nodded, and then went to relay Flanders' words to Bai Ge. Hearing Daimyo Bai's words, Bai Ge had no scruples and walked directly to the Dragon Man Meng Shu and the Snake Woman at the back. What are you going to do? On the side, Meng Yuan was still a little nervous. After all, it would be strange if he wasn't nervous when he was with a group of people who might be enemies. Don't worry, I won't let them hurt you. After all, you are my people now. By the way, your name is Meng Yuran, right? We are ready to leave. Ask Senior Long and Senior Shepo how they are doing now. How is it, can we make some efforts to move? It's getting late now. If we don't leave now, we will have to wait until tomorrow to leave the Xingda Great Forest. Seeing Meng Yuran's nervous look, Bai Ji said with a smile. Who is your man? Hearing Bai Ji's words, Meng Yuran blushed and spat. Although he seemed reluctant, in his heart, Meng Yuran felt a little sweet. Although it was a routine, heroes saving beauties has been the best way to win the hearts of beauties since ancient times. Even an ugly guy may win the heart of a beauty, not to mention Bai Ji, who is the best choice in appearance and strength. Although Meng Yuran did not say that he loved Bai Ji to death because of this heroic rescue, he did have the shadow of Bai Ji in his heart. Mobile site. Chapter 110, Leaving the Xingda Great Forest, The Thoughts of Long Gong and Shipo, 4/4. Seeing Meng Yuran blushing, Bai Ji was a little funny. Although Bai Ji had a bad impression of Meng Yuran because of her aggressiveness yesterday, after Bai Ji saved Meng Yuran's performance still satisfied Bai Ji. In addition, Meng Yuran's assist in subduing the peerless dragon snake, and Meng Yuran's performance now. Bai Ji has always believed that appearance is justice. Although Bai Ji is not so superficial as to treat a person only by appearance, for a beautiful woman, no matter how annoying she was before, since she has corrected it now, Bai Ji will still generously forgive her. Don't bother, young master. The two of us are much better now. Although we still can't burst out too strong strength, there is still no problem with action. Behind him, hearing Bai Ji's words, Chao Tianxiang slowly opened his eyes and said. That's good, then we can set off now. Hearing Chao Tianxiang's words, Bai Ji smiled, and then turned around and prepared to tell Flanders. Grandma, how are you now? Seeing Chao Tianxiang wake up, Meng Yuran, who was sitting next to her, asked nervously. My dear granddaughter, Grandma's injuries have improved a lot now. I have to say that the pills given by this little guy named Bai Ji are still very useful. I don't know how he got this magical thing. Chao Tianxiang touched Meng Yuran's head kindly, and sighed. Old woman, don't be so rude. Now that we have surrendered, we should follow the rules of the Soul Master world. We should call you Master or Lord, and we can't be rude. On the side, Meng Shu frowned and said when he heard Chao Tianxiang's words. I know, old man, I'm just talking in front of my granddaughter, not an outsider. Hearing Meng Shu's words, Chao Tianxiang said with some annoyance. Our lives are now in the hands of others. Only by abiding by the rules can others treat us well. Otherwise, there will be no good end if we disobey the rules in secret. Meng Shu sighed. As a soul Douluo, he chose to submit to a young soul master whose strength was only at the soul venerable level. The gap in his heart was no less than Chao Tianxiang's, but people had to bow their heads under the eaves, and only obedience could lead to a better life. Meng Shu was able to reach his current strength by knowing what to do, and Meng Shu felt that this might be an opportunity for the family to go further. Anyway, his son's talent was average and there was no hope, and he and his wife were old now. If they could not cultivate a strong man who could support the family, the dragon snake family would eventually decline. Now, since they have already joined a soul master with extraordinary talent, if they can wholeheartedly assist him to become a titled Douluo, this might be a way for the family to go further. Yuran, what do you think of the young master? Meng Shu suddenly asked Meng Yuran. Ah! Meng Yuran was a little surprised, but also a little shy. He is very good. Yes, very good, and he saved your life. Hearing Meng Yuran's words, Meng Shu also murmured. Grandpa, what do you want to do? You don't want to randomly match you up, do you? As if thinking of something, Meng Yuran couldn't help but said angrily. Randomly match you up? My dear granddaughter, your grandmother and I are also experienced people. Can't we see what you are thinking now? Let me ask you, do you like him? If you like him, your grandmother and I will fulfill you even if we don't care about our old face. If you don't want to, we won't force you. Looking at Meng Yuran, Meng Shu laughed first, and then said seriously. This I'm still young, and I must listen to your arrangement, Grandpa. Meng Yuran was a little shy, so she was a little embarrassed to answer directly, and instead kicked the ball back to Meng Shu, who laughed, You girl. Okay, Yuran, since you have made your decision, your grandmother and I will do our best to satisfy you, but we can't do love for you, you can only work hard for it yourself, and I hope you can succeed, for yourself and for the family. Meng Shu looked a little heavy. I will succeed, Grandpa. Seeing Meng Shu's expression, Meng Yuan also looked serious. Meng Shu thought very simply. Although Bai Ji had conquered their dragon snake family, Bai Ji would definitely set up his own family in the future. By then, their dragon snake family would lose its value and it would be difficult to guarantee what would happen. But if Meng Yuan could become Bai Ji's wife, then the status of the dragon snake family would undoubtedly be guaranteed. With Meng Yuan, even if it was not good, it would not be too bad. Moreover, Meng Shu did not require Meng Yuan to become Bai Ji's wife. Strong men basically have 3 wives and 4 concubines. This is the norm in Douluo continent. After all, if Bai Ji becomes a titled Douluo in the future, he will definitely meet a better woman. Meng Yuan only needs to have a certain position in Bai Ji's heart to ensure the continuation of their dragon snake family. Senior Long Gong, we can set off. After informing Flanders, Bai Ji notified Meng Shu that he could set off. We know. Meng Shu nodded and stood up from the ground. Okay, Yuan, I'll ask them about Shrek Academy later and try my best to send you in, but if you want to achieve your wish, you must restrain your ladylike temperament. In the past, we planned to have someone marry into our dragon snake family, so it didn't matter, but now you are going to get married, you have to restrain this temper, otherwise few boys will like you. As if thinking of something, Meng Shu reminded. Well, I know, Grandpa. Meng Yuan also nodded seriously. Although Bai Ji and the others are now in the mixed area of the Stardo Great Forest, fortunately it is only the periphery of the mixed area, not far from the edge of the Stardo Great Forest, so after nearly an afternoon of full-scale travel, in the evening, everyone finally left the periphery of the Stardo Great Forest. Senior Long Gong, let's separate now. After leaving the Stardo Great Forest, Flanders said to Long Gong Meng Shu. After leaving the Star Forest, because Shrek Academy is in Soto City, and the Dragon Snake family is in Barak City, the capital of the Barak Kingdom, the 2 groups of people had different paths after leaving the Star Forest and had to go their separate ways. Dean Flanders, your Shrek Academy is in Soto City, right? Before leaving, Long Gong Meng Shu asked Flanders. Yes, our Shrek Academy is indeed in Soto City. Flanders nodded. Is there anything, Senior Long Gong? Flanders looked a little subtle. Could Meng Shu be seeking revenge? Dean Flanders, don't be nervous. I just want to ask if your academy is still recruiting students. My granddaughter Yuan is 15 years old this year and a level 31 Battle Soul Master. I wonder if she can enroll in your academy. Meng Shu said with a smile. No. Our Shrek Academy only accepts monsters, and the age must be under 13 years old. Senior, your granddaughter does not meet the first requirement. Flanders refused without even thinking. Mobile site. Chapter 111 Promise, 1/4. Dean Flanders, the rules can be broken. Seeing Flanders' refusal, Meng Shu couldn't help but say something meaningful. And since your academy has recruited so many children, each of whom is extremely strong and talented, then you must not miss the elite exchange competition of the All-Continental Soul Master Academy next year. If you want to participate in the elite exchange competition, then your academy will definitely need a substitute. My granddaughter's strength is not bad. Even if she doesn't meet your admission requirements, Dean Flanders, it shouldn't be a problem to be a substitute, right? Meng Shu said slowly. This. Hearing what Meng Shu said, Flanders hesitated. Everyone has their own dreams, and Flanders' dream is to hope that one day the name of Shrek Academy can be spread throughout the entire Douluo continent. So Flanders has always wanted to form a team belonging to Shrek Academy, and then lead this team to compete for the championship of the elite exchange competition of the All-Continental Soul Master Academy. However, because the number of students in Shrek Academy has never exceeded 3, Flanders has never been able to do so. Now, the number of students in Shrek Academy has finally exceeded the 7-student mark. Flanders really wants to form a team belonging to Shrek Academy, and then lead this team to participate in the All-Continental Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange competition next year. However, as Meng Shu said, if you want to participate in the All-Continental Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange competition, in addition to having a 7-person team, you also need substitutes. Otherwise, before the finals, the strength of all the main players will be known, and you will basically lose. And what Meng Shu said is not wrong. Although Meng Yuan may be a little less talented than Shrek students, if you look at the entire Douluo continent, Meng Yuan's talent and strength are still good. At least as a substitute, he is definitely qualified, but Flanders still can't let it go. The persistence in the heart. If such a student who is not a monster is allowed to enter Shrek, will Shrek still be Shrek? This is what Flanders was struggling with. Seeing Flanders struggling, the master shook his head and whispered to Flanders, "I'll do it." Then he stepped forward and stood in front of Longgong Mengshu and said, "Senior Longgong, if you want your granddaughter to enroll in Shrek, it's not impossible, but you have to agree to some of our conditions." "What conditions?" Mengshu asked. "As long as our dragon snake family can do it, it's okay to say it. It's very simple. Our Shrek Academy has always pursued elite education, so it may be more demanding for your granddaughter. You may not be able to see this, but you can't interfere with our teaching," the master said. "That's for sure. I also know that strict teachers produce excellent students. The students of your academy are so outstanding, and they must have received strict education." Mengshu nodded. "Also, our college is short of funds. If the granddaughter of the senior enters our college, she may not be used to the life in our college. This needs to be overcome. Then I hope that the Dragon Snake family can inject a certain amount of funds into our Shrek College, which will also help us better train the granddaughter of the senior." The master continued. "That's all?" Mengshu asked. "That's all." The master also nodded. "Well, I agree to all these conditions. Now I will go back to raise funds. Our Dragon Snake family will inject 1 million gold soul coins into Shrek College. Then I will take Yiran back to say goodbye to his parents. It should take a few days for him to come over. At that time, we will also send the funds together." Mengshu thought that Shrek College would have some requirements, but it turned out that the requirements were so simple, so he immediately agreed to all the conditions of the master generously. 1 million gold soul coins. Hearing that the academy will be injected with 1 million gold soul coins, Flanders's original unhappiness was swept away, and his eyes were filled with gold soul coins. How shameless! Hearing that Mengshu actually wanted to squeeze Meng Yuan into Shrek Academy, Ning Rongrong's face suddenly became ugly. "Well, I'm right, right. Xiao Wu looked like I was a god. Rongrong, you have to be careful, don't let Bai Ge be stolen by others." Xiao Wu whispered to Ning Rongrong. "I know, I will never let her succeed," Ning Rongrong said firmly as if she had made up her mind. "Then Senior Longgong, let's say goodbye." Hearing that Longgong Mengshu would represent the Dragon Snake family to inject 1 million gold soul coins into Shrek Academy, Flanders immediately said to Mengshu with a smile on his face. "Let's say goodbye." Mengshu nodded, and after looking at Bai Ge, he took Chao Tianxiang and Meng Yuan and quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. "Let's go, with Oscar's mushroom sausage, we will travel overnight and should be able to reach the academy tomorrow." Because Oscar's flying mushroom sausage can only fly for 1 minute, but if used well, it can avoid many detours, so after a night of travel, on the morning of the next day, everyone finally returned to Shrek Academy. Alas, a golden nest or a silver nest is still not as good as your own doghouse. Looking at the Shrek Academy in front of him, which was like a shabby little village, Ma Hongjun said with some sighs. "Okay, let's go in. You have encountered a lot of things these days. You don't need to train today. You should have a good rest today and we will continue training tomorrow." Hearing Ma Hongjun's words, Flanders glanced at Ma Hongjun and said. "Great." Everyone couldn't help but cheer. "Bai Ge, come with me." After entering Shrek Academy, just as Bai Ge was about to go to the dormitory area with everyone, the master suddenly asked Bai Ge to stay. "Teacher Dean Flanders and Teacher Zhao Wuji, what do you have to do?" Following the master and the other two into a wooden house, Bai Ge couldn't help asking. "Mengshu acted a little strange today. Although our Shrek Academy is indeed very strong, he doesn't have to force his granddaughter in. After all, their Dragon Snake family is in Barrack City. His granddaughter should also be studying at the Barrack Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy. If she wants to come here, she must drop out. Dropping out of the Royal Academy and transferring to an unknown academy is not good for the Dragon Snake family. I think the reason must be because of you. What's the matter with you and them?" As he spoke, the master slowly sat down on a chair in the wooden house, poured a cup of tea, and asked. Mobile site. Chapter 112 The Reason, by Ge's 8 Spider Lance. 2/4. Hehe, teacher, the reason is very simple, that is, I put the dragon and the snake I have subdued the titan giant ape. They want to please me, so they want to send their granddaughter here. Bai Ge smiled and said. How did you subdue them? The master was not very surprised, as if he had guessed it. Didn't I say before that the titan giant ape had come here before, and Meng Yuan was absorbing the soul ring of the human-faced demon spider at that time? In order to prevent the titan giant ape from affecting Meng Yuan, Long Gong and Shi Po worked together to use the martial soul fusion technique to force the titan giant ape back. But in fact, the two sides did not lose at all. The titan giant ape might just be a little afraid, so it left, while Long Gong and Shi Po were directly slapped away by the titan giant ape. I took advantage of their coma to inject the poison of Moyun Vine into their hearts and lurked. In addition, the human-faced demon spider that Meng Yuan absorbed was actually a 2,000-year-old cultivation, and she couldn't bear it at all. I saved her, and then I used the elixir to wake up Long Gong and Shi Po, and coerced and lured them for a long time before finally subduing them. Bai Ge explained with great pride. So that's it. After hearing Bai Ge's explanation, the three of them suddenly realized. If Long Gong and Shi Po were both awake, then even if they were injured, they would not be able to be controlled by Bai Ge with poison because they had a strong soul power to protect them. However, they were unexpectedly knocked unconscious by the Tata giant ape, which gave Bai Ge an opportunity to take advantage of. However, although Bai Ge's methods were quite despicable, neither the master nor Flanders and Zhao Wuji meant to blame Bai Ge. Because the Soul Master world is so cruel, Bai Ge was willing to subdue Long Gong and Shi Po instead of killing them all, which was considered merciful. After all, Long Gong and Shi Po had a potential hatred with them. If possible, Long Gong and Shi Po would never miss the opportunity to retaliate. But now, I didn't expect Bai Ge to subdue the two, so the possible revenge would naturally disappear, and it also allowed Shrek Academy to have sufficient funds again, which made the Master and Flanders very satisfied. Okay, we know, you go back and rest. After learning the answer from Bai Ge, the Master nodded and asked Bai Ge to go back and rest. After all, he traveled all night and his body couldn't bear it without a rest. He still had to continue training tomorrow. Then teacher, I'm going back. After leaving the cabin, Bai Ge walked towards the dormitory area and soon returned to the dormitory area. Because he had stayed in the Xingda Great Forest for a few days, although the Soul Master had soul power to protect his body and could automatically clean his body, after such a long time in a primeval forest, his body was still a little uncomfortable. So now basically everyone was ready to get water from the boiler room to take a shower in the dormitory, and then go to bed. After saying hello to everyone along the way, Bai Ge returned to his cabin. Back to the cabin, Bai Ge took the blue bird out of the alternate dimension castle. Before in the Xingda Great Forest, due to environmental limitations, Bai Ge had no way to properly treat the wound of the blue bird's eye. Now that he was back in the cabin, he could finally bandage the blue bird. Looking at the fist-sized little guy in front of him, the originally smooth sky blue feathers and cotton-like fluffy wings were all stuck together because of the blood, but because he had taken several pills and rested for a long time in the alternate dimension castle, the blue bird was in a pretty good condition now. Don't move. After carefully placing the blue bird on the wooden table, Bai Ge fetched some warm water and wiped the blood off the blue bird's body with a towel soaked in warm water. Then he smeared some black jade bone repairing ointment on the blue bird's wound, and then wrapped the wound with a white cloth. Cuckoo, cuckoo. The blue bird, which was not big to begin with, became rounder after being wrapped in the white cloth, especially its wings, which instantly changed from the size of a chicken to the size of a turkey. Looking at its ball-like appearance in the basin, the blue bird cuckooed stupidly, as if to say, "Is this fat bird me? Okay, take a good rest and don't move around." After feeding the blue bird a few hundred herb pills, Bai Ge put the blue bird into a small nest that Bai Ge made specifically for the blue bird in the wooden house, and then said. After dealing with the problem of the blue bird's eye, he should take a good bath and prepare for a comfortable sleep. Of course, it is also a daily operation to calmly use the gold level lottery obtained by completing the task of conquering the world-class dragon and snake after taking a bath. However, Bai Ge suddenly thought of the inexplicable breath that flowed into his body when he used the ultimate absorption to absorb the excessive soul power in Meng Yuan's body. In the end, it seemed to turn into 8 air currents and flowed into his 8 ribs. Thinking of this, Bai Ge couldn't help but touch the 8 ribs that were attached by the air currents, and it seemed that they had become thicker than the other ribs. Isn't this a soul bone? Thinking of the knowledge that the master had taught, Bai Ji couldn't help but suddenly think of it, and the human-faced demon spider ate ribs. Why do I always feel a little weird? The familiar feeling of the name. But shouldn't soul bones only be produced by soul beasts over 10,000 years old? And soul bones should be condensed like soul rings, so they shouldn't be in soul rings, right? Bai Ji was a little confused, but because soul bones are so rare, even the masters don't fully understand the rules of their production, but soul bones will definitely react to soul power. As long as you input soul power into it, you can know whether it is a soul bone, and there is no need to guess too much. Thinking of this, Bai Ji immediately began to control the Xiantiangong internal force in his body to slowly flow into the 8 ribs. As the Xiantiangong internal force flowed in, Bai Ji suddenly felt a sharp pain in the 8 ribs in his chest, and then as the pain shifted, a sound of cloth tearing suddenly came from behind. Then, as if something came out of his body, Bai Ji felt as if he had 8 more arms out of thin air. Although it was a little difficult to control, it was indeed like his body had 8 more components that could move freely. Is this a spider leg? Controlling the thing growing from his back to slowly stretch in front of his eyes, Bai Ji was surprised to find that what grew from his 8 ribs were 8 dark purple spider legs that were extremely similar to the legs of the human-faced demon spider he had seen before, and they looked extremely poisonous. As the 8 spider legs stretched out, Bai Ji felt that the previous severe pain suddenly disappeared, and his whole body felt indescribably relaxed. But as he moved the 8 spider legs, a name suddenly flashed through Bai Ji's mind, 8 Spider Lance. Bai Ji suddenly remembered now that in his original destiny, Tang San had a special soul bone. The name of the special soul bone seemed to be the external soul bone, which was 8 spider legs. Tang San called it the 8 Spider Lance. Could it be this thing of his? Bai Ji was speechless. He really forgot. He didn't review Douluo continent before he traveled through time. He watched Douluo continent when he was in middle school, and then he watched some of the later series. But it has been nearly 10 years since this one. He only remembers the beginning and the general plot, and has almost forgotten the middle. Unexpectedly, even so, he accidentally robbed Tang San of his original opportunity. But Bai Ji didn't want to give it back. Although Tang San helped Bai Ji when he was a child, Bai Ji always regarded Tang San as a brother, but respect is respect, and it's okay to help him, but he can't say that he has to give back the good things he got. He is not so saintly. But the problem is, how to take back the 8 Spider Lance. Bai Ji was a little troubled. After trying to stop inputting the inner force of Xiantiangong, or soul power, Bai Ji found that the 8 Spider Lance still showed no signs of retracting into his body. After thinking about it, Bai Ji felt that if he wanted to take back the 8 Spider Lance, he had to master it first. So, controlling the 8 deep purple slender spider legs behind him, Bai Ji entered the other dimensional castle and began to experiment. After the experiment, Bai Ji found that the 8 spider lances, which were more than 1 meter long, could completely replace the legs to walk on the ground, and because the 8 spider lances were very flexible, like springs, they could move more agilely than walking. And because the ends of the spider legs of the 8 spider lances were really sharp like spears, they could walk on the ground like rock walls, which greatly increased the practicality of the 8 spider lances. Mobile site. Chapter 113 Lottery, 9 Yin Manual, 3/4. However, Bai Ji also knew the preciousness of soul bones on the Douluo continent. In order to avoid being targeted by others, the 8 spider lances had to be hidden as much as possible. After experimenting with the 8 spider lances for a while, Bai Ji sat cross-legged on the ground again, with the 8 slender spider legs behind him coiled and retracted behind him. Bai Ji began to calm down and try to retract the 8 spider lances into his body. After nearly half an hour of hard work, Bai Ji finally succeeded in mastering the 8 spider lance, and was able to extend the 8 spider lance out of the body and retract it into the body at will, but the process was still a bit painful. After retracting the 8 spider lance, Bai Ji returned to the wooden house. Beside him, the blue bird had fallen asleep in the nest. Bai Ji left the house, got several large buckets of hot water in the boiler room, and then poured it into the bathtub in the wooden house, and took a good bath in the bathtub. After cleaning up everything, Bai Ji did not plan to practice the Dragon Elephant Banruo Gong or the 13 Taibao Hungli Engine Zongjao before going to bed, because these two major exercises require intense activities, and it is easy to sweat all over the body, so the bath will undoubtedly be in vain. Sitting cross-legged on the wooden bed, Bai Ji began to calm down and prepare to devote himself to the next gold level lottery. As the saying goes, the mysterious cannot save the innocent, and Krypton cannot change fate. Although Bai Ji's luck is not as bad as that of a non-African, he is not an European emperor, so before each lottery, Bai Ji likes to take a good bath. As the saying goes, boys who love to take a bath will have good luck. This is of course nonsense, but facing such a big event as the lottery, although Bai Ji did not eat vegetarian food for 10 days, burn incense and bathe, he also paid great attention to cleansing his body before starting. In this way, his luck will not be too bad, right? Maybe. System, use the gold level lottery opportunity I completed today. After preparing everything, Bai Ji said to the system in his mind. Host, are you sure to use it? The system asked. Sure. Bai Ji nodded. Confirm. The gold level draw opportunity has been used, the system is drawing. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you got a copy of the 9-yen manual. Do you want to check the information? In his mind, the system's voice sounded. 9-yen manual. Hearing the system's voice, Bai Ji couldn't help but be a little surprised. In the world of gold martial arts, although the 9-yen manual is not the most famous or the strongest martial arts, it is undoubtedly the most comprehensive one. In addition to the matching internal skills, the 9-yen manual also has many martial arts including the famous 9-yen God Claw, also called the 9-yen White Bone Claw, such as the body movement Spiral 9 Shadows, the spiritual martial arts Soul Transfer, and the most practical Yujing Bone Forging Chapter, etc. Although Bai Ji learned the 3 unique skills of the Tang sect from Tang San, Xian Gong, Ghost Shadow Mitsu Koji and Ziji Demon Eye, the martial arts of the Tang sect are ultimately for Tang San's unique hidden weapons. Among them, Ziji Demon Eye is okay, after all, eye-related martial arts are still very practical. But Ghost Shadow is not very suitable for Bai Ji. Although Ghost Shadow can burst out extremely fast speed in a short period of time, like a ghost, it will cause great damage to the muscles, so it cannot be used continuously. This is because Ghost Shadow is mainly to enable Tang sect disciples to quickly move positions and launch hidden weapons on the battlefield, so Ghost Shadow is not a physical skill for frontal combat. And because of the agreement with Tang San, Bai Ji can only practice Xian Gong, Ghost Shadow and Purple Demon Eye by himself, and cannot teach others, but for the Dragon Snake family that Bai Ji has conquered now. Although Bai Ji can issue orders to the Dragon Snake family, it will because he controls the lives of Dragon Lord Meng Shu and Snake Lady Chao Tianxiang, but if you want to let the horse run, you must feed the horse with grass. If Bai Ji only demands from the Dragon Snake family, but fails to use both kindness and force, it will not be good after all. The Dragon Snake family will certainly obey Bai Ji's orders, but it is hard to say how enthusiastic they will be to do it. However, if Bai Ji can use some rare soul skills, that is, martial arts, on the Douluo continent as rewards, then this will undoubtedly greatly increase the Dragon Snake family's enthusiasm for completing tasks that Bai Ji may issue in the future. Moreover, with martial arts, if Bai Ji builds a force in the future, it can also be used as a reward or inheritance. However, Bai Ji only knew a few famous martial arts in the 9-yen manual in his previous life, such as the 9-yen Divine Claw, the Spiral 9 Shadows, and the Yujin Jianduanfa, but the martial arts recorded in the 9-yen manual are far more than these. System, I want to receive the 9-yen manual. Thinking of the martial arts that may be recorded in the 9-yen manual, Bai Ji said with some anticipation. Hearing Bai Ji's words, the system immediately transformed the contents of the 9-yen manual into memories and injected them into Bai Ji's mind. Bai Ji only felt a strange memory suddenly flooding into his mind. At first, he felt a little headache, but as the inner force of Xian Gong was running, Bai Ji couldn't help but feel much better. It's worthy of being the 9-yen manual. There are really many martial arts recorded in it. After checking the memory, Bai Ji was a little excited. Because the martial arts recorded in the 9-yen manual are indeed all-encompassing, in addition to the 9-yen God Claw, Spiral 9 Shadows, Soul Transfer and Yujing Bone Strengthening chapter that Bai Ji knew. There are also many secret methods including healing, A-cup ointment pressing, A-cup ointment release, breath holding and bone shrinking, as well as many martial arts such as Fixujin, Destroying Heart Palm, Great Demon Subduing Fist, Ghost Prison Yinfanhao and Spirit Snake Staff Method, which are completely worthy of the name of all-encompassing. With these secret methods, Bai Ji's strength can be said to have increased by more than half. Bai Ji simply sorted out the memories in his mind and finally determined the martial arts he needed to practice. First of all, its internal strength. If he hadn't obtained the 9 Yin manual, Bai Ji would definitely continue to practice Xian Tian Gong. But now he has the 9 Yin manual. As a Taoist Xian Gong, the 9 Yin manual is not inferior to Xian Tian Gong in terms of mystery. Moreover, there are more martial arts recorded in it, and it is more suitable for Bai Ji, so Bai Ji decided to give up Xian Tian Gong. As for martial arts, in addition to the many secret methods recorded in the 9 Yin manual, including healing, acupuncture, breath holding and bone shrinking, Bai Ji also plans to practice Fixujin, Spiral 9 Shadows, Ghost Prison Yin Feng Howl, Great Demon Subduing Fist, Soul Transfer and the last and most important Yujin Jiang Gu Pian. Among them, the major secret methods are naturally needless to say. Whether it is healing, breath holding and bone shrinking, they are very practical, and as secret methods, they are easy to master, and do not need to be practiced like martial arts to reach a certain level. Among the martial arts, Spiral 9 Shadows and Great Demon Subduing Fist are martial arts that are needed for daily attack, while Flying Catkin's Power is a method of unloading force, used for defense. As for the last Ghost Prison Yin Wind and Soul Transferring skill, they are used as trump cards to sneak attack people. And the last and most important Yujin Duang Gu Pian. Yujin Duang Gu Pian is said to be derived from the Yujinjing of Shaolin Temple. It is an extremely rare secret method that can improve the qualifications of practitioners and increase the speed of practice. Its importance to Bai Ji is self-evident. In short, Bai Ji was undoubtedly very lucky to have extracted the 9 Yin manual. Mobile site. Chapter 114, Practicing 9 Yin Martial Arts and Familiarizing with the Training. 4/4. After deciding to switch to the 9 Yin manual, Bai Ji began to transform the Xian Tian Gong internal force in his body into the internal force of the 9 Yin manual. Because both are pure Taoist Xian Gong, neither Xian Tian Gong nor the 9 Yin manual has any extreme properties, so the transformation process is very smooth. In less than half a day, Bai Ji completed the transformation of the internal force in his body. Opening his eyes and looking out the window, it was almost dark. It was almost noon when he came back, and then he was delayed for a while by dealing with various chores, and in addition, it took another half a day to transform the internal force of Xian Tian Gong into the internal force of the 9 Yin manual. Unknowingly, a day was almost over. Bai Ji's bones were rusty after sitting cross-legged on the bed for a long time. After getting out of bed, Bai Ji stretched his muscles and prepared to go out for a walk. Originally, Bai Ji was going to sleep for half a day, but Bai Ji didn't expect to draw the 9 Yin manual. In order to transform his internal strength, Bai Ji simply gave up sleeping time and simply prepared to sleep at night. After leaving the wooden house, Bai Ji saw Tang San preparing to go out not far away. Tang San, are you going to Soto City? Looking at Tang San's appearance, he should not plan to stay in Shrek Academy, Bai Ji couldn't help asking. Yes, Xiao Wu wants to go to Soto City to play, and I am going to see the progress of the blacksmith shop, so I am going to Soto City once, otherwise I may not have time to go when I start training tomorrow. Tang San smiled and answered. By the way, aren't you going? Thinking of the more intense training in the future, Tang San couldn't help asking. No, I'm a little tired today and want to have a good sleep. Bai Ji shook his head. If he had rested in the house for half a day like Tang San, he might have gone to Soto City with Ning Rongrong, but he spent half a day transforming his internal energy. Although he was no longer sleepy, he still felt very tired, so he naturally had no intention of going out. Okay then. Tang San nodded, and after waiting for Xiao Wu, he left Shrek Academy with Xiao Wu. Bai Ji walked around and took a walk, and finally came to a quiet forest outside Shrek village, where Bai Ji planned to try the Spiral 9 Shadows. Spiral 9 Shadows, just by hearing the name, you know that this is a body movement, and it is a combat body movement. Unlike the Ghost Shadow Tracking, which is biased towards short-distance bursts, Spiral 9 Shadows is a medium and long-distance running body movement, which can create 9 phantoms out of thin air at a very fast speed, and can move across the air. Of course, to reach this level, you must practice Spiral 9 Shadows to a very high level. The cultivation realm of the Spiral 9 Shadows is very simple. It can be divided into 9 realms, that is, according to the differentiated phantoms, each additional phantom that can be differentiated is a realm, and the final realm is 9 phantoms. Above the final realm, the Spiral 9 Shadows also has the strongest realm of great perfection, which is horizontal movement, or void movement. Theoretically, a cultivator can perform short-distance horizontal movement in 9 directions while differentiating 9 phantoms. The flexibility can be said to be horrifying. Standing in front of the woods, Bai Ji began to operate the Spiral 9 Shadows mental method and adjust the internal force in his body. Then Bai Ji suddenly jumped up in an instant, and the whole person pulled out 3 phantoms in the air, and then began to move on the branches and crowns of the trees like a ghost. As time went on, Bai Ji became more and more proficient in the control of the Spiral 9 Shadows, and finally pulled out a new phantom again, reaching the 4th realm of the Spiral 9 Shadows. After experimenting with the Spiral 9 Shadows, Bai Ji felt very satisfied. With the Spiral 9 Shadows, he could be as fast as ordinary speed-type soul masters of the same level. Then, Bai Ji experimented with the Great Demon Subduing Fist. The Great Demon Subduing Fist is an extremely masculine fist that can condense internal force through a specific exercise route and strengthen Bai Ji's fist power. Bai Ji tried it and found that through the Great Demon Subduing Fist, Bai Ji's original punch of only 900 kilograms could be increased to 1,400 kilograms, an increase of nearly half. If Bai Ji can master the Great Demon Subduing Fist more proficiently, even doubling it is not a problem. After the Great Demon Subduing Fist, Bai Ji was ready to try to practice the sound attack secret technique Ghost Prison Yinfanhao and the spiritual secret technique Soul Transfer. However, these 2 martial arts are relatively unconventional, and Bai Ji was not able to use them for a while. It is estimated that it will take a long time to study and practice. In a blink of an eye, the already dim sunset completely fell into the horizon, and the sky had darkened. Seeing that it was getting late, Bai Ji decided not to continue practicing Yi Jindu and Gu Pian. Bai Ji originally thought that Yi Jindu and Gu Pian, a secret method to improve cultivation aptitude, might have an impact on the body. After all, improving aptitude is for the body, so it is better to practice in a safe and quiet environment without being disturbed. So Bai Ji finally planned to practice in the other dimensional castle after returning to the wooden house, which is safer and more reliable. The next day, early in the morning, Bai Ji woke up at dawn, got out of bed slowly, walked to the nest of the bluebird and fed the awakened bluebird a pill, and then began to wash up. After washing up, he still went out to practice the Purple Extreme Demon Eye. After practicing the Purple Extreme Demon Eye and eating some soul beast jerky, Bai Ji began to practice the Dragon Elephant Prajna Sutra again. After completing the morning task, Bai Ji set out to the new cafeteria of Shrek Academy. When Bai Ji arrived here, everyone inside had already arrived. Hearing the master's voice, everyone took their seats, but this time, Ning Rongrong did not sit with Xiao Wu, but deliberately sat next to Bai Ji, which made Bai Ji a little strange. Ning Rongrong has always been very reserved, why did she sit with him today? Seeing Bai Ji looking at her, Ning Rongrong smiled and gave Bai Ji a chicken leg. Bai Ji, I like the chicken legs made by the master the most, you should eat it too. Oh. Bai Ji nodded blankly, a little confused, why Ning Rongrong cared about him so much today. Because there were not many types of breakfast, everyone finished eating quickly. Following the master to the playground, looking at everyone, the master said slowly. After the trip to the Stardo Great Forest, you should know the goal of our Shrek Academy. That's right, our goal is to achieve good results in tomorrow's All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Competition, or even win the championship, so my requirement for you is to make you a perfect team. Every Soul Master has his own strengths and weaknesses. There is no perfect Soul Master in this world, but there is a perfect team. The power of one person cannot reach absolute strength, because even the most powerful martial spirit has a weak side, so even the most powerful Soul Master has weaknesses, but if a group cooperates tacitly, it can eliminate everyone's weaknesses and make the strong side stronger. It can be said that it has reached perfection. With the complementary abilities of each other, it is enough to face enemies of any attribute. This is the true meaning of a Soul Master team. The master's face was full of solemnity. Through the skillful cooperation of each other, some Soul Master teams can not only defeat enemies of the same level, but even defeat powerful Soul Masters who are stronger than the overall strength of the Soul Master team, achieving the goal of defeating the strong with the weak. This is why there is no Soul Master single-player competition on the mainland, but the Soul Master team competition. How to become an excellent Soul Master team? I think the first thing to do is to get familiar with each other. Only when the team members are familiar with each other's martial arts, soul skills, and combat methods, and perfectly integrate them together, and can cooperate skillfully, only such a team can be regarded as reaching the entry level of the Soul Master team, and the first task of your special training is to get familiar with each other's strength. Looking at everyone, the master said, "Okay, number 1, Dai Mubai, you come out first." "Yes." Hearing the master's words, Dai Mubai slowly stepped forward and came to the crowd. "Next, your task is to fight Dai Mubai in turn, so that Dai Mubai can get familiar with your strength and combat methods, and at the same time you can also get familiar with Dai Mubai's strength," the master said with his hands behind his back. The first one to go on stage is Tang San. Mobile site. Chapter 115, Fighting One by One, the end of familiar training, 1/4. Hearing the master's words, Tang San immediately took a step forward and came in front of Dai Mubai. Looking at Tang San, master said, "Xiao San is a control-type spirit master, just like Bai Ji, but because of Bai Ji, Xiao San's development direction is more inclined to the overall control of the rear, because compared with Bai Ji's Moyun Teng, the offensive advantage of blue-silver grass is still too poor, so the task of controlling the field is more suitable for Bai Ji. Bai Ji's combat style is more inclined to the charge-type strong attack spirit master, which makes Bai Ji's control more disruptive, while Xiao San plays the role of protecting the back row and the final decisive control, providing you with opportunities. You should have seen Xiao San's third spirit skill when you fought against Teacher Zhao, Earthnet. This spirit skill takes a long time, but if it can be used, it is also very effective. It is a spirit skill that is very suitable for use in outdoor battles. However, it cannot be used in the fighting spirit field due to the terrain and rules, but it is also good that Xiao San can focus more on protecting the back row auxiliary spirit masters. Although Xiao San is a control-type soul master, like Bai Ji, Xiao San actually has a strong melee ability, so when needed, Xiao San can also take on the role of half a strong attack-type soul master, so you must also understand Xiao San's melee strength. Then next, Dai Mubai will fight Tang San. After saying that, the master slowly retreated to the side, and seeing this, Bai Ji also hurriedly retreated to the side, leaving the battlefield to Dai Mubai and Tang San. When everyone retreated to the side, Dai Mubai and Tang San also slowly distanced themselves. The two of them set up their positions, and began to fight. Tang San and Dai Mubai do is a soul master, but Tang San is developing towards a control-type soul master. The control type is a panacea-type development direction. It not only has a natural advantage over agile attack-type soul masters, but if the strength of the martial soul is sufficient, it can also face the strong attack type without any disadvantage. However, due to Tang San's inherent disadvantage of blue-silver grass, and Tang San's lack of offensive soul skills, Tang San was unable to deal with Dai Mubai head-on. He could only use the control ability of blue-silver grass and his flexible body skills to constantly play with Dai Mubai. Although Dai Mubai also noticed Tang San's purpose, Tang San's reaction and timing were too exquisite. Dai Mubai could not get close to Tang San, and the two ended up in a draw. When the battle was over, the master came out again. "Okay, you all have finished watching this battle, right? I have to say that Tang San did a great job. The keyword for a control-type soul master is control. Control the battle situation, control the enemy, and control the rhythm, so as to create opportunities for teammates. Although this does not mean that a control-type soul master cannot attack, but facing an enemy that cannot be dealt with head-on, a control-type soul master should still rely on his own advantages. Just like just now, if Tang San fights Dai Mubai head-on, he will definitely lose, but Tang San uses the control ability of a control-type soul master to restrict Dai Mubai tightly, so that Dai Mubai cannot get close at all, and finally a draw is reached. This is against a strong attack-type soul master. If the strength of the blue-silver grass is enough, facing a power-type soul master and agile attack-type soul master, a control-type soul master can also perform wonderful operations, so I have always believed that a control-type soul master is a very promising direction for development, like Bai Ji. Bai Ji's control is different from Tang San's. I call Bai Ji's fighting style charge disruption control. With his strong body and offensive ability, he directly rushes into the opponent's formation, and then uses the Moyun Vine to disrupt the opponent's offensive rhythm. If the opponent can't find a way to deal with it, Bai Ji can even hold 2 or 3 opponents by himself. This is the control ability of the control-type soul master. You should be able to see it later. Okay. Next is Oscar and Ma Hongjun fighting Dai Mubai together. The master withdrew from the battlefield again, leaving the battle to Oscar and Ma Hongjun. It was Oscar and Ma Hongjun's turn. Because these two guys had a combination in the Soto Great Fighting Soul Arena, they naturally cooperated when they went on the court. And because Oscar had a flying mushroom sausage, the two came up with an extremely wretched tactic, that is, the two of them used the mushroom sausage to fly together, and then attacked Daimyobai. However, Daimyobai had finally learned his lesson after the battle with Tang San. Facing the combination of Ma Hongjun and Oscar who could not take advantage, Daimyobai simply kept the same attitude and waited for Ma Hongjun and Oscar to attack first, and then looked for an opportunity to counterattack. Ginger is still spicy with age. Although Ma Hongjun's mobility has become stronger because Oscar's mushroom sausage has the ability to fly for a short time, the effect of Oscar's flying mushroom sausage is only 1 minute after all. Ma Hongjun accidentally failed to grasp the time when attacking, and was eventually defeated by Daimyobai when the mushroom sausage effect disappeared. Without Ma Hongjun, Oscar, who had no fighting power, would definitely have to surrender. Ma Hongjun, you did very badly in this battle. Your attack power is very strong, and Oscar's flying mushroom sausage makes you more maneuverable and greatly increases your combat power. But you didn't grasp the effect time of the mushroom sausage, and finally let Daimyobai find an opportunity. If this is a real life and death battle, your actions will not only lose your own life, but also implicate your friends, so you must be more careful in the future. Looking at Ma Hongjun, the master frowned. And you, Oscar, you are a food-type soul master, and you don't need to fight, but are you just watching the show alone? Won't you help Ma Hongjun calculate the time? You didn't do much better. You must remember that you are a whole, you can't fight alone, and you can't watch the show, understand? Looking at everyone, the master said loudly. Got it. Everyone responded loudly at the same time. Okay, next is Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong. Soon, everyone finished fighting with Daimyobai, leaving only Bai Ge. Finally, it's Bai Ge versus Daimyobai. It was almost noon, and after letting Daimyobai rest for a while, it was finally Bai Ge's turn to fight Daimyobai. Bai Ge is the most special soul master I have ever seen. In addition to possessing the Moyun Teng, which is at the top of the plant-type martial souls, Bai Ge also has the power comparable to that of a power-type soul master of the same level and extremely strong defense, which gives Bai Ge the potential to be a charge-type control-type soul master. You should have seen Bai Ge's charge-type disruption control before. Bai Ge plays the role of a strong attack-type soul master while controlling through the Moyun Teng. If facing an opponent with a similar strength, Bai Ge's control will be extremely difficult. Because Bai Ge with his own combat power, Bai Ge can completely entangle the enemy's key combat power. After the enemy loses the key combat power, the remaining combat power may not be able to break through the control of Moyun Teng, which will make your attack extremely smooth. Next, Daimyobai will fight Bai Ge. You can see Bai Ge's strength, but this battle is just to test Bai Ge's combat power, so Bai Ge, you can't use martial arts and soul skills, you can only use soul power to fight Daimyobai, do you hear it? Looking at Bai Ge, the master said. I know, teacher. Bai Ge nodded. Okay, let's start. The master slowly withdrew from the battlefield. Please. Bai Ge slowly stepped aside, facing Daimyobai, and took an offensive stance. In this battle, Bai Ge planned to try the Spiral 9 Shadows and the Great Demon Subduing Fist. Looking at Bai Ge, Daimyobai was also very solemn, because he had seen Bai Ge's fighting ability, and naturally would not underestimate Bai Ge just because Bai Ge could not use martial souls and soul skills. Spiral 9 Shadows. After taking a good stance, Bai Ge immediately used the Spiral 9 Shadows, and the whole person instantly pulled out 4 after images in the air and rushed towards Daimyobai. Seeing Bai Ge's speed, not only Daimyobai, but even the master was shocked. Because Bai Ge's speed can be compared with speed-type soul masters. Bai Ge and Daimyobai were not far apart, only less than 10 meters, so in less than a second, Bai Ge had already arrived in front of Daimyobai. Seeing Bai Ge rushing over, Daimyobai had no time to dodge, but quickly used the White Tiger Body Barrier and White Tiger Vajra transformation. Daimyobai knew Bai Ge's strength. If he didn't use the White Tiger Vajra transformation, Daimyobai's strength would not be Bai Ge's opponent. With the possession of the evil-eyed White Tiger martial spirit, 3 shining halos, 2 yellow and 1 purple, suddenly emerged from Daimyobai's feet, and then the first halo instantly burst into a dazzling light, turning into a milky white light shield that enveloped Daimyobai's body. Great Demon Subduing Fist. Bai Ji circulated his internal force, condensed it into his fist, and slammed it hard on Dai Muebai's white tiger protective barrier. Mobile site. Chapter 116 Second Stage of Training, Running in Training begins. 2/4. The powerful force of more than 1,000 pounds instantly shattered Dai Muebai's white tiger protective barrier, but at the same time that Bai Ji shattered the white tiger protective barrier, Dai Muebai, who had completed the white tiger Vajra transformation, had already retreated far to the side. But seeing Dai Muebai retreat, Bai Ji quickly used Spiral 9 Shadows and chased after Dai Muebai. How could Bai Ji be so fast? On the other hand, Xiao Wu was surprised to see that Bai Ji's speed was even comparable to Zhu Zuking's when she entered the spirit possession state. This should be a self-created soul skill. Tang San couldn't help but think of his own Ghost Shadow, but Bai Ji's current move was obviously not Ghost Shadow. Could it be a self-created soul fighting skill? Tang San was a little confused. Not only this, you should pay attention to Bai Ji's hands. The soul power in his hands is particularly condensed, and it emits a faint yellow light, which should also be a soul fighting skill. The master also slowly walked over and said, with this body movement soul fighting skill and the soul fighting skill on the fist, Bai Ji's combat power has risen several levels. Ning Rongrong said in amazement. On the battlefield, relying on the Spiral 9 Shadows and the Great Demon subduing fist, even Dai Muebai, who had already entered the White Tiger Vajra transformation, was no longer a match for Bai Ji and could only defend passively. Although Dai Muebai's physical fitness was stronger than Bai Ji after entering the White Tiger Vajra transformation, Bai Ji, who used the Spiral 9 Shadows, was too fast for Dai Muebai to react. What's even more terrifying is that Bai Ji's fist power is also extremely strong, which can completely match the power-type soul sect with lower strength. Even if a soul sect stronger than Dai Muebai is replaced, if he can't find a way to deal with Bai Ji's speed, I'm afraid he will only be defeated by Bai Ji in the end. Okay, it's over. Watching the battle on the battlefield, the master shook his head. Now Bai Ji is simply suppressing Dai Muebai. In the master's opinion, although Bai Ji was also powerful in the past, he could only dominate in the Soul Master level. Facing the Power-type Strong Attack Soul Master and Speed-type Agile Attack Soul Master at the Soul Sect level, Bai Ji still couldn't win. Although Bai Ji is still a Soul Master now, his overall strength is not inferior to some Soul Sects who are not so powerful, so after seeing that they are almost the same, the Master decisively interrupted the battle between Dai Muebai and Bai Ji. You have become stronger again. Looking at Bai Ji, Dai Muebai's face was very complicated. Fortunately, I'm lucky. Bai Ji smiled slightly, and he didn't know what kind of luck he was talking about. Okay, this is the end of the morning training task. You go and take a rest, go to eat in half an hour, and then wait to continue to prepare for the second training task. It was almost noon. After a series of battles, everyone was exhausted, especially Dai Muebai. He had been on the field all the time. If it weren't for Oscar's recovery sausage, Dai Muebai might not have been able to hold on at all. After all, the round-robin battle was still very exhausting. After the master announced the disbandment, everyone returned to the dormitory together and lay down on the bed for a while. When the time was almost up, they set out for the new canteen again. In the new canteen, after more than half an hour of preparation, the master had prepared a sumptuous meal. However, due to the funding problem of Shrek Academy, the master only made ordinary meat, and there was no soul beast meat that could strengthen the body. Soul beast meat is an extremely expensive resource on Douluo continent. Many soul beast meats can strengthen the body of soul masters. For example, a soul beast called scaled demon crocodile, its meat can improve the physique of soul masters and strengthen the tendons. However, when the scaled demon crocodile grows up, it is at least 1,000-year-old soul beast, and it lives in groups. It is extremely difficult to catch and very dangerous. If you want to capture a scaly armored demon crocodile, ordinary soul hunting groups simply cannot do it. Only extremely powerful soul hunting groups can successfully capture it, so the meat of the scaly armored demon crocodile has always been worth 1,000 gold and extremely expensive in Douluo continent. There is also a soul beast called the white-feathered pigeon, whose meat has the effect of moisturizing the internal organs, but the white-feathered pigeon is a flying soul beast. Although it is not strong, it is also extremely difficult to capture, so its price is not inferior to the scaly armored demon crocodile. However, although there are many types of soul beasts on Douluo continent, there are less than 100 soul beasts whose meat is known to have a strengthening effect on soul masters. Most soul beast meat is actually not beneficial to soul masters, but harmful. For example, the mandragora snake and the human-faced demon spider, these two soul beasts are highly poisonous, and their meat is also poisonous. In addition to poisonous soul beasts, the meat of many soul beasts also has power that humans cannot digest. Eating it is not only useless, but harmful. However, Bai Ge was able to make some soul beast meat that was originally inedible edible through specific medicinal materials, so Bai Ge's medicinal diet could make so much money. Otherwise, if the soul beast meat needed for medicinal diet was the soul beast meat worth thousands of gold on the Douluo continent, Bai Ge would probably not make any money at all. After a morning of training, everyone was very hungry. They basically ate all the food made by the master, but the master's food was only a small part, and the majority came from the sugar beans made by the food-related soul master Shao Xin. Sugar is originally a high-calorie food, and the sugar beans made by the soul master Shao Xin, who is a soul saint, contain abundant energy. Any sugar bean can provide an ordinary person with the energy needed for a day, and each of Bai Ge and his friends ate more than a dozen, and the energy needed for a day's activities was basically taken in with one meal. However, although sugar beans are a high-calorie food, they cannot replace rice and meat after all, because Bai Ge and his friends are still developing, so in addition to calories, they must also take in enough protein. After lunch, the master let everyone digest for half an hour, and then took everyone to the playground. Your task in the afternoon is weight training. Each of you will go to the school gate. I have asked teacher Zhao to prepare weighted backpacks for you. From Shrek Academy to Soto City, each of you will have to run 6 times with weights. Looking at everyone, the master said. 6 times back and forth, isn't that more than 20 kilometers? Ning Rongrong was a little surprised. And you have to run with weights. I couldn't run so far last time without weights. How can I bear it this time with weights? I am an auxiliary spirit master. Can I run less? Ning Rongrong's face collapsed. You want to give up before you even start? How do you know you can't do it if you don't try? You still want to run less? You are a team, you have to share will and woe. Even if you are an auxiliary spirit master, you have to run the same distance. Hurry up. The master's face became serious. Mobile site. Chapter 117 Weight Training? Run-in training? 3/4. Seeing the master become stern, Ning Rongrong did not dare to talk back, but followed everyone obediently to the entrance of Shrek Academy. Arriving at the entrance of Shrek Academy, 8 bamboo backpacks were neatly placed at the entrance, with white papers with names written on them. The first and heaviest one was Bai Ge's backpack. Just like the test training at the beginning, Bai Ge's backpack was filled with stones, weighing more than 300 kilograms, and the weight increased by more than half compared to the last time. Although Bai Ge had a breakthrough in the Dragon Elephant Prajna Sutra recently, with this weight, going back and forth from Shrek Academy to Soto City 6 times, even Bai Ge would probably be exhausted if he did not use his internal force. Okay, let's get started. Seeing that everyone had their own backpacks on their backs, Tang San ran out first, and seeing Tang San start, Bai Ge followed him, and the others followed closely behind. The distance between Shrek Academy and Soto City is not too far, only about 4 or 5 kilometers. If you go at full speed it only took less than half an hour to reach the destination, but it was not so easy without using soul power and carrying heavy loads. Carrying a heavy backpack, because they knew that this was only the first round trip, everyone was saving their energy and running very slowly, but it took more than half an hour to go back and forth like this. The master may have calculated the weight of each person based on the original test, so everyone's weight seemed to be just right. Bai Ge's weight was more than 300 kilograms, Daimyo Bai's was 40 kilograms, Tang San's was 30 kilograms, and the others were only more than 20 kilograms, and Ning Rongrong's backpack was the lightest, only more than 10 kilograms. But although Ning Rongrong's weight was the lightest, Ning Rongrong's physical strength was also the worst among all people. It required 6 round trips, with a total distance of more than 20 kilometers. It would be fine if soul power was restored, but without the blessing of soul power, Ning Rongrong could not stand it after only running halfway. I can't do it anymore. I'm so tired. In the 3rd round, Ning Rongrong finally couldn't stand it anymore. After running for more than 10 kilometers with weights, she felt that her legs were about to break. Her throat was sore from the cold wind, and her feet were as heavy as lead. She couldn't move at all. But although she was shouting that she was tired, Ning Rongrong was still trying her best to hold on. However, the disadvantage of innate physical strength could not be overcome by holding on. Give me your weight. Seeing that Ning Rongrong could no longer hold on, Bai Ji decisively came behind Ning Rongrong and picked up most of the stones in Ning Rongrong's backpack and put them in his own backpack. Will the master say that we are violating the rules? Seeing Bai Ji's actions, Xiao Wu couldn't help but said with some worry. Then why do you think the teacher asked us to do this training? While putting Ning Rongrong's weight into his backpack, Bai Ji didn't feel that heavy even if he carried Ning Rongrong's weight, but after hearing Xiao Wu's words, Bai Ji said the question he had been thinking about. It should be to exercise our physical strength. Oscar thought about it and answered. Yes, but not entirely. After putting all of Ning Rongrong's stones into his backpack, Bai Ji replied while adapting to the new weight. Rongrong, you will follow behind me in a while, so you should be much more relaxed. After saying that, Bai Ji gave Ning Rongrong another reminder, and then continued to run. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Ning Rongrong obediently came behind Bai Ji. With Bai Ji clearing the way for Ning Rongrong and overcoming air resistance, Ning Rongrong really felt much better. If it is just for us to exercise with weights, the requirement of going back and forth from Shrek Academy to Soto City 6 times is not reasonable at all, because from the current situation, except for me, you can't complete it at all, and it will probably take until late at night to complete it. This kind of training is not the teacher's style. Then there is only one reason, that is, the fundamental purpose of weight training is not to exercise us, but for other purposes. Bai Ji said while trotting towards the direction of Shrek Academy. What purpose? Daimyo Bai couldn't help asking. It's very simple. Do you remember why the teacher asked us to train? It's for the elite exchange competition of the Soul Master Academy in the whole continent next year. This exchange competition is not a single duel, but a group duel. Just like the group battle we saw in the Soto Great Soul Arena, but a Soul Master team is not simply composed of a few people together. They must be familiar with each other and be able to cooperate perfectly. But we all came from different places before, and we didn't even know each other, let alone cooperate. The training this morning was for us to get to know each other, and the training in the afternoon was said to be weight-bearing, but it was actually for us to cultivate feelings. Because if every one of us runs with their own weights, then some people will definitely fall down one by one in the end, which is not in line with what the teacher said to Rongrong before, that the Soul Master team should share weal and woe. So what the teacher wants to see is that we can bear each other's weights, and those who can carry more weights should carry more weights to reduce the weight of teammates who are no longer able to do it, so that everyone can stick to the end together. Even if they can't run the required 6 rounds, the teacher will still be very satisfied. Bai Ji explained. Well, let's redistribute the weight. After hearing Bai Ji's explanation, Daimyo Bai stopped, looked at everyone, and suggested. Okay. Everyone nodded. After putting down everyone's backpacks, the weights in Bai Ji, Daimyo Bai, and Tang San's backpacks naturally did not move, but the weights in the backpacks of others were adjusted. Like Ma Hongjun and Oscar, one is a food-type soul master and the other is a fat man. Both of them have poor physical strength. Although the weight they carry is not much, it is undoubtedly almost impossible to run the whole course. But if the weight of the two is reduced, then it is possible to run the whole course. After redistributing the weight, the team moved forward much faster. The 4th round, the 5th round. Gradually, the sun was about to fall below the horizon. It was already evening. During each round trip, the master would prepare a large bucket of warm salt water to replenish the water and salt lost by the body. However, carrying a heavy load and not being able to use soul power, this journey of dozens of kilometers was still too strenuous for everyone. By the last round trip, Ning Rongrong was almost exhausted, and it was Bai Ji who carried Ning Rongrong to the finish line. Daimyo Bai carried Ma Hongjun, Tang San supported Oscar, and Xiao Wu supported Zhu Zuqing. Everyone also finished today's training task one after another. Mobile site. Chapter 118 Meng Yuan arrives, 4/4. You all performed very well in this afternoon's training. I didn't realize it at first, but the weights I gave you were not completely appropriate. For Bai Ji, Tang San, and Daimyo Bai, the weights I gave you were all slightly lower than your limits. Ma Hongjun, Oscar, Zhu Zuqing, and Ning Rongrong, although your weights were lighter, they were still higher than the standard for your physical fitness. If no one lightened the weight for you, you would not be able to complete the training tasks I assigned to you. Fortunately, you finally understood the purpose of my training. The reason why I trained you like this is to integrate you into a qualified team. You must understand each other, trust each other, and take responsibility for each other. Only in this way can you eventually become a qualified spirit master team. The tasks I will give you in the future will also be based on this goal. Before each training task, I will not explain all the rules to you, but you need to experience for yourself how to complete the task within the rules. This will not only cultivate your thinking and thinking ability, but also allow you to better understand the meaning of your companions. Okay, your afternoon training ends here. Just like in the morning, you will have dinner half an hour later and then have a good rest. Your tasks tomorrow will only be heavier. Now, disband. At the gate of Sheik Academy, the master announced the disbandment. Hearing the disbandment, everyone dragged their tired bodies to the dormitory area. The next day, it was a new day. Get up early to practice as usual, and gather at the playground after breakfast. But this time, the challenger is no longer Dai Mubai, but Tang San. Under the master's order, everyone practiced with Tang San in turn, and then practiced with Dai Mubai in groups. With yesterday's experience, basically no one made mistakes and they all performed very well. Then, after lunch, everyone did weight training again in the afternoon. This time, the master assigned different weights. Everyone still redistributed the weights to each other and started afternoon training. It was another extreme training. When the training was over, everyone was exhausted, except Bai Ji. There is no way. The master does not fully understand Bai Ji's physique, and Bai Ji's foundation is too strong. Ordinary training can only train muscles, but the gravity training that Bai Ji has done not only trains Bai Ji's muscles, but also trains Bai Ji's internal organs, making Bai Ji's endurance far beyond that of ordinary people. Simple weight bearing is not of much help to Bai Ji at all. On the contrary, gravity training in the gravity room in the different dimensional castle is the best training method for Bai Ji. This can not only train Bai Ji's body, but also train Bai Ji's internal organs, and promote the training of the 13 Tabeo's horizontal refining of the gold bell cover. However, for the future team running in, Bai Ji still followed everyone to do weight-bearing training. Time passed quickly like this. On the 5th day, Shrek Academy welcomed a guest, the Dragon Lord Meng Shu, and Meng Yuran came with Meng Shu. Meng Shu's arrival this time was undoubtedly welcomed by all the teachers and students of Shrek Academy. There is no way. Meng Shu came with a sponsorship of 1 million gold soul coins this time. Facing such a rich man, how can it not be real? Okay, everyone, thank Senior Long Gong for his generosity to our Shrek Academy. With Senior Long Gong's support, our Shrek Academy will surely usher in better development. This time, our Shrek Academy will also welcome a new student, classmate Meng Yuran. Welcome everyone. On the playground, standing in front of Meng Shu, facing everyone, Flanders said loudly. Hearing Flanders' words, everyone applauded. Then, Flanders took Meng Shu to visit Shrek Academy together, and left Meng Yuran to Bai Ji and others to receive. Well, Meng Yuran, this is our Shrek Academy. Let's take you to our dormitory area first. Because of the reception of the new Meng Yuran, the master gave everyone a half-holiday, and looking at Meng Yuran, because of the previous conflict in the Star-Do Great Forest, no one took the initiative to greet Meng Yuran, so Bai Ji had to come. Is this your Shrek Academy? Although she was fully prepared, she was surprised to see that the Shrek Academy was as dilapidated as a village, and it was just as bad as the Barrack Royal Academy where she was before. Still a little depressed. Shrek Academy may be a little shabby compared to your previous academy, but it is also very quiet here, no one disturbs you. Since you are here, you should learn to accept it. Bai Ji understood Meng Yuran's depression, so he comforted her. He brought Meng Yuran to the dormitory area with everyone else. Looking at the scattered wooden houses in front of him, Bai Ji pointed to the wooden houses on the far left. This is the girls' dormitory. You can choose a house, but if you can also live with them. The girls' wooden houses are larger, and Dean Flanders also encourages us to live together. Pointing to the wooden house in front of him, Bai Ji said. No, I don't want to live with this guy. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Ning Rongrong immediately refused. This guy is obviously here to snatch a man from her. Can she still give him a good face? Well, then I'll choose a cabin myself. Hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Meng Yuran curled her lips. She came here for Bai Ji and her family. She felt uncomfortable being with these girls. Rongrong. But seeing Ning Rongrong's performance, Wu suddenly pulled Ning Rongrong to her side and whispered to her. Bai Ji, where do you live? Meng Yuren did not choose a cabin immediately, but asked Bai Ji instead. Fuck, this girl is not interested in Bai Ji? It's fun to watch. Seeing the tense atmosphere between Meng Yuren and Ning Rongrong, Ma Hongjun couldn't help but touch his chin, feeling a little playful. Damn, Bai Ji is not going to occupy two girls. Oscar was a little depressed. You know what? The dragon snake family has taken a fancy to Bai Ji and asked their granddaughter to seduce Bai Ji with her beauty. However, this beauty is not easy to touch. If she is not careful, she will have to work for the dragon snake family for the rest of her life. It is easier to play with girls outside. After that, Ma Hongjun patted Oscar on the shoulder again. My Oscar, if you want girls to go out with me, just go ahead. With your face, they will probably pay for you. That won't work. I want to leave my innocence to my future wife. Oscar suddenly looked alert, which made Ma Hongjun speechless. What kind of innocence does a man have? Can he check the goods? I live here. Bai Ji naturally knew what Meng Yuren was thinking. But he couldn't hide where his wooden house was, so Bai Ji didn't mean to hide it, but directly told Meng Yuren the location of his wooden house. Well, then I'll choose. Chapter 119 Meng Yuren wants to be a concubine, 1/4. No. Just when Meng Yuren was about to choose a separate wooden house, Ning Rongrong suddenly interrupted Meng Yuren because Wu had just said something to her. If Meng Yuren lives alone, it might give Meng Yuren the opportunity to contact Bai Ji alone, so Meng Yuren must not live alone. Hearing Wu's words, Ning Rongrong immediately felt that this was the case, so she quickly interrupted Meng Yuren's choice. What's wrong with this guy? Seeing Ning Rongrong suddenly interrupt her again, Meng Yuren also crossed her arms a little unhappy and just looked at Ning Rongrong. Since this sister has come to our Shrek Academy, she is a family with us. How can we let her live alone? That would be a shame to Senior Longgong for helping our Shrek Academy. Moreover, since she has just come to our Shrek Academy, she must not understand many things yet. This is exactly what we need our help. So I think it is best to let Sister Meng Yuren live with us. Looking at Meng Yuren, Ning Rongrong said with a smile. Hee. But when she heard Ning Rongrong's words, Meng Yuren suddenly laughed. She grew up in Barrack City and was nearly 3 years older than Ning Rongrong. She had seen much more than Ning Rongrong. As for Ning Rongrong's sudden change, she knew what Ning Rongrong was thinking. Seeing Ning Rongrong so nervous, it might have something to do with Bai Ji. Meng Yuren didn't want to make Bai Ji hate her, so she didn't refuse. But in Meng Yuren's opinion, Ning Rongrong was so nervous when they met, obviously it was her first time to fall in love. Although it was her first time, she did her homework before coming. Men are all big pigs, eating what's in the bowl, thinking about what's in the pot. There is no man who doesn't cheat. It's okay for women to be nervous occasionally, but being too nervous is jealous, and no man will like such women. So Meng Yuren immediately planned to stimulate Ning Rongrong more in the future, so that Ning Rongrong would show jealousy, so that Bai Ji would get bored one day, and then it would be her chance. She wanted to see how such a girl could compete with her for men. Okay, then thank this sister. Looking at Ning Rongrong, Meng Yuren showed a meaningful smile on her face. The 3 girls welcomed Meng Yuren into the wooden house, while Bai Ji and others waited outside boredly. After getting up and waiting for almost half an hour, the girls came out. However, when they came out, the relationship between the 4 girls seemed to suddenly become very harmonious, which made Bai Ji a little confused. After Meng Yuren chose the dormitory and packed up her belongings, everyone began to take Meng Yuren to visit Shrek Academy. In fact, it was mainly to introduce the layout of Shrek Academy. For example, Shrek Academy actually only occupies a part of the village, and the other half is the village of the villagers, so Meng Yuren should not disturb the villagers easily. Then he took Meng Yuren to see the new cafeteria, and then visited the playground, and told Meng Yuren the training tasks she would carry out next. After introducing all this, Meng Yuren also had a general understanding of Shrek Academy. When taking Meng Yuren back to the dormitory area, it was almost noon. Bai Ji happened to see Meng Shu, who was about to leave Shrek Academy. Seeing this, Bai Ji immediately said goodbye to everyone and chased after Meng Shu. Seeing Bai Ji leaving, Meng Yuren also turned his eyes and quickly followed him, which made Ning Rongrong stamp her feet in anger. But seeing that both of them were chasing Meng Shu, Ning Rongrong thought about it and still didn't follow. Wait for me, Bai Ji. Bai Ji was following Meng Shu's footsteps, but Meng Yuren's voice suddenly came from behind. Why are you following me if you are not with them? Bai Ji waited for Meng Yuren to come closer, and then said. You still want to ask why you are following my grandfather? Meng Yuren pouted. I have something to do with Senior Meng Shu. Bai Ji grinned. That's also my grandfather, why can't I come, can't I say goodbye to my grandfather, and, Bai Ji, why are you so indifferent to me, do you know that I came for you? In the end, Meng Yuren pouted. How can you not be moved when such a beautiful woman throws herself into your arms? I am moved, of course, but how should I show it? Should I be so touched if I hug you in front of a large group of people? Bai Ji shook his head helplessly. You are very beautiful, and I am a vulgar person, so I do have a good impression of you, and it is not too much to like you, but this kind of good impression is just a simple liking for beautiful things, it is a possessive desire. If I can have it, it would be best, but if it will hurt others, I must consider it carefully. I can't let Rong Rong be sad because of you. Rong Rong, is it the girl in the blue-green dress? Meng Yuren pointed at Ling's smooth chin with her green fingers, thought for a while, and said. Yes, she is the first girl I like. If nothing unexpected happens, I should spend my whole life with her, but I am also a normal man, yearning for 3 wives and 4 concubines, so for a beautiful girl like you, if you throw yourself into my arms, it is difficult for me to refuse. Bai Ji sighed. It's good that you like me, then I will be your concubine. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Meng Yuren smiled and hugged Bai Ji's right arm. You want to be my concubine? Bai Ji was a little confused. Why, are you surprised? Although I am really unhappy to share you with others, there is no way. Who made me like you? Moreover, you also controlled the lives of my grandfather and grandmother and grasped the fate of our dragon snake family. For us soul masters, family is everything. I don't need to like you, even if I don't like you, but for the family, I must marry you. Leaning on Bai Ji's shoulder, Meng Yuren said in a somewhat depressed tone. But I think it's good to be able to marry someone I like. Many of my classmates even have to marry soul masters older than their fathers for the sake of the family. Like me, I have the opportunity to marry a boy older than myself. I am afraid that many people will envy me when I go out. Meng Yuren's tone became light again. What is pursued on Douluo continent has never been truth, goodness, and beauty. The law of the jungle, strength, and exchange of interests are the essence of Douluo continent. Soul masters can receive 1 gold soul coin every month in the spirit hall, but this is the income of ordinary civilians for a year. Where does this money come from? It is taken from the people. If not every civilian has the opportunity to become a soul master and become an exploiting class, and the nobles hold the power, I am afraid that the Douluo continent would have exploded with the kings and princes, and would have no kind. As for soul masters, although most soul masters with families have material conditions far exceeding those of ordinary people, the family raises soul masters, and soul masters also have to repay the family. Like the dragon snake family where Meng Yuren is, why Meng Shu and Chao Xiang love their granddaughter so much is because Meng Yuren is the most gifted soul master in the dragon snake family. Meng Shu and Chao Xiang are no longer alive. They are both over 80 years old and half of their bodies are buried in the ground. If they cannot break through to the titled Douluo, then Meng Shu and Chao Xiang can only live for another 10 years at most. But more than 10 years may not necessarily cultivate a soul like the peerless dragon and snake. A soul master who can support the dragon snake family. If there is no powerful soul master who can support the dragon snake family after the death of the peerless dragon snake, then the dragon snake family will probably decline soon. In order to slow down or avoid the decline of the dragon snake family, the dragon snake family will probably seek marriage outside, and it is even possible that Meng Yuren will be married off to contribute to the family. This is the world of soul masters. As for Ning Rongrong, who was born in the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect, Ning Fengzi has always been very fond of her because she was born in her old age. And because the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect is thriving, Ning Fengzi is only in his 50s and does not need Ning Rongrong to seek marriage. But because the peerless dragon snake is aging and there is no soul master who can support the family in the dragon snake family, Meng Yuren has been mentally prepared for marriage for a long time, even though she has been considered the hope of the dragon snake family. Now that she can be with the person she likes, Meng Yuren is already very satisfied. Chapter 120 The task given to Meng Shu, Ning Rongrong let it go, 2/4. Hearing Meng Yuren's words, Bai Ji couldn't help but be silent. He didn't know much about the world of soul masters, but after listening to Meng Yuran, Douluo continent seemed to be the same as in the ancient times of Earth in his previous life. Even soul masters still needed to sacrifice for their families. Although he didn't remember it, there seemed to be signs of old-young pairings in the world of soul masters. This might be the exchange of interests. Without absolute power, he couldn't even choose his own destiny. He absolutely didn't want his destiny to be controlled by others. It has always been Bai Ji's dream to control absolute freedom with absolute power, but now, Bai Ji's strength is still dominated. Although Bai Ji has deterrent power, such a one-time uncontrolled power is not what Bai Ji wants. What he wants is power under his control. Meng Yuran's words undoubtedly ignited Bai Ji's strong desire for power again. With Meng Yuran, Bai Ji finally caught up with the Dragon Lord Meng Shu in front. Senior Dragon Lord. Bai Ji stopped Meng Shu. Master Bai Ji, is there anything I can do for you? Hearing Bai Ji's words, Meng Shu turned his head, bowed slightly, and said. After being forced to submit to Bai Ji, compared to the snake woman Chao Tianxiang, Meng Shu entered the state very quickly. Senior Long Gong. Master, please don't bother me. Just call me Meng Shu. Meng Shu interrupted Bai Ji's words. Okay, Senior Meng Shu, I do have something I want to ask you for help. Bai Ji shook his head and said. What is it? Master, just tell me. Meng Shu replied. It's like this. I have established some foundations in the Tiandu Empire. In fact, it is just a restaurant. I have opened it in many cities. Now I want to open a restaurant in the Barak Kingdom. I hope Senior Meng can ask the Dragon Snake family to help. After all, we are not particularly familiar with the Barak Kingdom. Bai Ji said slowly. Restaurant. Meng Shu was a little confused. If you need gold soul coins, our Dragon Snake family can provide them. Why would you open a restaurant if you don't need them? Senior Meng Shu, I know that the Dragon Snake family is well known in the Soul Master world and must have a lot of assets, but I still like to use my own money. Moreover, if I don't have my own industry, if I want to build my own power in the future, do I need the help of the Dragon Snake family? I, Bai Ji, am not that shameless. Bai Ji shook his head. Although I conquered Senior Long Gong and Senior Shi Po by despicable means, I will not threaten the Long Shi family because of this. On the contrary, I hope that we can cooperate and achieve a win-win situation. A small restaurant may seem insignificant to Senior Meng Shu, but believe me, the restaurant I opened will surprise you. Regarding the restaurant, I will take the time to write to my staff in the next few days to inform them to prepare to come to Soto City. However, I also hope that Senior Long Gong can ask the family to send some representative people to help deter the people of Soto City. We are not afraid of trouble, but we don't like trouble. If this matter can be completed smoothly, I will give the Longxi family a generous gift. Looking at Meng Shu, Bai Ji's mouth curled up slightly. A generous gift. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Meng Shu was a little unpredictable. However, in his opinion, the Dragon Snake family had become Bai Ji's servant family. The Dragon Snake family could not question Bai Ji's words. His previous behavior was already very subtle. Now that Bai Ji had spoken, he would be ignorant if he said anything more. Bai Ji also said that he would give them a generous gift afterwards. Meng Shu also knew that he should stop when he saw the good, so he decisively prepared to follow Bai Ji's words. Don't worry, sir. When I return, I will immediately let my useless son come to Soto City in person to do things for you. As for the generous gift you mentioned, forget it. Since I have decided to lead the Dragon Snake family to become your servant family, I have already linked the fate of the Dragon Snake family with you. If you can become a titled Douluo and if we can create a force like the three upper sects, our Longxi family can also prosper, so you should not treat our Longxi family as outsiders. Looking at Bai Ji, Meng Shu said respectfully. Senior Long Gong, are you sure? Bai Ji's face became a little amused. Sure. Although he was a little curious about Bai Ji's generous gift, Meng Shu, who was already an old fox, was particularly cautious, fearing that he would leave a bad impression on Bai Ji. Butterfly Man. Don't worry, I, Bai Ji, am not a stingy person. Since Senior Long Gong refused, I will give the generous gift to Yuran when the matter is completed. Bai Ji smiled slightly. It's up to you, master. Meng Shu still remained unchanged in the face of change. After saying goodbye to Meng Shu, almost half an hour had passed, and the master's lunch was almost ready, so Bai Ji took Meng Yuran directly to the new cafeteria. Seeing Bai Ji and Meng Yuran coming in together, Ning Rongrong's face looked a little bad on the spot, but she still didn't say anything. After lunch, everyone continued to carry out weight training, and although Meng Yuran also ran with everyone, he didn't carry any weights. This was the master's way to test Meng Yuran's physical strength. Because they had experienced several days of training before, although they were still very tired, they had adapted. Only Meng Yuran, although running without weights, had no experience in extreme long-distance running, and couldn't hold on at the end of the run. In the end, Bai Ji supported Meng Yuran all the way to the finish line. Seeing that Bai Ji was actually getting together with Meng Yuran again, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but pout again. But although she felt a little sour in her heart, Ning Rongrong also knew that Bai Ji only helped Meng Yuran and did not deliberately take advantage of her. Ning Rongrong was not a girl who liked to make trouble for no reason. The education she received since childhood made Ning Rongrong well educated and sensible. So although she was a little unhappy, because of her good upbringing, Ning Rongrong did not want to blame Bai Ji for this. It was just that when she was taking a walk after dinner, Ning Rongrong could not help but talk about her resentment with Zhu Zuqing and Xiao Wu. I don't think Bai Ji can be blamed for this. Bai Ji is always willing to help others. Meng Yuran is the only one who is familiar with Bai Ji in our Shrek Academy. I think it is normal for Bai Ji to help Meng Yuran. Thinking of Bai Ji standing up for her, Zhu Zuqing couldn't help but say. But Bai Ji obviously likes Rongrong, how can he be so close to Meng Yuran? Xiao Wu retorted. But will Bai Ji only contact Rongrong in the future? If another girl deliberately contacts Bai Ji in the future, will Rongrong just sulk or not talk to Bai Ji? Wouldn't that mean that she will only benefit others in vain in the end? Zhu Zuqing asked back. Then what should I do? Ning Rongrong was a little confused. Let it be. Zhu Zuqing shook her head. It's not that having 3 wives and 4 concubines is not prohibited on the Douluo continent. Excellent men basically have this kind of thought in their hearts. In my opinion, Bai Ji is already very good. What you should do is to find a way to make Bai Ji like you more, instead of preventing other women from approaching Bai Ji, because this can't be stopped at all, but may make Bai Ji hate you. After all, you and Bai Ji are still not in a confirmed relationship. Because of her education since childhood, Zhu Zuqing's performance on men's fickleness is very calm. Zhu Qing, you don't seem to care about men's fickleness, so why do you hate Daimyo Bai so much? Hearing Zhu Zuqing's words, Xiao Wu couldn't help but feel a little strange. This I will tell you later. Zhu Zuqing didn't want to answer Xiao Wu's question directly. Okay, I know. After hearing Zhu Zuqing's words, Ning Rongrong finally let it go. In fact, Ning Rongrong was not intolerant of a man having 3 wives and 4 concubines. In fact, because the Kai Bao Liulai family was small, many of Ning Rongrong's uncles married many women, except for her father Ning Fengzi. Because of her parents, Ning Rongrong hoped that her future husband would only have her as a woman. But Ning Rongrong also knew that excellent soul masters would definitely not lack women, so after hearing what Zhu Zuqing said, Ning Rongrong was ready to try to let it go. After all, sometimes, giving in is also for a better fight. Chapter 121 Meng Yuran's joining, Bai Ji's medicinal diet, 3/4. The next day, early morning. It was another new day. Get up, wash, eat breakfast, and finally come to the playground. It was still a battle training. Because the training had been going on for several days, Bai Ji and the others were actually basically familiar with each other's strength and combat methods. So the master was originally going to start a multiplayer battle, that is, to let everyone get familiar with the battle of more than 3 people, and prepare for the next group battle. However, because of Meng Yuran's arrival, this morning's test can only become to let everyone get familiar with Meng Yuran's strength. Meng Yuran stepped forward and asked everyone to fight with Meng Yuran in turn. The first one was still Daimyo Bai. Daimyo Bai was a level 37 combat soul master, while Meng Yuran was only a level 31 weapon soul master. In terms of development direction, Daimyo Bai was a power-type strong attack combat soul master, while Meng Yuran was a quick attack combat soul master. However, as a weapon soul master, Meng Yuran was not as good as Zhu Zuqing in terms of speed. It was only because of the existence of the weapon martial soul that Meng Yuran was better than Zhu Zuqing in terms of offensiveness. The final result of the battle between Daimyo Bai and Meng Yuran was not unexpected by everyone. In the end, it ended with Meng Yuren's defeat. After all, Meng Yuren's speed could not avoid Dai Muobai's attack, and as a quick attack combat soul master, Meng Yuren could not beat Dai Muobai head-on. The chance of winning in the end was too low. After Dai Muobai, Meng Yuren faced Tang San, and because the control soul master restrained the quick attack soul master, Meng Yuren was defeated again. Then it was Bai Ji. Needless to say, Bai Ji was at the top of the same level in terms of strength, speed, defense, and control. Even if he faced most low-level soul masters, he could easily win. Meng Yuren naturally could not win. Then it was the combination of Ma Hongjun and Oscar. Because of the previous competition with Dai Muobai, the two were much more careful. The wretched Sky Flow attack made Meng Yuren stomp his feet again. And the next Xiaowu and the combination of Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing, Meng Yuren lost without any suspense. After a whole morning, he did not win a single battle, which was very frustrating for Meng Yuren, who was called a genius among his peers since childhood. However, this may also be one of the master's purposes. After the battle, everyone also understood the approximate strength of Meng Yuren. In the current Shrek Academy, the strongest is naturally Bai Ji, and the weakest is Ning Rongrong, but Ning Rongrong is an auxiliary soul master, which is not counted, and Oscar is the same. If ranked by strength, Meng Yuren is stronger than Ma Hongjun and Zhu Zuqing, but Ma Hongjun and Zhu Zuqing are only great soul masters, so it is normal for Meng Yuren, who is a soul master, to be stronger. After the morning training, after resting for about an hour, everyone came to the new cafeteria to have lunch, and then they were ready to start the next training. The afternoon training was still weighted running, but this time Meng Yuren joined. Although Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu were somewhat repulsive to Meng Yuren, they were still very kind girls after all, otherwise Xiaowu would not have asked Bai Ji to save Meng Yuren. So during the training, the atmosphere was still very harmonious. After everyone saw their own weight, they calculated each other's weight limit, and then everyone redistributed the weight and started running. In this way, day after day, a month soon passed. During this month, almost everyone was familiar with each other's strength and combat methods, and their relationship was no longer unfamiliar. Especially the atmosphere within the team. After more than a month of training, the atmosphere within the team has become harmonious. From the initial rejection, after learning that the Dragon Snake family had become Bai Ji's servant family, Ning Rongrong was shocked and understood why Meng Yuren wanted to get close to Bai Ji. However, although she accepted Meng Yuren as a friend and accepted the possibility of Bai Ji having 3 wives and 4 concubines, if possible, Ning Rongrong still hoped that Bai Ji would have only herself, so when Bai Ji was present, Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuren were still in a competitive relationship. It's a new day again. Xiaofi ebook. Because of more than a month of single-player and multiplayer mixed battles, everyone is familiar with each other, so the master is going to cancel the battle and enter the second training task of the first stage, but before that, the master found Bai Ji again. Teacher, do you have something to do with me? Bai Ji asked, following the master to a deserted place. During this month, Bai Ji was very busy every day. He got up early in the morning to practice the Purple Demon Eye and Dragon Elephant Pruchnagong, then practiced combat training and weight training, and practiced the 13 Taibao horizontal refining golden bell cover and Xian Gong at night. Bai Ji almost wanted to divide himself into several parts. Combat training and weight training were really useless to Bai Ji, but for a soul master team, these 2 trainings were necessary, so Bai Ji could only choose to train together. When he learned that the master said that the combat training would be cancelled, Bai Ji was very happy, but why did the master find him at this time? Bai Ji was a little surprised. Bai Ji, we have found all the things on the list of herbs and ingredients you gave us before. Now you can make a medicinal meal for everyone every week. With your medicinal meal, your strength should have a significant improvement in the next period of time. The master handed over a small brocade soul guide, which contained all the herbs and ingredients that Bai Ji needed. Hearing the master's words, Bai Ji also remembered that the master had told him that he would ask him to make a medicinal meal, but he was too busy this month, so he really forgot for a while. However, there was no news for so long before, but now they are all found at once, which should be the credit of the 1 million gold soul coins invested by Meng Shu before. Bai Ji thought. Teacher, should I go now? This morning if we prepare the medicinal food, our weight training this afternoon should be more effective. After taking the soul guide bag handed over by the master, Bai Ji checked the ingredients inside. Wow, Bai Ji was a little surprised, because they were all top-notch ingredients. Among them, there are scaled magic crocodiles that strengthen the tendons, white-feathered pigeons that strengthen the internal organs, red-tailed cattle that strengthen endurance, and green-shelled turtles that strengthen the bones. Every soul beast corpse here cannot be taken without more than 10,000 gold soul coins. As for the medicinal materials, because spiritual medicines are hard to come by, most of them are above the general level. Then teacher, I'll go to the cafeteria first. Seeing that it was getting late, Bai Ji had to prepare the medicinal food immediately, otherwise he might not have enough time. Well, go. The master nodded. With the master's consent, Bai Ji walked towards the new cafeteria, but not far away, he saw the master talking to Bai Ji, and then Bai Ji left the playground, which made everyone feel a little strange. Tang San, what did the master say to Bai Ji, why did he leave? Ma Hongjun was a little confused. I saw the master seemed to give Bai Ji a sachet, probably wanting Bai Ji to help him do something, right? Daimyo Bai's eyesight was quite good, but he couldn't hear the conversation between Bai Ji and the master, so he couldn't guess anything. Chapter 122 The second training mission of the first stage is launched, Xingluo Fantasy. 4/4. What are you doing, why don't you hurry up and train? Although I am going to cancel the combat training, as long as it is not officially cancelled for one day, you must take it seriously. Seeing that everyone on the playground was actually gathered together and whispering, the master frowned and walked over and shouted. Hearing the master's scolding, everyone quickly separated and grouped together again and started to practice, but no one saw that the master looked at the people practicing, and a hint of smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The morning was over quickly. After the training, looking at everyone, the master announced, from today on, the morning battle task is cancelled. Everyone will carry out the second training task of the new first stage in the morning, and the afternoon will still be weight training. Okay, this morning's task is here, everyone can be dismissed, and go to the cafeteria for dinner in an hour. After hearing the master's words, everyone immediately walked towards the dormitory area in groups of 3 or 5, ready to wash their faces, take a rest, and then go to eat. But when they arrived at the dormitory, they found that Bai Ji still hadn't come back, which made everyone even more surprised. After all, in the morning, as long as it wasn't too troublesome, it should be basically solved. What task did the master give Bai Ji? However, due to the lack of information, everyone couldn't think of the reason, but they didn't think about it. After resting for an hour, everyone walked towards the new cafeteria. But unexpectedly, when they arrived at the new cafeteria, everyone saw Bai Ji who had disappeared. Bai Ji, why are you here? Looking at Bai Ji, everyone couldn't help but exclaimed, because almost everyone thought that Bai Ji was sent by the master to Soto City to do business, and no one expected that Bai Ji would be in the cafeteria. Is it a surprise? Haha, I specially asked Bai Ji to make medicinal food for you. With medicinal food, your future training effect should be better. Okay, let's eat together next. The master slowly came over from behind, looking at the surprised people, and a few smiles appeared on the master's stiff face. Medicinal diet. Hearing the master's words, Daimyo Bai immediately remembered what Zhao Wuji said at the time, but although he heard it at the time, he didn't remember it very well. Beside him, Ma Hongjun and Oscar were confused. Only Tang San and Xiao Wu, because they had eaten medicinal diet many times before, otherwise Tang San would not have broken through level 30 so early, so they were not surprised by Bai Ji's medicinal diet. What is medicinal diet? On the side, Meng Yuran showed a confused expression. Medicinal diet is a special dish made by Bai Ji using medicinal materials and soul beast meat. Because the characteristics of medicinal materials and soul beast meat are perfectly combined together, medicinal diet can not only enhance the physical fitness of soul masters, but also improve the speed of soul masters' cultivation, especially for soul masters like us who are below level 40. Seeing Meng Yuran's puzzled expression, Tang San explained with a smile. Although Bai Guess medicinal diet uses medicinal materials, it is also very delicious. You can try it. After saying that, Xiao Wu couldn't wait to sit on the table. She was originally a foodie. When she was in Notting College, she even had a record of buying food in the afternoon after receiving the Soul Master subsidy in the morning, and finally had to rely on Tang San. After calling Tang San a brother and sister, Xiao Wu gave the Soul Master subsidy she received every month to Tang San for safekeeping in order to prevent herself from spending money indiscriminately. But now that she can eat delicious food for free, Xiao Wu is not polite. Everyone, eat quickly, these are very good for your body. Seeing that everyone was still standing there, the master could not help but urge them. Hearing the master's urging, the others just woke up from their dreams and sat down one after another. Looking at the meat on the table, although it looked no different from ordinary meat on the surface, after tasting it, everyone suddenly realized that this table was probably all soul beast meat. Kikai Chinese Network. This made Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun all feel sad. Compared with the days now, the days they had lived before were simply not human lives. After eating the medicinal food made by Bai Ji, everyone immediately felt that the soul power in their bodies was running a few points faster, and Zhu Zuqing and Ning Rongrong, who were already on the verge of a breakthrough, broke through one after another. Zhu Zuqing broke through to level 28, and Ning Rongrong broke through to level 27. After eating the medicinal food, everyone suddenly had a new understanding of Bai Ji's horror. Not only is he talented and powerful, but he can also refine magical pills and make medicinal food with amazing effects. What kind of monster is this Bai Ji? After eating the medicinal food, the master did not let everyone start weight training immediately, but let everyone meditate and practice for a while to digest the power of the medicinal food, because except for Bai Ji, Tang San, and Xiao Wu, everyone else was eating medicinal food for the first time, and the effect of eating medicinal food for the first time was the best. After letting everyone practice for half an hour, it felt almost done, so the master prepared to let everyone go for weight training, including Bai Ji. Although the medicinal food has amazing effects on soul masters, it also uses medicinal materials after all. Medicine is 3-point poison. If you can't digest the medicinal power of the medicinal food and eat it frequently, it may not only not be beneficial to the soul master, but will be harmful. All the masters asked Bai Ji to make medicinal food once a week, not every day. Although a large part of the reason is that if Bai Ji makes medicinal food every day, even if Shrek Academy gets 1,000,000 gold soul coins from the dragon snake family, it can't bear it. Because of eating medicinal food, the master's weight training this time is more rigorous than before. Although the master had increased the weight of everyone every once in a while before, it was not as much as today. The average weight of each person increased by 5 kilograms. But maybe because of the medicinal diet, everyone was full of energy. After an afternoon of increased weight, although they were still as tired as dead dogs, they were still energetic. At night, the weight training was over. After everyone finished the dinner made by the master in the cafeteria, they returned to the cafeteria one by one. The next day, everyone ushered in a new training task. Let me introduce you to everyone. This is Teacher Liu Kaiban, the 66th level Xingluo Chess Soul Emperor. Teacher Liu will conduct the training for everyone in the next period of time. Welcome everyone. On the playground, after extending his hand to introduce the teachers around him, the master took the lead in applauding. Hearing the master's words, Bai Ji and the others also applauded, but everyone was a little curious about how Teacher Liu could assign them tasks. Okay, kids, you may be a little curious about me. After all, my martial soul is a chessboard and chess. I guess you haven't heard of this kind of martial soul, right? Looking at everyone, the somewhat old Liu Kaiban smiled. I am actually a control-type weapon soul master. When fighting, my chessboard unfolds into an illusion, and the chess pieces are soldiers in the illusion, used to interfere with and attack the enemy. And your next task is to work together to break through my illusion. The enemies you face are all transformed by my chess pieces. The battlefield is the battlefield I have experienced, and the enemies are the enemies I have encountered. All you have to do is to try your best to persevere. Okay, let's get ready to start. After speaking, Liu Kaiban stretched out his right hand and summoned a black and white chessboard, and on the chessboard were chess pieces. At the same time that the martial soul Xingluo chess was summoned, 6 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black slowly rose from under Liu Kaiban's feet. Xingluo Fantasy, come out. He stretched out his hand holding the chessboard suddenly, and with Liu Kaiban's loud shout, the 4th soul ring around his body burst into light, and then the shining white light suddenly radiated, illuminating the entire playground. Finally, as the white light disappeared, everyone was surprised to find that they had come to a forest. Okay, this is a soul beast forest I have been to before. What you have to do is to work together to hold on for an hour under the impact of the soul beast tide. Liu Kaiban's voice came from all directions, and as if responding to Liu Kaiban's voice, countless beast roars came from the forest one after another with Liu Kaiban's voice. You have 3 minutes to prepare. After 3 minutes, the training officially begins. Chapter 123 Xingluo Fantasy, Like a Dream, 1/4. The 3-minute preparation time was over soon, and in Douluo fantasy, a large number of soul beasts suddenly surged over like a tide. But after more than a month of combat training, everyone was already very familiar with it. They all knew how to cooperate with each other. Bai Ji was at the front, and a large number of Moyun vines grew wildly around them, forming a stranglehold vine wall to block the first wave of attacks from the soul beasts. Daimyo Bai and Xiaowu both entered the state of martial spirit possession, standing on the left and right wings of Bai Ji, relieving Bai Ji's pressure while cleaning up the fish that slipped through the net. As for the middle, Zhu Zuqing and Meng Yuran, 2 agility attack-type soul masters, were responsible for protecting the back row and cleaning up the speed-type soul beasts that broke through the blockade of Bai Ji and Daimyo Bai. At the back were Ning Rongrong, Tang San, and Oscar. Tang San was responsible for forming the last line of defense, Ning Rongrong provided buffs, Oscar made recovery sausages, and in the sky was Ma Heng-jun, who had eaten Oscar's flying mushroom sausages, spreading his transparent wings and spewing phoenix fire lines to block the soul beasts from approaching. The first wave of soul beasts in the Douluo environment was not very strong. The ones rushing over were all ordinary 100-year and 1000-year soul beasts, such as wind baboons, nether wolves, iron claw eagles, fang wolves, swift shadow leopard cats, etc. But dozens of soul beasts rushing together densely were scary enough, but Bai Ji and his team's defense was too tight. Ma Heng-jun's Phoenix Fire line carried out the first wave of output to the soul beast tide, and the sticky Phoenix Evil Fire burned many attacking soul beasts. Then Bai Ji's Moyun Vine formed an extremely tough vine wall, blocking most of the soul beasts outside. The powerful strangling ability and toxins made countless soul beasts stay away. After that, Daimyo Bai, Xiao Wu, Meng Yuran and Zhu Zuqing formed the second and third lines of defense, making it useless even if there were fish that slipped through the net. Finally, the powerful back row auxiliary gain Ning Rongrong and food supply Oscar were even more foolproof under Tang San's protection. With the power and speed gain of Ning Rongrong's 7 treasures glazed tower and Oscar's sausage recovery, everyone basically cleared the soul beasts that rushed over effortlessly. Very good, you performed very well, but the next beast tide will be even stronger. Lu Kaiban's voice came from all directions again, and with Lu Kaiban's voice, more powerful soul beasts rushed out of the forest. In addition to the first wave of soul beasts, there are many more powerful soul beasts, such as Iron Arm Demon Ape, Flame Lion, Lightning Leopard, Human Face Demon Spider and Mandragora Snake. In addition, in the soul beast tide, there are 2 3,000-year-old soul beasts. One is a 3,000-year-old Iron Arm Demon Ape, with black hair and silver back, nearly 3 meters tall, and muscular all over. Although not as good as the Titan Giant Ape, it is also very deterrent. And then there is a 3,000-year-old Lightning Leopard, running like the wind and agile like lightning. The 3,000-year level Iron Arm Demon Ape was naturally prepared for Bai Ji, because Bai Ji's performance in the first wave of beasts was too eye-catching. Almost half of the beasts that came over died under Bai Ji's Moyun Vine, or were strangled to death or poisoned. Bai Ji's existence has destroyed the balance of training, so Lu Kaiban can only restrict Bai Ji. The Lightning Leopard was prepared by Lu Kaiban to train everyone's ability to protect the back row. Without Bai Ji's obstruction, when facing unstoppable enemies approaching, how should everyone prevent the enemy from hurting Ning Rongrong and Oscar in the back row, and then when facing the enemy's sniper, how will Ning Rongrong and Oscar deal with it? This is what Lu Kaiban wants to see. Facing the speed of the Lightning Leopard, when Bai Ji was entangled by the Iron Arm Demon Ape, Daimyo Bai could not stop the lightning-fast Lightning Leopard at all. After breaking through Bai Ji's vine wall, the Lightning Leopard rushed to the back in a few seconds, but because of Tang San's blue-silver grass, the Lightning Leopard could not get close to Ning Rongrong and Oscar for a while. Seeing this, Oscar quickly made 2 flying mushroom sausages, one for himself and one for Ning Rongrong. After eating the flying mushroom sausages, the 2 crispy auxiliary and food-type soul masters immediately flew into the sky, leaving the Lightning Leopard staring blankly. The Lightning Leopard broke through here but got nothing, which was equivalent to a big fish that got into the fishing net and was eager to eat the bait. The fishermen didn't eat the bait, but they were eyeing the big fish. Seeing the Lightning Leopard, Tang San immediately controlled a large amount of blue-silver grass to wrap around the Lightning Leopard. Although the Lightning Leopard was a 3,000-year soul beast, it was a speed-type soul beast, and its strength was only at the level of an ordinary 1,000-year soul beast. Facing Tang San's blue-silver grass, the Lightning Leopard could only run to avoid it. In this way, the Lightning Leopard's moving space was shrinking, and finally only a very small space was left. At this point, facing the joint attack of Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Meng Yuren, even a 3,000 year level lightning leopard could only suffer here. After solving the lightning leopard, the mushroom sausages that Ning Rongrong and Oscar ate also lost their effect. The two returned to the back row. Without the threat of the lightning leopard, the team began to operate normally again. 110 Literature. Without the lightning leopard, because of Xiao Wu, Meng Yuren, and Zhu Zuqing, Daimyo Bai immediately used the White Tiger King Kong transformation to help Bai Ge solve the Iron Arm Demon Ape. The Iron Arm Demon Ape is nearly 3 meters tall, with muscular body, and its strength is far greater than Bai Ge, which is the advantage of soul beasts. And because it is an ape soul beast, the speed of the Iron Arm Demon Ape is not slow, and Bai Ge's thorn stranglehold can always be avoided by the Iron Arm Demon Ape. Finally, Bai Ge finally found an opportunity to force the Iron Arm Demon Ape into a place full of iron armor. The Demon Bull's place made it impossible for the Iron Armed Demon Ape to exert its speed. Bai Ge used a dragnet and thorn strangulation to directly restrain the Iron Armed Demonic Ape, and then jumped directly onto the Iron Armed Demonic Ape's shoulders, aiming at the Iron Armed Demonic Ape's head with an old punch. However, although the Iron Armed Demon Ape is famous for its arms as hard as iron, its skull is actually not weak at all. Without taking out the giant sword, although Bai Ge's boxing power is strong, he has not developed any hidden strength to be able to beat an ox across a mountain. Facing the iron-armed demon ape who looked like an iron-headed baby, Bai Ge could only use his full strength to use the great demon subduing fist and punch the iron-armed demon ape in the eyes, finally defeating the iron-armed demon ape. After defeating the iron-armed demon ape, they lost the help of two 3,000-year-old soul beasts. Although the second wave of beasts was stronger than the first wave, they were still defeated by Bai Ge and the others in the end. Okay, I performed well in this level. Next is the last level. Liu Kaiban's voice came again. At the last level, the incoming wave of beasts was even worse than the second wave. There were even 3,000-year-old soul beasts, an iron-backed rhinoceros, a human-faced demon spider, and a flaming lion king. This time, facing three troublesome 3,000-year-old soul beasts at the same time, it is impossible to solve them one by one like the second wave. Because the iron-backed rhino is a defensive spirit beast with amazing defense power and likes to run rampant. A 3,000-year-old iron-backed rhinoceros is completely enough to stop Bai Ge and Daimyo Bai. Moreover, Bai Ge does not dare to confront the iron-backed rhinoceros head-on. He only dares to slowly grind it with the Moyun vine. After all, Moyun Teng could withstand the collision of the iron-backed rhinoceros, but Bai Ge couldn't. The Flame Lion King is a fire attribute soul beast. Ma Hongzhun's flames will weaken fire attribute soul beasts a lot, but the fire attribute soul beast can restrain Bai Ge's Moyun vine and Tang San's blue silver grass to a certain extent. Then there is a poisonous human-faced demon spider that can spit out spider webs, plus several thousand-year-old soul beasts coming. It is really too difficult to deal with. Faced with this situation, Bai Ge could only quickly summon a large number of Moyun vine to block the tide of soul beasts, while Oscar took the opportunity to create mushroom intestines to make everyone fly, and then everyone worked together to deal with the Flame Lion King first. Then he lures the iron-backed rhino, and lets the iron-backed rhino, which can only run rampant, massacre the group of soul beasts on his own, injuring both the human-faced demon spider and the iron-backed rhino, and finally comes out to clean up the mess. When everyone finally dealt with the third wave of beasts, the morning training finally ended. However, when Liu Kaiban released the Xingluo illusion, even Liu Kaiban, a soul emperor in his 60s, couldn't help but his eyes darkened and he almost fainted on the ground. Although Xingluo illusion is not an attacking soul skill and consumes relatively little soul power, and because it is training, no one resisted Liu Kaiban's illusion. However, after using it for a whole morning, even if the chess piece transformed into a basic soul with no intelligence beast, but the soul power consumed for such a long time is still enough to make a soul emperor unable to bear it. You guys did a great job. However, although his body was weak due to excessive consumption of soul power, Liu Kaiban was very pleased to see that the students had passed his 3 levels of Xingluo illusion. After the Xingluo illusion was lifted, everyone couldn't help but feel a little distracted when they looked at the peaceful playground around them and thought of the bloody killing just now. Okay, this morning's training is over. Let's go and have a rest. We'll have dinner in the cafeteria in half an hour. In the end, it was the master who announced the arrangement. Chapter 124 3 months later, the long-lost vacation, 2/4. After experiencing Douluo fantasy training in the morning, I continued weight training in the afternoon. Perhaps it was because the potency of yesterday's medicinal diet had not been exhausted yet. Although today's weight-bearing training was still awkward, everyone was still particularly energetic. In this way, day after day, more than 2 months passed quickly. For more than 2 months, everyone repeated the same training almost every day. In the morning, they worked together to fight against the tide of soul beasts in Teacher Lu Kaiban's Douluo fantasy land to bond the team. In the afternoon, they carried out weight-bearing training and exercise, and in the evening, they rested on time. After 3 full months of devil training, combined with Bai Ji's medicinal diet, almost everyone's soul power has improved by 1 level, and everyone's physical fitness has also increased to varying degrees. Like Ma Hongjun, 3 months of devil training has made Ma Hongjun's originally bloated body shrink a lot. At least on his belly, the originally bloated swimming ring has disappeared. Although he still looks fat, on the surface he looks fat. It's less bloated. Most of the others have become stronger, like Dai Mubai, Tang San, and Oscar, while the girls have gotten much better in shape and have grown a lot taller. Now, everyone has reached the team battle conditions required by the master. But in order to relieve everyone's intense training for more than 3 months, the master decided to give everyone a week's vacation, which made everyone happy, even Bai Ji was no exception. Everyone, how about we go to Soto City tomorrow? On the way back to the dormitory after dinner, Ning Rongrong said with a smile. Sure, I haven't been to Soto City for a long time, I almost forgot what it looks like. Ma Hongjun made an exaggerated expression. Yes, I haven't registered for Soul Master in Soto City yet. That's 100 gold soul coins a month. Xiao Wu waved her little fist and pouted. I haven't registered yet. Oscar scratched his head. By the way, how many Soul Masters do we have now? Dai Mubai suddenly asked. 5. Xiao Wu said uncertainly. Then, fearing that she had said something wrong, she counted deliberately, you, me, third brother, Bai Ji, Meng Yuran, Oscar. Oh. It turned out to be 6, I forgot to count myself. Xiao Wu stuck out her tongue. Now Zhu Qing is already level 29, and will soon reach level 30, right? As if she thought of something, Xiao Wu couldn't help but smile and said. Zhu Qing, you must wait for me. Now among the girls, only you and I are still in our 20s. If you are also at level 30, how can I go to the Soto Grand Fighting Arena to participate in the combined fighting in the future? Ning Rongrong hugged Zhu Zuqing's arm and shook it. I can't do anything about this. You should practice quickly. You should be almost at level 29. As long as you practice harder than me, maybe we can reach level 30 together. Zhu Zuqing smiled lightly and said. Hey, fatty, now among us boys, you are the only one who is still at level 20. Don't let Zuqing and Rongrong reach level 30 before you, that would be embarrassing. Oscar joked. I can't guarantee that. You know my situation. Although I am also level 28, I have less time to practice than you because of the evil fire. Suancho Literature Network. These 3 months are fine. I am almost exhausted every day, so I naturally have no time to go out. But after the training, if the evil fire comes up, I can't hold it back. Hearing Oscar's words, Ma Hongjun couldn't help but look at Oscar with resentment and said. What are we going to Soto City for tomorrow? Tang San asked. By the way, third brother, is your hidden weapon ready? I have time in these 7 days, so I can go back. Hearing Tang San's words, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but say. It should have been ready a month ago, but I haven't had time to get the parts, but I can get the parts tomorrow. I will try to assemble it within 3 days and then give you the finished product. How about it? After thinking about it, Tang San said. Well, then I'll wait for your good news. Ning Rongrong smiled. By the way, my restaurant will open in Soto City tomorrow. I'll take you to the opening ceremony. Thinking of the opening plan that he had spent a lot of time on recently, Bai Ji couldn't help but curl his lips slightly and said. Opening ceremony. Hearing Bai Ji's words, everyone was a little confused. Bai Ji, it's just a restaurant, isn't it so troublesome? Ning Rongrong couldn't help but wonder. Hehe, this is not a trouble. I asked someone to spend more than 1 million gold soul coins to buy a big restaurant, the kind with 3 floors, and my restaurant is not a small restaurant. I plan to gain a foothold in Soto City and then open restaurants throughout the Barak Kingdom, so the first step is crucial. Bai Ji shook his head and smiled. But what is the opening ceremony? Xiao Wu was still a little strange. The opening ceremony is to show strength and background, to let people know that this is a big restaurant. After all, I am a newcomer. If I want to make a name for myself in Soto City, I must make an ingenious appearance. In addition to Senior Long Gong Shi Po of Yuran's family, I still invited the City Lord of Soto City and the Branch Hall Master of Soto City Wuhan Hall to attend the opening ceremony. This cost us a lot of money. Bai Ji explained. Is it so important? Spend so much money to invite these people? Xiao Wu muttered. I think Bai Ji did the right thing. The restaurant is for guests. If no one knows, naturally no one will go to eat. But if they know, then as long as they have some skills, they will develop quickly. Ning Rongrong thought about it, but agreed with Bai Ji's approach. That's right. The dishes made by Gairan Hall are indeed delicious, and they are very different from those made in other restaurants. They can even be said to be special. If someone eats them once, they will definitely want to come a second time. After hearing what Ning Rongrong said, Xiao Wu finally agreed. Okay, I'll take you to see it tomorrow. I've spent a lot of time thinking about this opening ceremony. Finally, Bai Ji interrupted the discussion and said that they would go to Soto City tomorrow to see it first. After a day of training, they returned to the dormitory. They went to the boiler room to get hot water and then went to their respective dormitories. After taking a good shower, Bai Ji prepared to welcome the relaxing life without training tomorrow. The night passed quickly, and the next day. Everyone did not go to the cafeteria for dinner, because Bai Ji said that he could take them directly to the newly opened Gairan Hall in Soto City to have a big meal, and then attend the opening ceremony of Gairan Hall. So after everyone was ready, they followed Bai Ji to Soto City. Chapter 125 Opening Ceremony of Gairan Hall, 3/4. After arriving in Soto City, Bai Ji led everyone to the center of Soto City. The restaurant that Bai Ji asked Gairan Hall to buy was in the most prosperous area in the center of Soto City. When Bai Ji led everyone to the newly opened Gairan Hall restaurant, looking at the three-story restaurant in front of them, which was full of red silk and satin, and decorated with lights and colors, everyone was a little amazed. This is the most prosperous place in Soto City. It is impossible to buy such a luxurious building here without more than 1 million gold soul coins. Bai Ji, are you so rich? Ma Hongjun smacked his lips. He was born in an ordinary family and his family was very short of money. He really admired Bai Ji for being able to start from scratch. Damn, Bai Ji, I will go to your house to be a cook after graduation. With such a luxurious restaurant, my sausage business must be good. Oscar drooled in his heart. Thinking of spending a lot of money in the future, he smiled foolishly. Okay, a talented food-type soul master like you is welcome everywhere, and we are no exception. Bai Ji agreed casually to Oscar's words, whether it was a joke or not. In Douluo continent, food-type soul masters are a very popular type of soul master, but most of the food-type soul masters eventually join some big forces. Because food-type soul masters have no combat ability, they can only rely on some big forces to become stronger and let others help them hunt soul rings. In return, food-type soul masters make food to cultivate talents for big forces. This is a mutual benefit. Let's go, I'll take you in. After showing the token, Bai Ji led everyone into the newly opened restaurant. Not long after Bai Ji entered, a familiar figure came over. Master Bai Ji, long time no see. Wang smiled as he looked at Bai Ji. Brother Wang, it's been a long time, but why didn't I see Sister Malena? Didn't she come? Bai Ji was a little surprised. According to his and Malina's close relationship, Malena shouldn't have come. Master Bai Ji, unfortunately, my wife just got promoted to Soul Sect recently, and she is going to the Xingda Great Forest with Captain Yanshan to hunt for soul rings, so she can't come. Wang said apologetically. Oh, so that's the case, then please congratulate Sister Malena on my behalf. By the way, let the chef make us a breakfast, the largest scale, I want to entertain my friends. Bai Ji nodded, said. Okay, then everyone please follow me, I will take you to sit first. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Wang immediately extended his hand to invite. Following Wang, everyone came to a luxurious box and sat down around a mahogany round table. Then Wang asked people to bring up some cakes and fruits first, because the chef had not prepared breakfast so quickly, so they needed to wait. But after waiting for a while, breakfast began to be served one after another. In order to meet Bai Ji's requirements, Wang asked the chef to make the highest scale, such as meat porridge. The meat in it was the meat of some edible soul beasts caught from the ocean, and dishes such as barbecue, roast chicken, sweet and sour fish, and various vegetable soups and chicken soups. Because Bai Ji and his friends were all soul masters, and there were 9 of them, so they ate all the dishes that came up, and in the end, they were all full. No wonder Bai Ji is so confident. It turns out that this dish is really delicious. We will definitely make a lot of money if we open it in Soto City. Ma Hongjun patted his round belly and sighed. Yeah, it's true. Oscar nodded in agreement. It's really good. Ning Rongrong and Dai Mubai also expressed their opinions. Not long after everyone finished breakfast, the opening ceremony of Gairan Hall was about to begin. The stage had already been set up outside the Gairan Hall restaurant. As the various musical instrument soul masters such as the piano, flute, and guhan played their instruments, Wang, wearing a tuxedo, stepped onto the stage and began to tell everyone about the development history of Gairan Hall and its unique delicious dishes. It was also announced that in order to celebrate the opening, Gairan Hall specially formulated various graded packages. Choosing a package will get you a discount, and there is also a special VIP system. As long as you pay for a VIP card, you can get a discount when you come to Gairan Hall to eat in the future, and because it is the first opening, everyone's meal is half price. Then, after receiving everyone's applause, Wang left the stage. Then the instruments started playing, and the famous dance troupe invited to the stage danced, further enhancing the atmosphere. However, Bai Ji was not very satisfied with the invited dance troupe. Because the dance performed by this dance troupe was too vulgar in Bai Ji's opinion, and the clothes they wore were also vulgar. When he has the opportunity, he will get a maid troupe himself, and when he holds the opening ceremony in the future, he will let the maids go on stage to dance the Pure Land of Bliss, which must be a very interesting scene. But unlike Bai Ji, the residents of Soto City thought the dance performed by the dance troupe on the stage was quite beautiful. After the dance troupe finished dancing, the invited VIPs cut the ribbon for the Noble Hall, including the Lord of Soto City and the Lord of the Wuhan Branch Hall of Soto City. Although it cost a lot of money, after seeing that the Noble Hall could even invite these big shots, the residents of Soto City could not help but have a deeper impression of the Noble Hall. Because of the various discounts Wang had offered before, some people may not know about the discounts, but the temptation of discounts is not something that everyone can resist. In addition, Wang's final opening discount was half price for all the food. Many residents of Soto City could not help but rush into Soto City. After all, if they did not take advantage of the discount to have a good meal in such a luxurious and high-end hotel, they would not be able to afford it in the future. This time, although Gairan Hall must have lost money, it could spread its reputation with the help of many residents of Soto City. For a newly opened hotel, it was a profitable business. After all, the hotel makes money by dining in, but if no one knows and no one comes, it will definitely not make money. Because the dishes of Gairan Hall are excellent, these residents of Soto City who have eaten the food will definitely publicize the goodness of Gairan Hall after going out. After all, many people who originally could not afford to eat can use this to show off, and those who have the capital to eat will definitely come to try it with curiosity after hearing about the deliciousness of Gairan Hall's dishes, and this is the purpose of Gairan Hall. After watching the opening ceremony, Meng Yuran went to find her father, because Meng Yuran's father also came to the opening ceremony at Meng Shu's request, while Tang San and Wu went to the blacksmith shop to see if the parts of the hidden weapon were made. As for Ma Hongjun, that was definitely not necessary. After 3 months of holding back, he finally came to Soto City, and he certainly couldn't come in vain. Dai Mubai couldn't help it and went with him. After watching the opening ceremony, everyone went to Soto City to play, and Bai Ji took Ning Rongrong to visit various herbal medicine stores and butcher shops in Soto City. After staying in Shrek Academy for more than 3 months, Bai Ji's originally sufficient reserves were running out. Now he needs to purchase some medicinal herbs and meat, on the one hand to remake the ointment needed for the 13 Tebeos horizontal refining of the golden bell cover, and on the other hand to make jerky. In the evening, Bai Ji returned to Shrek Academy with Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuran, and Tang San and Wu had already returned. However, only Wu was walking outside, while Tang San was assembling the hidden weapons in a hurry, preparing to complete it as soon as possible within 3 days, so that Ning Rongrong could bring the first batch of hidden weapons back to the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect. This would be the beginning of his making money. Chapter 126 Going to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect, 4/4. After 3 days of hard work, on the 4th day of the holiday, Tang San finally assembled the agreed hidden weapons. Here, wrong, these are the 100 sets of hidden weapons you want, half are sleeve arrows and half are Zhuzhlianu. Taking out the hidden weapons from the 24 bridges on a moonlit night, Tang San pointed to the pile of hidden weapons on the ground and said a little tiredly. Thank you, Tang San. Seeing Tang San's tired face, Ning Rongrong said apologetically. You're welcome. Tang San shook his head at Ning Rongrong's thanks. Ning Rongrong had already paid him a deposit of tens of thousands of gold soul coins in advance. He was just paying money and delivering goods. If he could really sell the hidden weapon to the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, he would also get a lot of benefits. So Ning Rongrong didn't owe him anything. By Ge, let's go. Putting the hidden weapon on the ground into the soul guide, Ning Rongrong turned and smiled at Bai Ge. Although the master gave her a 7-day vacation, if she took a carriage back, it would take 6 or 7 days to go back and forth, which was not enough. So Ning Rongrong made an agreement with Bai Ge to let Bai Ge use the blue bird to transform into the Kixie blue bird to send her back. Okay, Ziobai, transform. Nodding, Bai Ge turned his head and said to the blue bird Ziobai on his shoulder. After 3 months of recuperation, the blue bird's injuries had long recovered, so it could fly again. Hearing Bai Ge's words, the blue bird flapped its wings and flew to the ground not far away, and then with a burst of white light, it turned into a nearly 5-meter-long Kixie blue bird. Come up! Bai Ge jumped up and landed on the back of Kixie blue bird, then stretched out his hand to Ning Rongrong and pulled Ning Rongrong up. Sitting on Kixie blue bird, looking at Kixie blue bird under her, which was completely different from the blue bird, Ning Rongrong felt quite incredible. Let's go, Ziobai! Bai Ge patted Kixie blue bird's neck. After receiving the order, Kixie the Kixie bluebird suddenly chirped xi, and then suddenly flapped its wings and flew into the sky, flying away. Seeing Bai Ge and Ning Rongrong leave on the Kixie bluebird, Xiaowu couldn't help but envy. Ziobai, use white mist. As the Kixie bluebird flew high into the sky, Bai Ge calmly ordered. In Douluo continent, soul beasts basically never leave the big forest. Although the Kixie bluebird is a Poka copyright Monday, it is a soul beast in the eyes of people in Douluo continent. If the Kixie bluebird flies all the way to the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect near Tiandu Imperial City without covering it up, it will definitely cause a sensation. Bai Ge doesn't like trouble, so after letting the Kixie bluebird fly into the sky, he immediately let it use the white mist skill. The white mist skill is not a very powerful skill. It has neither the attack power of dragon breath nor the defense power of protection, but the white mist can hide the Kixie bluebird's figure. Just like this, wrapped in thick white mist, the Kixie bluebird flew towards the direction of Tiandu Imperial City. Shrek Academy is located in Soto City of Barak Kingdom, and Soto City is very far away from Tiandu Imperial City, tens of thousands of miles away. If you take a carriage, you may not be able to arrive in 3 days and 3 nights, but you can arrive in just 1 day by taking the Kixie bluebird. After all, the flying speed of the Kixie bluebird is much faster than that of a carriage, and it is a straight line from the air to the Kaibao Liulai sect, without any detours, so it must be many times faster than taking a carriage. But even so, 1 day is not a small amount of time. The Kixie bluebird flew all the way in the direction pointed by Ning Rongrong, but as time went by, Ning Rongrong became a little bored. After all you can do all day is look at the hazy white fog around you and the monotonous scenery on the ground. It was quite interesting at the beginning, but now it feels very boring. Tianatian Shuba. Ah, so boring. Ning Rongrong complained. But even though Ning Rongrong complained, she didn't mean to ask Bai Ge to remove the white fog, because Ning Rongrong also knew that without the cover of the white fog, the Kixie blue bird would be discovered. Why don't you play with this? Seeing Ning Rongrong so bored, Bai Ge, who was sitting behind her, thought about it, took out a strange crystal board from the system space, and handed it to Ning Rongrong. Hey, what is this? Looking at the crystal board in her hand, Ning Rongrong asked with some confusion. It's called Hawaii Honor Max. You can think of it as an entertainment soul guide. Let me show you how to play it. Bai Ge smiled, took the crystal board from Ning Rongrong, and then pressed his finger on a hidden key. As the boot ring rang, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but become more curious, looking at the gradually shining crystal board, and felt like a kitten was scratching her heart. Bai Ji skillfully found the game item in the application list, and then moved some more fun stand-alone games to the home screen, and then explained it to Ning Rongrong. See these icons? These icons represent games. This game is Pushbox, this game is Snake, this one is Super Mario, this one is Poca. Copyright Monday. After telling Ning Rongrong the names and introductions of the games, Ning Rongrong immediately became interested. Games? It seems very interesting. I want to play this Super Mario. After watching Bai Ji's demonstration, Ning Rongrong, who had just watched Pushbox and Snake, couldn't wait and chose Super Mario after seeing it. Okay, then I'll explain to you how to operate it. Holding Ning Rongrong in his arms, Bai Ji began to seriously introduce the operation method of Super Mario to Ning Rongrong, and Ning Rongrong was also very smart and learned it quickly. But after playing for an hour, the clumsy Ning Rongrong still couldn't pass Super Mario. Instead, she died every time, and her mentality was furious. In the end, Ning Rongrong could only ask Bai Ji to change a game for her. Finally, considering that Ning Rongrong was just a novice, Bai Ji could only choose the simplest and least operational temple run for Ning Rongrong. While Ning Rongrong was playing games, time passed quickly as she listened to her clear and crisp laughter. The Kixie Bluebird flew forward, passing through Soto City and the Kingdom of Barak. In the evening, it finally entered the territory of the Kingdom of Sylves. For a whole day, Ning Rongrong worked hard to refresh her own record, staring at the screen with eyes that almost didn't blink. She was simply a live internet addict girl. Finally, Bai Ji couldn't stand it anymore, so he could only forcibly confiscate the crystal board, quit the internet addiction, let Ning Rongrong sleep, and continue playing tomorrow. Ning Rongrong couldn't resist Bai Ji, so she could only lie in Bai Ji's arms with a pout and sleep. But Ning Rongrong also knew that Bai Ji was doing this for her own good, so before going to bed, Ning Rongrong thought about it and kissed Bai Ji on purpose, as a response to Bai Ji's concern. But when he came to his senses, Bai Ji felt a little depressed. You said you stole. What are you kissing? I am here, I want to kiss you as much as you want. What does it mean to pretend to sleep after kissing you once? Chapter 127 Arriving at the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, meeting Ning Fengzi for the first time, 1/4. The Seven Treasures Glazed Sect is located in the mountains 300 kilometers north of Tiandu Imperial City. However, although it is located in a remote area, as one of the top 3 most prestigious sects on the continent, the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect is indeed quite impressive. In the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, there are mountains and rivers, white jade squares, and golden palaces, but the most famous building in the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect is still the 7-story glazed tower in the deepest part of the sect, which is made of bluestone jade bricks, covered with glazed flying tiles, and carved with golden phoenix and dragon jade pillars. Because of the name of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, this tower is also called the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower. It is the spiritual symbol of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect and an important meeting place in the sect. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tower has 7 floors, nearly 100 meters high, towering into the clouds. Bai Ji rode on the Seven Treasures Bluebird and saw this eye-catching building as soon as he entered the mountains. In front of Bai Ji, seeing the familiar Seven Treasures Glazed Tower, Ning Rongrong immediately put down the crystal plate in her hand and showed a joyful smile on her face. It has been 3 or 4 months since she left home. Although the feeling of freedom is wonderful, Ning Rongrong also misses her family at home. Seeing the familiar scenery again makes Ning Rongrong very happy. Bai Ji, just go down there. Pulling the corner of Bai Ji's clothes and pointing to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower, Ning Rongrong said. Okay, Xiaobai, land near that tower. Bai Ji nodded and said to the Seven Treasures Bluebird Xiaobai. Xi. Hearing Bai Ji's words, the Seven Treasures Bluebird made a light cry, indicating that he knew, and then suddenly spread his white wings like clouds and landed in the direction of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower. On the other side, Ning Fengzi, the current leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, had just left the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect Tower with 2 titled Douluo elders in the sect, and was preparing to take a walk in the sect in the early morning. The daughter who had been raised for many years suddenly left. Although Ning Fengzi already knew that his daughter went to Shrek Academy in Soto City, he was still a little worried. Of course, he missed her more. But Ning Fengzi also knew that the 2 elders around him also regarded his daughter as their own, and because of their age, they loved her more than he did. So although he was worried, in order to reassure the 2 elders, Ning Fengzi could only pretend to be calm and in control. Sect leader, Why didn't Rong Rong come back to see us, and didn't even send a letter? Could it be that he forgot about my old bones? Behind Ning Fengzi, a middle-aged man with a thin figure but a very tall frame, who looked a little old, couldn't help but sigh and said, "Uncle Gu, you worry too much. Although Rong Rong is a little quirky, she is still very nostalgic. She will definitely not forget us. It's just that it is said that the teaching style of Shrek Academy is very strict. I guess Rong Rong is being strictly disciplined now. How can she have time to come back to see us or send us a letter?" Hearing Gu Rong's words, Ning Fengzi shook his head and smiled faintly. Strictly discipline? That Shrek Academy dares to strictly discipline Rong Rong? They dare. Hearing Ning Fengzi's words, Gu Rong couldn't help but blew his beard and glared. Uncle Gu. Hearing Gu Rong's words, Ning Fengzi was quite amused. It's because of you and Uncle Jian that Rong Rong has developed a fearless character, like a little witch. If you don't discipline her strictly, I'm afraid she will go to heaven in the future. Go to heaven, as long as I and old man Jian are here, no one can hurt Rong Rong. Gu Rong muttered. Master, there seems to be something in the cloud. Behind him, the silent sword Douluo Chen Xian suddenly spoke. Hearing Chen Xian's words, Ning Fengzi and Gu Rong couldn't help but look up at the sky. Following the direction pointed by Chen Xian, they saw a strange white cloud flying towards the Seven Treasures glazed tower. What is this? Is it a special soul beast? Gu Rong couldn't help but feel a little strange. Clan, do you want me to shoot it down? Looking at Ning Fengzi, Gu Rong asked. No, there shouldn't be any soul beast that dares to come to our Seven Treasures glazed sect. Maybe it's just the wind that blows the clouds. Ning Fengzi looked at the strange clouds in the sky and shook his head slowly. Wait, why do I seem to hear Rong Rong's voice? Hearing Ning Fengzi's words, Gu Rong nodded, but suddenly, Gu Rong seemed to hear a familiar voice vaguely. The voice was very weak, but it was particularly kind, calling Grandpa Bone in waves. This isn't this Rong Rong's voice? Gu Rong was a little confused, but didn't Rong Rong go to Shrek Academy? It must be his hallucination. Just as Gu Rong shook his head secretly, thinking that he might be old when even his ears began to fail, Chen Xian beside him suddenly said happily, Master, it's Rong Rong, Rong Rong is back. Rong Rong is back. Gu Rong was confused, and Ning Fengzi was also a little surprised to hear Chen Xian's words. It's that cloud, Master, old Gu, look carefully, the one in that cloud is Rong Rong. Chen Xian pointed at the strange cloud in the sky and said excitedly. Rong Rong is in the cloud. Hearing Chen Xian's words, Gu Rong and Ning Fengzi quickly turned their soul power into their eyes. As the soul power entered the eyes, everything in front of them suddenly became much clearer, and the strange cloud gradually revealed its true face. It turned out to be a strange sky blue beautiful giant bird. The giant bird was covered with a layer of unrecognizable white mist, and on the giant bird, the girl who was waving her right hand and shouting happily was Ning Rong Rong. Rong Rong. Seeing Ning Rong Rong, Ning Fengzi and Gu Rong immediately showed surprise on their faces. They both flew up quickly and ran towards the direction where the Kixie bluebird landed. Seeing the actions of Ning Fengzi and Gu Rong, Chen Xian could only shake his head with some amusement and quickly followed. The Kixie bluebird flew very fast. After approaching the Seven Treasures glazed tower, it landed on an open space in less than a minute. After the Kixie bluebird landed, Bai Ji hurriedly grabbed Ning Rong Rong, and then with a burst of white light, the Kixie bluebird suddenly turned into a bluebird and landed on Bai Ji's shoulder. Dad, Grandpa Bone, Grandpa Sword. After landing on the ground, Ning Rong Rong saw Ning Fengzi, Gu Rong and Chen Xian who were rushing over quickly, and her face was full of smiles. After breaking free from Bai Ji's hand, she immediately threw herself into Ning Fengzi's arms like a young swallow returning to its nest. Seeing a handsome middle-aged man in brocade robes not far in front of him, Bai Ji immediately realized that this should be Ning Rong Rong's father Ning Fengzi. While smiling and stroking the hair of his daughter Ning Rong Rong, whom he had not seen for a long time, Ning Fengzi also noticed Bai Ji who was with Ning Rong Rong just now. Chapter 128 Ning Fengzi's Shock, 2/4. Rong Rong, don't you want to introduce your friend to us? Ning Fengzi let go of Ning Rong Rong and looked at Bai Ji, smiling. Hello, uncle, my name is Bai Ji, Rong Rong's. Before Bai Ji finished speaking, Ning Rong Rong suddenly interrupted Bai Ji and interrupted, Dad, his name is Bai Ji, and he is my boyfriend. Boyfriend? Hearing Ning Rongrong's words, the expressions of Ning Fengzi, Gurong, and Chen Xin suddenly became subtle at the same time. Seeing the expressions of Ning Fengzi, Gurong, and Chen Xin, Bai Ji secretly complained in his heart. He had hooked up with someone else's daughter, and now he felt that things were not going to be good. Dad, what are you doing? Don't look at Bai Ji like that. Seeing that Ning Fengzi, Jian, and Gu Douluo all looked at Bai Ji with very unhappy eyes, Ning Rongrong immediately broke away from Ning Fengzi's arms, and then blocked in front of Bai Ji, saying coquettishly. No, my dear daughter, you are wrong. Your father is looking at you with a critical eye. Your daughter is still young and may not be able to judge people accurately, but your father's eyes are accurate and can definitely help you see clearly. Ning Fengzi still had a faint smile, but it was a fake smile. Dad, others don't know, don't you know your daughter's eyes? Ning Rongrong stepped forward and hugged Ning Fengzi's arm, shaking and saying coquettishly. Hey, Rongrong, what do you mean by that? Are you saying that your grandpa Guta's eyesight is not good either? Gurong's mouth twitched. She hadn't even started dating the man yet, but now he was someone else. I'm afraid that all the time she spent on him was in vain. Grandpa Gutu, don't get stuck in a rut, Grandpa Jian too. I mean, my eyesight is also very accurate. Don't always look at Bai Ji with a thief's eye. Ning Rongrong stamped her feet helplessly. Also accurate. Ning Fengzi shook his head. Okay, Rongrong, you guys seem to have come back on a giant sky blue bird just now. Why didn't you see the bird? Ning Fengzi looked around and saw nothing. He couldn't help but feel a little strange. Guess. Ning Rongrong blinked. Flew away. Gurong asked tentatively. No. Ning Rongrong shook her head. Put it in a special soul guide. Gurong asked again tentatively. No. Ning Rongrong couldn't help but cover her mouth and started to laugh. Don't guess any more, it's that one. See if it's on Bai Ji's shoulder. The bird we were sitting on just now is that bird. It's called Bai. Pointing at the blue bird Bai, Ning Rongrong smiled with narrowed eyes. After hearing what Ning Rongrong said, the three of them finally focused their attention on the blue bird Bai on Bai Ji's shoulder. If Ning Rongrong didn't say it, the three of them would never have thought about it. Thinking that such a small bird was actually the huge Kixie bluebird that I saw just now. Rongrong, you won't lie to me, will you? Gurong was a little suspicious. Reed Forest. He had never heard of a soul beast that could freely change its body size, but thinking of the legend that 100,000-year soul beast could change into a human, it was not impossible for a soul beast that could freely change its body size. No, how could I lie to you? Ning Rongrong stuck out her tongue. Bai, quickly transform for my dad, Grandpa Bone, and Grandpa Sword. Hearing Ning Rongrong's words, the bluebird turned its head and looked at Bai Ji. When Bai Ji nodded in agreement, the bluebird flapped its wings and flew to the side. With a flash of white light, the originally petite bluebird instantly turned into the Kixie bluebird form, which made Ning Fengzi and the other two widen their eyes. I didn't expect that there would be such a wonderful soul beast in the world. I've never seen such a wonderful soul beast in my life. Gurong sighed and shook his head. It's really amazing. Jian Douluo Chen Xin, who always behaved calmly towards everything, nodded in agreement. Amazing, isn't it? Bai is the most amazing soul beast I have ever seen. There may be only one in this world, and it can only be found here at Bai Ji's place. Ning Rongrong said with a smile. After hearing what Ning Rongrong said, Ning Fengzi finally let go of his guard and began to look at Bai Ji squarely. Your name is Bai Ji, right? Nice to meet you. I'm Rongrong's father. My name is Ning Fengzi. I'm currently the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. Rongrong said you're her boyfriend. I don't mind Rongrong having a boyfriend, as long as you two pay attention to each other. After all, Rongrong is still young. But Rongrong's recognition of you doesn't mean that we also recognize you. If you want to be Rongrong's boyfriend, you must pass our test, otherwise we won't recognize you. I hope you understand this. Looking at Bai Ji, Ning Fengzi said seriously. Hey, Dad, please don't be like this, Bai Ji is very powerful. Today he is 12 years old, but Bai Ji is already a level 38 soul master, and he once made teacher Zhao Wuji suffer a great loss. Hearing that Ning Fengzi actually wanted to test Bai Ji, thinking of the two grandfathers who have always loved her to the point of almost doting on her, Ning Rongrong couldn't sit still and said hurriedly. 12 years old? Level 38 Soul Master, and made Zhao Wuji suffer a great loss. Hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Ning Fengzi couldn't help but frowned, not quite believing it in his heart. He is only 12 years old, no matter how you look at it. Gurong looked a little skeptical. He is really only 12 years old. We joined Shrek Academy together. The teacher who registered him also thought that Bai Ji was old, but after testing, Bai Ji's age is really the same as mine, only 12 years old, and Bai Ji's teacher is the famous Master Yu Xiaogang. Bai Ji worshipped Master Yu Xiaogang when he was a child. The master will not lie. Ning Rongrong explained. Master Yu Xiaogang. Hearing Ning Rongrong's words, thinking of the reputation of the man in the rumor, Ning Fengzi's frown gradually relaxed. Is Zhao Wuji the Akala Zhao Wuji of the past? Is he also a teacher at Shrek Academy? Yes, teacher Zhao Wuji is now our teacher at Shrek Academy. Ning Rongrong nodded. Is it possible to make Zhao Wuji suffer? Ning Fengzi thought in his heart. Bai Ji, show your cultivation to my father, Grandpa Bone and Grandpa Sword. Seeing that his father Ning Fengzi was not completely convinced, Ning Rongrong could not help but whisper to Bai Ji. Yes. Bai Ji nodded and summoned the Moyun Teng. As the Moyun Teng emerged from the palm of his right hand, 3 shining soul rings, 1 yellow and 2 purple, slowly rose from Bai Ji's feet. Impossible. Seeing the 3 soul rings in front of them, Ning Fengzi, Gurong and Chen Xian couldn't help but exclaim at the same time, with an incredible look in their eyes. Chapter 129 The Test of Jian Douluo and Gu Douluo, Gold Level Mission, 3/4. Isn't the second soul ring of a soul master only 100 years at most? How could there be a 1000-year soul ring? Seeing the 3 soul rings of 1 yellow and 2 purple on Bai Ji's body, even with Ning Fengzi's chi cultivation skills, he couldn't help but scream. Ning Fengzi is a learned man. Because of the natural defects of the 7 treasure glazed tower martial soul, Ning Fengzi, who is now in his 50s and has reached the 79th level of Soul Saint, can no longer make any progress. So Ning Fengzi has a lot of free time to deal with miscellaneous matters inside and outside the sect, and can read books. This is why the 7 treasure glazed sect is currently the best developed sect among the top 3 sects, and Ning Fengzi's contribution is indispensable. While reading in his spare time, Ning Fengzi also read the master's works and was familiar with some of the master's theories. He remembered what is clear is the maximum absorption age of soul rings at each stage of soul masters. Among them, the maximum age of soul rings that soul masters can absorb when they become great soul masters should not be only more than 700 years. How can they absorb a 1000-year soul ring? Ning Fengzi was full of disbelief, and on the side, when Bai Ji showed his soul ring, Gurong, the bone Douluo, and Chen Xian, the sword Douluo, were also very shocked. Because in their perception, Bai Ji's cultivation is indeed a level 38 soul master. If it is a level 38 soul master at the age of 15, it can certainly be called a top talent, but Gurong and Chen Xian have seen it before. But Ning Rongrong said that Bai Ji is only 12 years old. A level 38 soul master at the age of 12 is unheard of and unseen. Perhaps only the legendary people of the Qian family of the Wuhan Hall who have the 6-winged angel of the Wuhan Hall's inherited spirit and can reach the level 20 innate spirit power can reach this realm at the age of 12. In addition to being shocked, Gurong could not help but instantly turn into a residual image and came to Bai Ji. After saying excuse me, he grabbed Bai Ji's right hand with lightning speed. Hey! But just as Gurong was about to touch the bones, he was surprised to find that Bai Ji's muscles were unexpectedly tough. Even with his familiarity with bones, it was difficult to clearly feel Bai Ji's bones. What's wrong? Seeing Gurong's surprised expression, Chen Xian beside him instantly turned into a breeze and came to Bai Ji, asking Gurong beside him. His muscles are surprisingly tough, not like a soul master at all, but like a power-type soul master. Gurong's face was a little strange. Hearing Gurong's words, Chen Xian quickly stretched out his right hand and tapped Bai Ji's wrist after a pause, and then couldn't help showing a look of surprise. Hehe, are you surprised? When we signed up for Shrek Academy, the teacher was unable to feel Bai Ji's bone age through his wrist. But Grandpa Bone, you can feel his calf, and you should be able to feel his bone age from there. Seeing Gurong and Chen Xian frustrated, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but cover her mouth and snicker. A soul master level body. Ning Fengzi's heart moved when he heard Gurong's words, and he couldn't help but look forward to it. If Bai Ge is really a 38th level soul master at the age of 12, coupled with a physical fitness far superior to his peers and a second soul ring of the millennium level, then Bai Ge is definitely a real monster, and there is no doubt that he can match his daughter. Read the book. Although their Kai Bao Liulai sect is now in the midst of vigorous development, and there are two titled Douluo in the sect, but Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo were too old when they broke through the titled Douluo, and their physical fitness will inevitably decline with the years. Of course, nothing can be seen now, but in the future, he will naturally have no problem, but he must think about his daughter. If his daughter can find a future titled Douluo as her husband, then both the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect and his daughter will be able to rely on them in the future. I'm sorry. When Ning Fengzi was looking forward to it, Gu Rong said I'm sorry to Bai Ge again, and then reached out and touched Bai Ge's calf. With the perception of soul power, Gu Rong's expression suddenly became surprised. He is really only 12 years old. With amazement in his heart, Gu Rong slowly stood up and sighed to Ning Fengzi, Sect Master, Mr. Bai Ge is really only 12 years old. Dad, Grandpa Bone, Grandpa Sword, what are you still doubting? Could it be that wrong, I have made a mistake. Seeing that both her father and her beloved Grandpa Bone and Grandpa Sword were shocked by the man she found, Ning Rong couldn't help but say proudly. Bai Ge, your excellence is indeed something I have never heard of or seen before. If we only talk about your cultivation, you are undoubtedly worthy of my daughter, but my daughter is an auxiliary spirit master. To protect her, you must not only have cultivation, but also strong combat power. I have tested your talent, but we don't know your will and combat power yet. Are you willing to accept my last test? Looking at Bai Ge, Ning Fengzi said softly. If you pass the last test, you will be the son-in-law of our Seven Treasures Glazed sect in the future. I will give you the Seven Treasures Order of our Seven Treasures Glazed sect. In the future, the Seven Treasures Glazed sect will be your backing. You can act in the name of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. As long as you are right, our Seven Treasures Glazed sect will never let you suffer any loss. Ning Fengzi's expression was very solemn. It can be seen that if Bai Ge accepts and passes this test, Ning Fengzi will regard Bai Ge as a prospective son-in-law, and this identity is even closer to that of a fiancé copyright. Looking at Ning Fengzi's serious expression, Bai Ge also realized that Ning Fengzi was serious. If he agreed and passed the test, then the elegant middle-aged man in front of him would probably be his future father-in-law, so Bai Ge did not hesitate, but made a decision directly, I do. Okay, decisive enough, Rong has never seen it. Ning Fengzi also admired Bai Ge's decisiveness. Elder Gu, Elder Jian, trouble. Looking at Gu Rong and Chen Xian beside him, Ning Fengzi said solemnly. Although Ning Fengzi did not say the content of the test, but with the tacit understanding between the three of them, Gu Rong and Chen Xian instantly understood what Ning Fengzi meant. Yes, Sect Master. The two clasped their fists and said. While Ning Fengzi was talking to Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo, the system prompt sounded again in Bai Ge's mind. Ding! The system has detected that the Seven Treasure Glazed Sect's leader Ning Fengzi will have Bone Douluo Gu Rong and Sword Douluo Chen Xian test the host. Now the task is issued, pass the test. Ning Fengzi is already very satisfied with the host, but for the sake of his daughter and to further detect the host's potential, Ning Fengzi decided to let Sword Bone Douluo exert soul pressure on the host and test it for 10 minutes. Please pass the test successfully. Reward, 1 chance to draw a gold level lottery. Chapter 130 Tenacious Bai Ge, Breakthrough, 4/4. Mr. Bai Ge, I'm sorry. Looking at Bai Ge, Jian Chen, whose temperament and dress are quite chivalrous, clasped his fists to Bai Ge. After that, Jian Chen summoned his martial soul, a 7-foot-long sword with a sharp cold light, the Seven Killing Sword. The Seven Killing Sword is also a famous martial soul in Douluo continent. If Hao Hammer is known for its heaviness and power, then the Seven Killing Sword is known for its absolute sharpness throughout the continent. However, compared to Hao Hammer, the only person who possesses the Seven Killing Sword martial soul is Jian Chen, the Sword Douluo. So in terms of fame, the Seven Killing Sword is far less famous than Hao Hammer, but in terms of the rank of martial soul, even if the Seven Killing Sword is slightly inferior to Hao Hammer, it is definitely not much worse. Holding the Seven Killing Sword, Jian Chen, who had a calm face and a calm temperament before, suddenly became like a different person. His face suddenly became murderous, and the whole person suddenly became sharp. And with the rise of the 9 soul rings of yellow, purple, black, but compared to the simple weight bearing, the pressure of soul power acts on every corner of the body, which makes Bai Ji, who often undergoes gravity training, a little overwhelmed. However, if you look closely, you can find that among the 9 soul rings outside Jian Chen's body, only the first 3 emit a faint light, which means that Jian Chen actually only uses the pressure of the soul master level, but it is only because of the soul power quality of the titled Douluo level that Bai Ji feels extremely strenuous. However, it is only the pressure of the soul master level. Although Bai Ji's face is slightly red and his body feels a little strenuous, he can endure it, and even his waist does not bend. This makes Jian Chen frown and raise his soul power to the soul master level again. Suddenly, Bai Ji's waist bends and his face becomes a little red, but as he circulates the 9 yen manual, Bai Ji still persists. 1 minute passed, 2 minutes passed, 3 minutes passed until the next 5 minutes. Seeing that Bai Ji still showed no signs of failing, Jian Chen once again raised his soul power pressure by 10 levels, raising it to the Soul King level. The title Douluo level quality and Soul King level soul power pressure came like a mountain pressing down on Bai Ji, and immediately made Bai Ji grit his teeth. At this moment, Bai Ji had already fully activated the Xian Gong, the Dragon Elephant Prujna Gong, and the 13 Taibao horizontal refining gold bell cover. The internal force in his body surged like a mountain river, and his blood boiled like a furnace. The moment the sweat beads almost seeped out of the pores, they were evaporated into water vapor by the high temperature on Bai Ji's body surface, making Bai Ji look like he was shrouded in a faint mist. Now Bai Ji was like a piece of steel, and the pressure given by Jian Chen was like a heavy hammer constantly hitting Bai Ji. Under Jian Chen's pressure, the Dragon Elephant Prujna Gong and the 13 Taibao horizontal refining gold bell cover in Bai Ji's body were constantly running, just like a big fire constantly tempering Bai Ji's body. Fire, steel, hammer. Under the constant tempering of the 3, the medicinal power accumulated in Bai Ji's body from the 3 months of eating medicinal food is being digested frantically. Originally, after absorbing nearly half of the cultivation of the 2,000-year-old human-faced demon spider spirit ring absorbed by Meng Yuran, Bai Ji's Dragon Elephant Prujna Art and 13 Taibao horizontal refining gold bell cover had already made great progress. After 3 months of training and medicinal food supplements, under the tempering of Jian Chen at this moment, Bai Ji's Dragon Elephant Prujna Art and 13 Taibao horizontal refining gold bell cover finally both ushered in a breakthrough. Dragon Elephant Prujna Art broke through to the 8th level at this moment, and 13 Taibao horizontal refining gold bell cover broke through to the 5th level, and they were tenaciously heading towards the 7th level of Iron Bone Realm. In his body, his internal force surged like a tide, and his blood boiled like a volcano. With the breakthrough of the Dragon Elephant Prujna and the 13 Taibao's horizontal refining golden bell, Bai Ji couldn't help but roar, move. Then, under the shocked eyes of Jian Chen, Gu Rong and Ning Fengzi, he straightened his bent waist again. At the same time, Bai Ji's bones crackled like firecrackers, which shocked Gu Rong. Could it be that he broke through in the battle? Strong body, tenacious will. Seeing Bai Ji still holding on and straightening his back stubbornly, Ning Fengzi was quite impressed. You know, even if he was under Jian Chen Rusai's pressure, he probably couldn't hold on for long, but Bai Ji had already held on for 6 or 7 minutes. Wrong, Dad now thinks you are very accurate in judging people. Turning his head to look at Ning Rongrong, who was very nervous, Ning Fengzi suddenly whispered. Ah! But Ning Rongrong, who was looking at Bai Ji nervously, was slightly stunned by Ning Fengzi's words. Seeing his daughter's absent-minded look, Ning Fengzi only laughed a little and shook his head with some emotion. There are still 3 minutes. Looking at Bai Ji, who was still holding on, Ning Fengzi said lightly. I'll come too. Hearing that there were only 3 minutes left, Bai Ji used the momentum of the breakthrough to straighten his body stubbornly under Jian Chen's pressure. Gu Rong immediately called out his martial spirit with a low shout. Roar! Accompanied by a faint dragon roar, a terrifying bone dragon suddenly emerged from Gu Rong's body. This was a pale dragon made purely of bones, with green phosphorescent flames in its eyes, and a cold and dead aura all over its body, which made people terrified. And with the appearance of the bone dragon, 9 soul rings of yellow, purple, black, and black suddenly emerged from Gu Rong's feet. Looking at Bai Ji, among the 9 soul rings lingering on Gu Rong's body, the first 3 suddenly bloomed with a sickle-like light, and a terrifying pressure immediately acted on Bai Ji's body, causing Bai Ji's originally straight waist to bend again. There are still 2 minutes. Ning Fengzi's faint voice sounded again, and Gu Rong couldn't help but increase the pressure by 10 levels again, raising the soul pressure to the soul master level. Being oppressed by the pressure of 2 title Douluo, and reaching the title Douluo level, because the soul master has begun to comprehend the true meaning of his own martial soul, like Jian Chen comprehended the sword meaning, and Gurong comprehended the meaning of death, so the pressure faced by Bai Ji is not only the soul pressure, but also the pressure of the mind. It's okay to face Jian Chen alone, but facing Jian Chen and Gurong at the same time, the added difficulty is not 1 + 1 = 2, but 1 + 1 is greater than 2. Facing such a strong pressure, it is almost impossible for Bai Ji to resist with soul power and body, so Bai Ji decisively summoned the Moyun Vine. With the black and purple Moyun Vine covered with blood-colored lines and spikes slowly emerging from Bai Ji's heart, countless black and purple vines suddenly broke out of the ground around Bai Ji's body under Bai Ji's control. After summoning the Moyun Vine, the third of the 3 soul rings on Bai Ji's body quietly bloomed with brilliance. With the use of the ultimate absorption, Bai Ji's pressure was immediately reduced a lot. Can a control-type soul master have such a strong body? Looking at the Moyun Vine twisted and entangled around Bai Ji's body, the whole body is black and purple, full of thorns and blood veins, which looks particularly terrifying. Combined with the gritting teeth and twisted expression on Bai Ji's face, Bai Ji looks like a demon king who walked out of the thorn hell. Gurong's heart is full of wonder. His martial soul is absorbing our scattered soul power with the help of the skills of the third soul ring. As if sensing something, Jian Chen couldn't help but say to Gurong beside him. Well, together. As a rival and partner for many years, Gurong immediately understood what Jian Chen meant. Time was running out, but after Bai Ji revealed one trump card after another, he became more relaxed. If we don't add some fierce fire, it will be difficult to force out all of Bai Ji's trump cards and see Bai Ji's potential. Zi, pay attention. Looking at Bai Ji who was surrounded by countless twisted and entangled thorns, Gurong reminded him, and then instantly raised his soul power to the Soul King level. The powerful pressure came down like a storm, and immediately slapped Bai Ji on Lin. After Gurong and Jian Chen used the Soul King level pressure at the same time, Bai Ji finally couldn't hold on and knelt on one knee on Lin, but Bai Ji still gritted his teeth and insisted, one hand on the ground, and the other hand on the other knee. At this time, Ning Fengzi's indifferent and solemn voice came again, only 1 minute left. Chapter 131, Passing the Test, Gurong is shocked. 1/4. Under the pressure of Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, Bai Ji is like a small boat floating in the stormy waves. In his body, Xiantian Gong, Longxiang Pruchna Gong and 13 Teibao's horizontal refining gold bell cover have been pushed to the extreme, and the martial soul Mo Yuntang has also been summoned. Countless dense Mo Yuntang grew around Bai Ji. The absorption ability of Mo Yuntang itself, combined with the soul skill ultimate absorption of the third soul ring, is absorbing the soul power released by Chen Xin and Gurong. On the one hand, it relieves Bai Ji's pressure, and on the other hand, it provides Bai Ji with endurance. However, as Sword and Bone Douluo once again increase the pressure of soul power, gradually increasing the soul power from Soul King level to Soul Emperor level, under the increasingly terrifying pressure, Mo Yuntang also unable to bear it, Bai Ji could only reveal his last trump card. With a muffled groan, Bai Ji's bones began to creak again. It seemed as if something was wriggling in front of Bai Ji's chest. Finally, with a rip sound, 8 deep purple spider legs stretched out from Bai Ji's back, slowly stretched and pierced into the ground, continuing to support Bai Ji's body. External soul bone. Ning Fengzi, who had seen a lot, immediately recognized Bai Ji's 8 spider spears, but his heart was already numb with shock. A 12-year-old level 38 soul master, a strong body far beyond the same level, a second soul ring of the millennium level, and now an external soul bone, isn't this normal? External soul bone. But Ning Rongrong, who was standing aside, was a little confused when she heard Ning Fengzi's words. She had heard of soul bones, which were said to be a very precious thing, but what kind of soul bone was an external soul bone? Ning Rongrong had never heard of it. I'll explain this to you later. Let's continue watching now. It's almost over. Ning Fengzi shook his head and said. On the other side, as time passed, the soul pressure of Sword Bone Douluo continued to increase. In the last 10 seconds, the pressure was even close to the Soul Saint level. Looking at Bai Ji kneeling on one knee, clenching his teeth and persisting, not only his body was trembling, but even the 8 spider lance was trembling slightly. Ning Fengzi was also counting down silently in his heart. In fact, his test of Bai Ji was just to let one of the sword bone Douluo take action, and the pressure was only raised to the soul sect. But he didn't expect Bai Ji to be so outstanding. A single sword Douluo couldn't even force out Bai Ji's martial soul. In the end, it was Bone Douluo Gurong who took action and forced out Bai Ji's martial soul together. In the end, the two continued to increase the pressure and finally forced out Bai Ji's 8 spider lance. It must be said that Ning Fengzi was very satisfied with Bai Ji. If Ning Fengzi only thought that Bai Ji had the potential to become a titled Douluo before the test, then now Ning Fengzi has determined that Bai Ji will definitely become a titled Douluo, and even go one step further than an ordinary titled Douluo, becoming a legendary super Douluo, or even a peerless Douluo. Alright. The countdown of 10 seconds finally ended. Seeing that Bai Ji was almost at his limit, Ning Fengzi stretched out his hand to interrupt the test of Chen Xin and Gurong. Yes. After receiving Ning Fengzi's order, Chen Xin and Gurong immediately withdrew their soul pressure. As Chen Xin and Gurong withdrew their pressure, Bai Ji, who only had the gritted teeth to persist in his mind, suddenly felt his whole body lighten, and a strong sense of fatigue instantly came over him. Before he fainted, Bai Ji subconsciously put away the 8 spider lance. As the 8 spider lance was retracted, the unconscious Bai Ji suddenly lost his support point and fell to the ground. Bai Ji. Seeing the moment before Bai Ji fell unconscious, Ning Rongrong, who was already worried, rushed out instantly and caught Bai Ji before Bai Ji fell down after retracting the 8 spider lances. Looking at the unconscious Bai Ji, Ning Rongrong's face was full of worry. Dad, how can you do this to Bai Ji? Bai Ji took the trouble to send me back, but you didn't thank him properly, and you had to torture him until he fell unconscious. Looking at Ning Fengzi and Jiangu Douluo, Ning Rongrong complained angrily. Kakei Chinese. Rongrong, your father is also for your own good. Now you haven't even got married yet, and you're already turning your elbow outward. Hearing Ning Rongrong's complaints, Gurong couldn't help but laugh. I don't care, Dad, you must compensate him well. Just give Bai Ji all the 1,000-year-old spiritual ginseng and 10,000-year-old snow lotus you collected. Bai Ji is an alchemist and will definitely be able to make perfect use of your precious medicines. Looking at Ning Fengzi, Ning Rongrong rolled her eyes and said. Alchemist? What kind of profession is this? Hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Ning Fengzi was a little curious. Alchemist, this is what Bai Ji told me. I don't know what the specific profession is, but it should be similar to a pharmacist. However, the difference between a pharmacist and a pharmacist should be the difference between an ordinary blacksmith and a divine craftsman. This is the elixir that Bai Ji once gave me. Here, try it. Ning Rongrong didn't know how to explain her father Ning Fengzi's question, so she could only take out a bottle of elixir that Bai Ji gave her from the soul guide. It was Baiko Dan. Due to material limitations, the pills that Bai Ji is currently refining are very ordinary, basically just a few types, such as the essence pill for restoring physical strength, the chi pill for restoring soul power and internal strength, the bone strengthening pill for strengthening bones, the black jade bone restoring paste for healing injuries, and the herb pill, which is like a panacea. Among them, the herb pill is the most precious, and a large amount of fresh herbs are needed to refine it. Even the most ordinary essence pill requires a variety of herbs such as ginseng and ganoderma lucidum, and a furnace costs more than hundreds of gold soul coins. During the 3-month training period, Bai Ji also shared the pills. But of course, this costs money. After all, not only are the raw materials of the pills valuable, but they are also quite laborious to refine. Bai Ji most of the current elixirs were refined in the 3 or 4 years after the alchemy was obtained in Notting City. The quantities are not large, so naturally they cannot be shared for free. The same goes for the hidden weapons Tang San shared. After all, brothers have to settle accounts openly, let alone classmates who are just close friends. But for Ning Rongrong, who was already his girlfriend-to-be, Bai Ji naturally gave it to her for free, and even gave her the most precious Baiko pill. Although Baiko Dan is the most troublesome to refine, its effects are equally significant. It can not only heal injuries and restore energy, but also nourish the skin. If it can be introduced to the entire Douluo continent, it will definitely make Bai Ji make a lot of money. After all, in the world the people who spend the most money are women. But Bai Ji is not ready yet. The dragon snake family alone cannot allow Bai Ji to take the risk of exposing the elixir. However, if there is the support of the Kaibao glazed sect, which is currently ranked second on the mainland, the elixir will not be released. What's the trouble? In fact, Bai Ge also had this purpose in coming to Kaibao glazed sect this time. What's this? Looking at the elixir in Ning Rongrong's hand, Ning Fengzi asked. This is the elixir. The elixir in my hand is the most precious Baiko elixir in Bai Ge's hand. It can not only heal injuries and restore energy, but also beautify and nourish the skin. It is very precious. Dad, you have a try, and Grandpa Bones and Grandpa Jian, you guys have a taste too. After carefully placing Bai Ge on the grass, Ning Rongrong poured out 3 herb pills from the small porcelain bottle, then came to Ning Fengzi, Gurong and Chen Xin, and put 1 herb pill into 3 bowls respectively. Human palm. This. Looking at the black bullet in his hand, Gurong hesitated, but thinking that it was a gift from Ning Rongrong, Gurong gritted his teeth and swallowed it. But as soon as he swallowed the Baiko pill, Gurong was shocked, because he only felt a vigorous life essence rising from his belly and quickly pouring into his limbs and bones, making his spirit suddenly shake. Vibration, just like lifespan, seems to be extended a lot. In fact, although a soul master can increase his lifespan by nearly 100 years after entering the realm of titled Douluo by level up, if he can reach level 99, he can theoretically live for nearly 1,000 years, but not all of them can live for nearly 1,000 years. Titled Douluo can live to the limit of their theoretical lifespan. After a soul master upgrades to the titled Douluo realm, the decline in body functions will be greatly slowed down. Therefore, the sooner he upgrades to the titled Douluo realm, the longer the soul master can live and the longer he can live to his theoretical lifespan. Limit. However, although Gurong and Chen Xin were extremely talented, their fate was ill-fated. They rose rapidly after meeting Ning Fengzi, and when they reached the titled Douluo, they were already over 60 years old. This has long missed a person's most golden age, so although Chen Xin and Gurong are level 93 or above titled Douluo, they may not actually live to be 200 years old. However, after taking the Baiko Dan, Gurong clearly felt that her already declining body functions were gradually recovering, which made Gurong not help but shocked. Chapter 132 Ning Fengzi's Relief, 2/4. What's wrong? Seeing Gurong's shocked look, Ning Fengzi couldn't help but ask. Sect Master, after taking this elixir, I feel that my body functions are recovering. I even said that if I have enough of this elixir, I feel that I can restore my body to the state of 30 or 40 years old. Gurong said very excitedly. What? Hearing Gurong's words, not only Ning Fengzi, but also Jian Chen, who had always been indifferent, couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise. Old Jian, you should try it quickly. The magic of this pill will definitely not disappoint you. Gurong urged. After hearing Gurong's words, Jian Chen and Ning Fengzi also slowly took the Baiko pill. They felt the rich Baiko essence, or the life essence, surging in the body and flowing into the limbs and bones. Both of them were shocked. Sect Master, what Old Bones said is right. If we can get enough of this elixir, and washed by the sufficient life essence, we do have hope to return to the peak. Jian Chen suppressed his excitement and said to Ning Fengzi. Wrong, you really brought a surprise to my father this time. Listening to Gurong and Jian Chen's words, Ning Fengzi suppressed her excitement and looked at Ning Rongrong's face filled with relief. In the past, in the 7 Treasures glazed sect, Ning Rongrong had always been a lawless little witch, relying on the love of sword and bone Douluo, which gave him a headache. However, after making up his mind to let Ning Rongrong sharpen his skills, Ning Rongrong gave him a big surprise. For a sect, especially a powerful sect, the existence of a titled Douluo is the key to determining the rise and fall of the sect. It was precisely because of his subjugation of Sword Bone Douluo that Ning Fengzi developed the 7 Treasures glazed sect to the point where it is now the second sect in the mainland. However, when he met Sword Bone Douluo, both of them were already quite old. Although Ning Fengzi recognized heroes with his keen eye and amazing skills, he finally succeeded in subduing the Sword Bone Douluo and trained the 2 of them into titled Douluo, but at that time, Jian Chen and Gurong were already almost 70 years old. No longer young. Because their body functions have begun to decline, even if they become titled Douluo, the 2 of them cannot live to the theoretical limit age of titled Douluo. For this reason, Ning Fengzi is actually very worried. But because Sword Bone Douluo's current physical condition still healthy, Ning Fengzi did not express his worry. After all, it would take another 30 or 40 years for Sword Bone Douluo to lose his titled Douluo level combat power. Maybe by that time, their 7 Treasures glazed tile sect would have a new titled Douluo. But now Ning Rongrong has brought the possibility of solving this problem. If the 100 herbs pill can restore Swordbone Douluo's physical functions, then Swordbone Douluo can undoubtedly live to the theoretical limit of his lifespan. Even the weaker Bone Douluo among the Swordbone Douluo has a strength of 95, and Sword Douluo has a strength of 96. If the two can live to the theoretical limit of their lifespan, then their 7 treasures glazed tile sect can usher in a day with at least 2 titled Douluos sitting in charge for 700 years. Ning Fengzi could not help but feel excited. Wrong, how many of these pills does Beg have now? No matter what the price, our 7 treasures glazed tile sect will buy them. Having made up his mind, Ning Fengzi looked at Ning Rongrong and said firmly. Dad, I don't know this either, but it shouldn't be much. After all, only Bai Ge can refine this kind of elixir, and it is said that refining is very troublesome and the raw materials are very expensive. But I can ask Bai Ge when he wakes up. Since the 100 herbs pill is so important to Grandpa Bone and Grandpa Sword, Rongrong will definitely try his best to let Bai Ge refine it for Grandpa Bone and Grandpa Sword. Ning Rongrong shook her head and said. But Dad, you must not treat Bai Ge unfairly. Ning Rongrong emphasized to Ning Fengzi again. Hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Ning Fengzi shook his head with some amusement. Don't worry, Rongrong, Bai Ge is now my future son-in-law. Can I still treat my son-in-law badly? Others may not know the capital of our Kai Bao Liulai sect, but you don't know it either. Can I still owe Bai Ge less money? Didn't you still miss my precious medicine before? Since Bai Ge can refine the medicinal materials into such a powerful elixir, as the saying goes, a precious sword is given to a hero. I don't have a precious sword, only precious medicine, so I will give it to Bai Ge. 12,345. Ning Fengzi smiled. Dad, you are so nice. Then I will thank you on behalf of Bai Ge. Hearing that Ning Fengzi was going to give his treasured precious medicine to Bai Ge, Ning Rongrong, who finally got benefits for her boyfriend, couldn't help but smile. Okay, Rongrong, you send Bai Ge into the house first, and we can have a good chat. Looking at his daughter whose elbows had been bent outside, Ning Fengzi said helplessly. Oh. Hearing Ning Fengzi's words, Ning Rongrong also turned around and returned to Bai Ge, and picked up Bai Ge. Although she was a girl, with the help of soul power, Ning Rongrong was also a strongman, and it was not a problem to pick up Bai Ge, who weighed only more than 200 pounds. After sending Bai Ge to the bedroom to rest, Ning Rongrong found Ning Fengzi again. Rongrong, how much has your strength improved in the past few months in Shrek Academy? In the living room, Ning Fengzi sat on the sofa, next to Jian Chen and Gu Rong. Seeing Ning Rongrong come out, Ning Fengzi couldn't help but ask curiously. Me, I'm level 28 now. Ning Rongrong jumped and sat opposite Ning Fengzi, smiling. Level 28? Wasn't you only level 26 when you went there? You have increased your soul power by 2 levels in less than 4 months. Hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Gu Rong couldn't help but be a little surprised. Only level 28, what's the big deal? I'm the weakest in Shrek Academy. Ning Rongrong pouted. 12 years old and level 28, this is already very talented. Jian Chen comforted. Who said that? Among my classmates, in addition to Bai Ge, Tang San and Xiao Wu are level 30 at the age of 12, and the others are about the same age as me, but their strength is higher than mine. Ning Rongrong said helplessly. 3 12-year-old soul masters, the others are about the same age as you, but their strength is higher than you. Hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Ning Fengzi couldn't help but be surprised. Yes, Bai Ge and Tang San are both disciples of the master, and Xiao Wu also graduated from the Nodding Academy where the master is with Tang San. I really admire the master for being able to teach such 2 outstanding disciples. Ning Rongrong said with some admiration. Master Yu Xiaogang. Ning Fengzi was also a little surprised. His understanding of the master actually only stayed at the theory of the 10 core competitiveness of the martial soul in the master's book. He just thought that the master was a genius because some of the theories in the 10 core competitiveness of the martial soul were indeed almost correct. But he didn't expect that the master would be so good at teaching his disciples. Could it be that if the theoretical knowledge is strong, the teaching ability will also be excellent? Ning Fengzi couldn't help but think secretly in his heart. Chapter 133 Hidden Weapons and Pills, 3/4. By the way, Dad, I came back this time to give you a gift. Oh no, I'm giving a gift to our 7 treasures glazed sect. As if thinking of something, Ning Rongrong suddenly round said with a grin to Ning Fengzi. Giving gifts, wasn't the previous pill your gift? Ning Fengzi was a little confused. No, that pill was given to me by Bai Ji, I just shared it with you, but I came back for another thing. Ning Rongrong shook her head. What is it? Ning Fengzi asked curiously. It's this, clang clang clang. Ning Rongrong took out a sleeve arrow and a zhuzh from the soul guide and placed them on the exquisite purple-patterned mahogany table in front of Ning Fengzi. What is this? This is a hidden weapon, a weapon that can automatically attack without soul power, and it is very powerful. Dad, don't you often complain that our auxiliary soul masters have no self-protection ability? Now with hidden weapons, our auxiliary soul masters can also protect themselves. Ning Rongrong explained with a smile. Rongrong, are you sure this thing is very lethal? Looking at the two hidden weapons on the table, Gurong was a little puzzled. After all, the zhuzh crossbow was okay, at least looking at the sharp arrows in the chamber, it still had a certain lethality, but looking at the sleeve arrow, it looked like a wrist guard, just looked more sophisticated, and there was no way to see its power. Don't worry, let me show you how to do it. Seeing that her father Ning Fengzi, Grandpa Gurong, and Grandpa Jian Chen Xin didn't know how to use hidden weapons, Ning Rongrong picked up the sleeve arrow with some amusement. Watch it. Ning Rongrong aimed the sleeve arrow at a chair not far away. As Ning Rongrong pressed the secret launch button, she heard a swoosh sound, and a silver light instantly broke through the air and shot onto the chair in the blink of an eye. The sharp steel spike about 1 finger long penetrated deeply into the wooden chair, causing Ning Fengzi to gasp. Such a sharp steel spike can penetrate a solid red sandalwood chair 1 finger deep. If it can attack a person's vulnerable parts, such as the neck, heart, and head, it can completely kill a person. Such an amazing weapon, on the surface, looks like an ordinary wrist guard. It is the best self-defense weapon for auxiliary spirit masters. After the sleeve arrow, Ning Rongrong continued to show the power of Zhuzh Lianu. Compared with the hidden sleeve arrow, Zhuzh Lianu is undoubtedly very obvious, but because of the existence of the soul guide, Zhuzh Lianu can also attack unexpectedly. Is this called a hidden weapon? It is indeed very suitable for our auxiliary spirit masters to defend themselves. Rongrong, you have given your father another surprise this time. Ning Fengzi exclaimed. If Bai Ji's elixir guarantees the future of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect, then Tang San's hidden weapon has greatly improved the basic strength of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect. The auxiliary spirit masters have no ability to protect themselves. This has always been a headache for all auxiliary spirit masters. Although there are hidden weapons, this situation cannot be completely solved, but it can undoubtedly greatly alleviate the worries of some auxiliary spirit masters with lower strength. Awesome, isn't it? Ning Rongrong smiled proudly after taking back the zhuzh crossbow. Now let's see if you still say I'm a useless little witch. I'm no longer the Ning Rongrong I used to be. Dog. Okay, my baby daughter, you're very useful now. I've surprised your father twice. I'll never say you're a useless little witch again. Ning Fengzi said with some amusement. That's about right. Ning Rongrong sat back on the sofa with satisfaction, then took out a soul guide like a brocade bag and placed it on the table in front of the sofa, saying, Dad, here are all the hidden weapons I brought back. Currently, there are only sleeve arrows and zhuzh crossbows. These are made by Tang San. The sleeve arrows require 10 gold soul coins, and the zhuzh crossbow requires 30 gold soul coins. There are a total of 100 sets, and the price is 4,000 gold soul coins. However, Tang San said that he can make more powerful hidden weapons, but now he has no money to buy the necessary materials. I think our 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect can do business with Tang San and let him help us provide hidden weapons. Dad, what do you think? Tang San, is he also a disciple of the master like Bai Ji? Thinking of what Ning Rongrong said not long ago, Ning Fengzi couldn't help asking. Well, yes. Ning Rongrong nodded. The master is worthy of being a master. He can actually teach 2 such excellent disciples. Ning Fengzi sighed a little. Here, there are 1 million gold soul coins in it. You can give it to the little guy named Tang San as a deposit for our 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect. Let him make 10,000 sets of the hidden weapons you just mentioned. If there are new hidden weapons, you can bring them to us to see. If it works, we will add more money to place an additional order. Ning Fengzi took out a soul guide that looked like a golden brocade bag and placed it in front of Ning Rongrong. Well, with this money, Tang San will definitely be able to make more powerful hidden weapons. He put away the golden brocade bag soul guide with 1 million gold soul coins. Ning Rongrong said excitedly. Okay, Rongrong, let's talk about Bai Ge now. Seeing Ning Rongrong put away the soul guide, Ning Fengzi said slowly. About Bai Ge, he has nothing to do. Ning Rongrong was a little surprised. No, although I am also very satisfied with Bai Ge, a child who can cultivate to the 38th level of Soul Master at the age of 12 and is extremely outstanding in all aspects cannot be done without the support of forces. Wrong, do you know Bai Ge's background? Ning Fengzi shook his head. Background? Bai Ge has no background. He is just a child from a rural village. It's just that he started from scratch and opened a restaurant called Gairantang with others in Notting City, and opened this restaurant in many cities. And when we went to the Stardo Great Forest together at Shrek Academy, he also subdued the peerless dragon snake and took the dragon snake family as a servant family. Ning Rongrong said naively. The peerless dragon and snake? Could it be the rumored dragon lord Meng Shu and snake lady Chao Tianxiang who possess a martial soul fusion skill that can rival a titled Douluo's attack? Ning Fengzi couldn't help but be a little surprised. Yes, that's them. Ning Rongrong nodded. Bai Ge actually subdued the two of them. This surprised me a little, but since he subdued the peerless dragon and snake, I'm not surprised that he can also take the dragon snake family as a servant family. With Bai Ge's potential, I believe Meng Shu can also see it. Ning Fengzi touched his chin and thought. Yes, Dad, you don't know, Meng Shu, that old fox, is so hateful. He even stuffed his granddaughter into Shrek Academy, trying to snatch Bai Ge from me. Ning Rongrong pouted angrily. Chapter 134, Ning Fengzi's Love Experience, Ning Rongrong's Transformation, 4/4. What? Meng Shu dared to let his granddaughter and Rongrong snatch a man. Hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Gu Rong, who always loved Ning Rongrong, suddenly became angry, and looked ready to teach Meng Shu a lesson at any time. Uncle Gu. Ning Fengzi looked at Gu Rong helplessly, and Gu Rong immediately sat down again in a huff. Wrong, in fact, loving someone does not necessarily mean monopolizing him. But don't you and Mom only have each other? Ning Rongrong said innocently. That's true, but an excellent man will definitely meet countless women in his life, and it is too rare to be able to be faithful to one man in the end. After all, having 3 wives and 4 concubines is the custom of our Douluo continent. I have never seen such an excellent child like Bai Ge in my life. There will definitely be countless outstanding girls who like him in the future. You shouldn't treat them all as enemies, otherwise you will have too many enemies. Ning Fengzi sighed. Then Dad, what should I do? Ning Rongrong couldn't help asking. You should use love to restrain Bai Ge and let him put more love on you. If Bai Ge really loves you, he will definitely reject many unnecessary girls, but in the end there will definitely be some girls who will have a relationship with him for various reasons. As for these girls, you should learn to get along with them well and gain a dominant position. Don't treat them all as enemies, which will make you look too jealous, and men don't like such women. Even if he once loved you, they may eventually part ways. Ning Fengzi taught. If it is purely from a father's perspective, Ning Fengzi must hope that Bai Ge only loves his daughter Ning Rongrong, but from a rational point of view, this is too unrealistic, so Ning Fengzi can only teach his daughter the most likely and most useful method. Then am I too jealous now? Ning Rongrong blushed suddenly after hearing Ning Fengzi's teachings. No. Ning Fengzi shook his head with some amusement. No girl will be happy to see other girls around the boy she likes. It's normal for you to feel angry. In fact, I also hope that Bai Ge can only have you, but this is unrealistic. Just like a beautiful woman will attract many men, an excellent man will inevitably attract beautiful women. It is definitely not good if you treat them all as enemies, and it is not good if you react too indifferently. You need to grasp the degree of this. If Bai Ge's future achievements cannot satisfy me, even if he really has other women he likes, I will definitely let him marry you, but if he is stronger than your grandfather Bone and grandfather Sword, then we can't restrain him. But I can understand the matter of Dragon Lord Meng Shu. Looking at Ning Rongrong, Ning Fengzi said. Although Meng Shu doesn't know why he led his family to become Bai Ge's servant family, maybe he was threatened by Bai Ge for some reason we don't know, but he may also be attracted by Bai Ge's potential. After all, their peerless dragon snakes are already not small. The peerless dragon snake can be without the dragon snake family, but the dragon snake family cannot be without the peerless dragon snake. Hugh invested in Bai Ji because we saw his potential, but this is not safe, so Meng Shu let his granddaughter get close to Bai Ji just to make Bai Ji take better care of the dragon snake family after his death. Number 7. And Bai Ji will definitely not reject Meng Shu in order to make Meng Shu feel at ease. At least on the surface, he must not be too distant from Meng Shu's granddaughter. For this, wrong, you must learn to restrain and compromise. The dragon snake family is now a community of interests with Bai Ji. If Bai Ji wants to build his own power, the dragon snake family is the prototype of his power. Although I met Bai Ji today, to be honest, I can't fully understand him in such a short time. But wrong, if you really like Bai Ji, for Bai Ji's future, Dad thinks you should still handle the relationship with Meng Shu's granddaughter, which will be good for Bai Ji and you. After all, Bai Ji can't give up the dragon snake family for you, and if you don't want to give up Bai Ji, you must learn to accept the dragon snake family, and Meng Shu's granddaughter is the link between them, you must learn to deal with her well. Ning Fengzi said. Dad, I know this. I am actually friends with her. After all, we are classmates at Shrek Academy. But although I can accept that Bai Ji has other women, sometimes I still can't stand it. Ning Rongrong was a little sad. But like you said, Dad, I really like Bai Ji. He is good in every way, and he doesn't care much about Meng Yuran. It's just that I know Meng Yuran likes him, so I can't stand it. But if I accept that Meng Yuran is really good for Bai Ji, I can accept it. Hey, my dear daughter. Hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Ning Fengzi couldn't help but hug Ning Rongrong into his arms with some heartache. As a father, who would want to see his son-in-law have other women, especially for someone of his supreme status? But Douluo continent is not as peaceful as it seems. He needs Bai Ji's elixir to make his sword bone Douluo go further, and he also needs a more powerful titled Douluo in the future to protect the 7 treasures glazed sect when needed. Of course, Ning Fengzi has thought about kidnapping Bai Ji and forcing Bai Ji to hand over the refining method of the elixir, but the risk is too great, and the gain does not outweigh the loss. After all, his daughter really likes Bai Ji. Moreover, killing a genius may not get anything, but sacrificing some things may get everything. Ning Fengzi is a person who values feelings, but also values interests, so in the end, Ning Fengzi still chose to look at the problem rationally. That kid, he looks so beautiful, I know he is not a good thing. On the side, seeing Ning Rongrong was a little sad, Gu Rong couldn't help but said angrily. Rongrong, as long as you give the order, although your grandpa Gu can't kill people, you can still teach them a lesson. Looking at Ning Rongrong, Gu Rong said. Grandpa Gu, don't make decisions on your own. Bai Ji was just knocked unconscious by the test of you and Grandpa Jian not long ago. He is still in bed. Don't disturb him. Seeing the hot-tempered Grandpa Gu looking angry, Ning Rongrong immediately became anxious. Hey, my little darling, weren't you still very angry just now? Why are you worried about your little lover now? It's really hard for me, your Grandpa Gu. Seeing Ning Rongrong's sudden change of expression, Gu Rong was a little amused. Forget it, Grandpa Gutu, I know you and Grandpa Jian both care about me, but for matters of the heart, no one can help except the person involved. Now I have figured it out. As long as Bai Ji has me in his heart and always cares about me, it doesn't matter if he has other girls around him. But on the contrary, if he only has me but doesn't care about me and doesn't love me, then what's the meaning of everything? Ning Rongrong shook her head and smiled. Hey, my little witch has grown up. Hearing Ning Rongrong say such words, Gu Rong sighed, and for a moment he couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Please support. Yanjai has been updating 4 times a day recently. The update is not bad. Why is the subscription going down? Is it because of the harem? I won't say anything about those who don't like to read harems, but harem fans, please give me some support. Chapter 135 Ning Rongrong is a princess? 1/4. At night, Bai Ji woke up from a deep sleep. Although he had gone through the test of the pressure of Jiangu Douluo, Bai Ji did not feel uncomfortable or have any other negative feelings after waking up. Instead, he felt as if his illness had been cured and his body felt more relaxed than ever before. It was like a piece of steel being put into a forging furnace. Although it was painful during the burning of the fire and the hammering of the forging hammer, it was also a process of removing impurities. After leaving the forge, this piece of steel is no longer ordinary steel, but even harder 100 forged iron and 1000 forged iron. The breakthroughs of Dragon Elephant Pruchna and 13 Tebeo's horizontal refining of the golden bell cover have greatly increased Bai Ji's strength and defense. Because the medicinal power of the medicinal diet he has eaten for several months has been digested, Bai Ji's internal strength has also increased a lot, and has gradually approached the level of 3. The 19th level is coming. Of course, Bai Ji thinks the most important thing is the chance to win the gold level lottery after passing the test. While summarizing the gains of this test, Bai Ji was about to get up from the bed, but suddenly, Bai Ji felt something on his body. He looked up and saw that Ning Rongrong was sleeping on him. Rongrong. Bai Ji couldn't help but be surprised, but although Bai Ji's voice was very small, his action woke Ning Rongrong up. After rubbing her eyes, Ning Rongrong opened her big eyes. Bai Ji, you're awake. Seeing Bai Ji wake up, Ning Rongrong quickly got out of bed and stood by the bed. Sorry, I accidentally fell asleep. Did I press you? Ning Rongrong stuck out her tongue, a little embarrassed. No, I'm actually very touched to have you by my side. Bai Ji shook his head, feeling quite warm in his heart. How could that be? Ning Rongrong was a little shy. It was Grandpa Gu and Grandpa Jian who went too far today. It would have been enough for one person to test you, but who knew that two of them would come together? It was too much. Ning Rongrong raised her little fist. No, actually I have to thank Senior Gu and Senior Jian. Because of their help, I have digested all the medicinal power of the medicinal food I have eaten in the past 3 months. Although I still haven't broken through the 39th level, I have gained a lot. Bai Ji smiled. Is it true? Ning Rongrong was a little suspicious. Really, if the weight-bearing training we are doing is just a simple physical exercise, it can only enhance our muscle strength, while the soul power pressure is to exercise our entire body, including our internal organs. Under the soul power pressure, our body will automatically run at full power, which helps us digest the medicinal power deposited in the body, and training under gravity has the same effect. I remember that teacher Zhao Wuji seems to have a soul skill related to gravity. I feel that after returning, I can ask teacher Zhao to do some gravity training on us, which may be very effective. Bai Ji smiled. Sounds like he's very powerful, Ning Rongrong muttered. By the way, Rongrong, Senior Bone and Senior Sword should both be titled Douluo, right? Bai Ji asked. Yes, Grandpa Bone and Grandpa Sword are the two titled Douluo of our 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect, and their titles are Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo respectively. Ning Rongrong replied. Okay, it's getting late, I'll take you to dinner. Seeing that Bai Ji had already gotten up, Ning Rongrong grabbed Bai Ji and pulled him out of the room. After leaving the room with Bai Ji, Ning Rongrong finally brought Bai Ji to a luxuriously decorated hall. In the hall, a huge crystal glazed chandelier was shining, and the surrounding furniture was made of red sandalwood, purple pearwood and jade birch, which looked high-end and meaningful. On the sofa in the hall, Ning Fengzi was talking to a beautiful woman with pink hair. Hearing the footsteps of Ning Rongrong and Bai Ji, Ning Fengzi immediately turned his head with a smile and said, Bai Ji, you're awake, how do you feel? Thank you Uncle Ning for your concern, I feel great. Bai Ji responded with a smile. Is this my son-in-law? Hearing Ning Fengzi's words, the pink-haired beautiful woman next to him asked Ning Fengzi very directly, making Bai Ji a little embarrassed. Ahem, be careful. Ning Fengzi was also a little troubled by his wife's directness. In fact, a large part of Ning Rongrong's lawless personality was inherited from his wife. Ning Fengzi, don't always look so serious. This is our son-in-law, not an outsider. Don't you think so, Rongrong? The beautiful woman rolled her eyes at Ning Fengzi, then smiled at Ning Rongrong. Mom is right, Dad, Bai Ji is not an outsider, don't be so serious all the time, it's okay to relax. Ning Rongrong laughed and threw herself into the arms of the pink-haired beautiful woman. At this time, Bai Ji saw that Ning Rongrong was 70% similar to the pink-haired beautiful woman, but one was immature and the other was mature. If nothing unexpected happened, this person should be his future mother-in-law. Thinking about it, Bai Ji hurriedly bowed to the pink-haired beautiful woman and said respectfully, Hello, Auntie. No need to be polite, what I hate most is these empty formalities. My name is Xue Luying, you can call me Aunt Xue, or call me mother-in-law. Xue Luying said with a smile. Little Bai Ji, you are so beautiful, and the child you and Rongrong have must be no different. Oh, I am looking forward to it. Luying, Bai Ge and Rongrong are only 12 years old today, it's too early to have a child. Ning Fengzi covered his forehead helplessly. Not young anymore, you can have a baby at 15, didn't my brother have my nephew when he was 15? Xue Luying retorted. King He is a special case. The country cannot be without an heir for a day, but wrong. Ning Fengzi wanted to continue, but Xue Luying interrupted him and said helplessly, what I hate most is your preaching. Okay, let's not discuss this matter. Let it go, okay, but I won't interfere, and you are not allowed to interfere. Do you understand? Looking at Xue Luying's expression, Ning Fengzi could only nod tiredly, okay, I understand. With such a worrying wife, how could he have the mind to provoke other women? King He, this name is familiar, and your aunt's surname is Xue, and the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect is a supporter of the royal family of the Tiandu Empire. Could it be that your aunt is the sister of the current Tiandu Empire Emperor Xue Yat? Listening to the conversation between Ning Fengzi and Xue Luying, Bai Ge couldn't help but come to a somewhat surprising conclusion in his heart. So Rongrong is still the princess of the Tiandu Empire? Ignoring Bai Ge's surprise, after the conflict over the issue of holding his grandson, Ning Fengzi no longer wanted his wife to continue asking questions. God knows what unreliable questions she would ask. So Ning Fengzi quickly used Bai Ge as an excuse and said, okay, now Bai Ge is awake, it's getting late, let's get ready for dinner. Chapter 136 Ning Fengzi's Request, 2/4. The Seven Treasures Glazed sect is a big family, so naturally they would not let the sect master's wife cook in person. Of course, a certain sect master's wife actually wanted to cook in person to entertain her future son-in-law, but she was born in the royal family and had never touched the water of the spring water. She could only think about cooking. In fact, in the evening, Ning Fengzi had already asked the chefs to prepare the meal. After all, today is a happy day. Not only did he get a prospective son-in-law with unlimited potential, but he also got the elixir that could make sword bone Douluo go further and the hidden weapon that could greatly increase the overall strength of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. Ning Fengzi was extremely happy. But because Bai Ge had not woken up yet, Ning Fengzi could only let the chefs prepare first. But now that Bai Ge had woken up, after Ning Fengzi issued an order, the kitchen immediately started to operate at an astonishing speed. In less than 5 minutes, plates of beautifully shaped dishes were constantly brought out. Bai Ge sat at a birchwood table that was as white as jade. Above his head was an exquisite glass chandelier. He sat on a chair also made of birchwood. The furniture around him was mostly made of red sandalwood and purple pear wood. The red and purple colors symbolized festivity. Looking at the dishes that were constantly being served, as a chef, Bai Ge could naturally recognize the dishes that were served. Like the emerald white jade soup made from the best white fungus and lotus seeds, the snow chicken and cordyceps soup made from snow chickens and cordyceps living in the snowy mountains, the roast goose made from the rare wild green-headed goose, etc., these were just ordinary dishes. Bai Ge was amazed at the barbecue made from the meat of the armored demon crocodile, the pigeon soup made from the white feathered pigeon, the sashimi made from the meat of the sea swordfish, and various dishes made from the meat of soul beasts that Bai Ge did not recognize, as well as various fruits and cakes made by food-related soul masters. Bai Ge felt that it was hard to describe how hard it was to find a table of dishes without status or wealth, because you couldn't even afford to raise a food-type soul master who could make fruits and cakes. The Kai Bao Liulai sect was the only sect that Bai Ge had seen that could compete with the Wuhan Hall. It was worthy of being the second-ranked sect on the continent, second only to the Wuhan Hall in status. Okay, that's enough. Seeing that the space on the birchwood table was almost full, Ning Fengzi stopped the chefs from serving the dishes, and then turned to Bai Ge and said, Bai Ge, these dishes were prepared by your aunt and me for you and Rongrong. I heard that Shrek Academy is short of funds. I guess you and Rongrong are suffering there. Have a good meal here with your uncle. Yes, eat as much as you want. These dishes are made by the court chefs I got from the royal family with great difficulty. The taste will definitely satisfy you. On the side, Xue Luying also said with a smile. Hey, Dad, you don't know how poor Shrek Academy is. It's called an academy, but it's actually a small broken village. The canteen was originally a small wooden house, and the dishes served were stews. As for the dormitory, it was even more pitiful. It was just a wooden house, and you had to fetch water for bathing yourself. It was terrible. Hearing Ning Fengzi's words, Ning Rongrong began to eat freely. While eating, she also complained about the bad feelings she had encountered in Shrek Academy. Ning Fengzi and Xue Luying felt distressed when they heard it. My dear daughter, you really suffered. Xue Luying said distressedly. It's okay. If I hadn't gone to Shrek Academy, I wouldn't have met Bai Ji, and I wouldn't have made so many friends. Although Shrek Academy is a bit worse, the students there are all pretty good. I think it's still very rewarding. Ning Rongrong said a little embarrassedly. Bai Ji, don't just look at it, eat it too. On the side, seeing Bai Ji was a little stunned, Xue Luying hurriedly greeted him warmly. Oh. I see, thank you for your concern, auntie. After politely thanking him, Bai Ji also started to eat. By the way, Bai Ji, uncle wants to ask you for something. Looking at Bai Ji, Ning Fengzi suddenly whispered. What is it, Uncle Ning, please tell me, if I can do it, I will definitely not refuse. Bai Ji asked curiously. It's like this, today Rongrong gave me, Elder Gu and Elder Jian a pill called Biko Dan, I found that they are very useful for Elder Jian Gu, I don't know how many you have now, if possible, I hope you can sell them all to me. Ning Fengzi said very seriously. Biko Dan, actually I don't have much now, only less than 50 bottles, because I also need it, so I can only give you 30 bottles, uncle. Tianyai. Bai Ji said helplessly. As for the money, given the relationship between Rongrong and me, there is no need to be so formal. However, if you can provide me with the herbs I need, I can continue to refine them. If possible, I hope you can also find some soul masters with fire or wood attributes for me, so that I can teach them to refine pills. In the future, I plan to set up a force to refine pills, but because I am the only one now, it is just an idea and I haven't even thought of a name. However, if you can find some qualified soul masters for me, I can speed up the process, so that I can provide you with more pills in the future. After all, if I am the only one, I can't refine too many. That's fine, I'll keep an eye out for you. Ning Fengzi nodded. Ning Fengzi was not surprised by Bai Ji's idea of setting up a force. Because ambitious people basically have such ideas, and as Bai Ji said, he alone can't make many pills, after all, Bai Ji still has to go to school and practice, but if Bai Ji can teach a soul master who can make pills, then there is no doubt that he can provide more pills. Here. After thinking about it, Ning Fengzi suddenly took out a token and handed it to Bai Ji. Uncle, what is this? Bai Ji was a little confused. This is my previous promise. Didn't I say when you took the test before that if you pass the test, you will be the prospective son-in-law of our 7 treasures glazed tile sect in the future? I will give you a 7 treasures token to prove your identity. In the future, you can act in the name of our 7 treasures glazed tile sect. This can help you reduce a lot of unnecessary troubles and is very helpful to you. Rongrong actually has such a 7 treasures token in his hand. Looking at Bai Ji who was a little confused, Ning Fengzi explained. Oh. I remember it. Hearing what Ning Fengzi said, Bai Ji also remembered it immediately. Taking the 7 treasures token handed over by Ning Fengzi, Bai Ji put the 7 treasures token back into the space ring. Just as Ning Fengzi said, this 7 treasures order can really help him a lot. At least with this 7 treasures order, if Gairantang opens in Tiandu Imperial City in the future, basically no one will dare to cause trouble. Well, Uncle Ning, 30 bottles of Biko Dan can't be put here. I'd better give it to you after dinner. After putting away the 7 treasures order, Bai Ji was about to take out the Biko Dan and give it to Ning Fengzi, but he found that it was really difficult to take it out in the current situation, so he couldn't help but say it a little embarrassedly. No, you are here anyway, am I afraid that you will run away? Ning Fengzi shook his head with a smile at Bai Ji's embarrassment. Auntie, this is for you. After thinking about it, Bai Ji took out a bottle of Biko Dan from the space ring and handed it to Xue Luying. Is this a pill? What's the use? Xue Luying didn't know much about Biko Dan. She just came back from Tiandu Imperial City in the afternoon. This contains a kind of elixir that can heal wounds and restore energy. Of course, what is more important to you should be its nourishing and beauty-enhancing effect. Bai Ji said with a smile. Can it beautify and nourish the skin? Hearing Bai Ji's words, Xue Luying, who had not cared much before, exclaimed, and then quickly put the 100 herb pill into her storage soul guide. This made Bai Ji a little funny. It seems that no matter what kind of woman she is, she can't resist the temptation of the words beautify and nourish the skin. Why are you so anxious to put it away? Can I still steal your 100-herb pill? Seeing his wife's actions, Ning Fengzi was a little helpless. Okay, let's eat quickly. Chapter 137 Overnight Stay in the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, the great method of changing the sky and strike the earth. 3/4. Because Ning Fengzi asked the kitchen to prepare a lot of dishes, Bai Ji ate this meal for nearly an hour before finishing it. After dinner, Bai Ji took out 30 bottles of Baikou and handed them to Ning Fengzi. However, Ning Fengzi not only forced Bai Ji to give him 1 million gold soul coins, but also gave Bai Ji a precious medicinal material for the soul guide. Although there are not many spiritual medicines that are 10,000 years old or 100,000 years old among these medicinal materials, there are many spiritual medicines that are thousands of years old and nearly 1,000 years old. If there is a top main medicine, Bai Ji can use it to refine many spiritual medicines that only exist in records. Top-notch elixirs, such as the legendary Shengling pill and Pazan pill, etc. At night, after dinner, Bai Ji visited the Kaibao Liulai sect under the guidance of Ning Rongrong. Kaibao Liulai sect is indeed one of the top sects on the continent. The various buildings inside are very luxurious, and many of them completely surpass the Wuhan Hall that Bai Ji has seen in Notting City. Among them, the most surprising thing to Bai Ji is the Wuhan mimic training field that Bai Ji has only heard of in rumors. The simulated Wuhan training field of Kaibao Liulai sect has various environments, not only the most basic mountains and lakes, but also snow-capped mountains, small volcanoes, etc. Bai Ji really doesn't know how such a Wuhan mimic training field was built in the world where the technology of Douluo continent is still in ancient times. However, thinking that there are things like storage soul guides on Douluo continent, maybe in ancient times, Douluo continent once had a prosperous soul guide technology civilization. After visiting the Kaibao Glazed sect with Ning Rongrong, Bai Ji finally returned to Ning Fengzi's mansion in the Kaibao Glazed sect. Although it was called a mansion, it was actually a combination of several palaces. It was definitely much more luxurious than any villa in Bai Ji's previous life. After entering the palace, Bai Ji, led by Ning Rongrong, finally came to a luxuriously decorated room. Here, this is where you will stay tonight. There is a bathroom inside. You can take a shower in it. Let's go back tomorrow afternoon. Ning Rongrong opened the door of the room and said to Bai Ji. What about you? For some reason, Bai Ji asked this question subconsciously. I must be sleeping in other rooms. Can I sleep with you? Hearing Bai Ji's words, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but glared at Bai Ji with a blushing face. That's not what I meant. I just asked subconsciously. Bai Ji scratched his head awkwardly. Okay, I get it. This is your first time to come to our Kaibao Glazed sect. You only know me. You will definitely be a little scared if I leave, but it's okay. It's safe here. Seeing Bai Ji's embarrassment, Ning Rongrong also looked at Bai Ji with some reproach and said. Bai Ji didn't know how to respond to Ning Rongrong's words. Then I'll leave first, Bai Ji, see you tomorrow. After waving to Bai Ji, Ning Rongrong hopped away with the blue bird. Shaking his head helplessly, Bai Ji pushed open the door of the room and walked in. After entering the room, Bai Ji found that the Kaibao Glazed sect was indeed worthy of its reputation of being rich. Although it was just an ordinary room in the palace, the crystal chandelier hanging in the room was just as exquisite. The large bed, coupled with expensive furniture and the clear smell of calming incense, this configuration was not as luxurious as the presidential suite that Bai Ji had lived in Soto City. Putting his hand on a crystal plate next to the entrance, Bai Ji input his soul power to turn on the chandelier in the room, and then closed the door. After taking a shower, Bai Ji lay down on the large and soft bed. New music. After a day and night of travel, plus today's test of Swordbone Douluo, Bai Ji was already a little tired, but before going to bed, Bai Ji still remembered to draw the gold level reward he got today. The last gold level reward was obtained because he defeated Zhao Wuji. The fruit he drew was a fortified fruit, and he got an alternate dimension castle. I don't know what good things he will draw this time. Bai Ji is quite looking forward to it. System, use today's gold level lottery. Looking at the chandelier above his head, Bai Ji said in his heart. Are you sure you want to use it? It was still the emotionless voice of the system. Confirmed. Confirmed, the gold level lottery opportunity has been used, and the system is drawing. Ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing the martial arts method of changing the sky and hitting the earth. Would you like to check the information? In his mind, the system's congratulations sounded. The method of changing the sky and hitting the earth. Bai Ji felt that the name of this martial arts method seemed familiar, and it seemed that he had seen it in some books, but it should not be a martial arts method in the world of gold martial arts. Check the information. Without thinking too much, Bai Ji chose to check the information. Following Bai Ji's command, a virtual attribute panel suddenly emerged from Bai Ji's mind. Name: Heaven Shaking and Earth Strike Technique. Type: Technique, Spiritual. Introduction: Heaven Shaking and Earth Strike Technique is a unique skill from the world of yellow martial arts. It is a supreme secret method for cultivating the soul and spirit. It is divided into 10 levels. The first 3 levels involve strengthening the 5 senses. After that, you can use the power of the spirit. If you reach the 7th level, you can make the enemy fall into an illusion with your eyes. If you can achieve the great perfection, your soul can be shattered into the void and leave Yellow Martial Arts world. Bai Ji actually doesn't know much about yellow martial arts. He just has a certain understanding of yellow martial arts through the legend of the twin dragons of the Tang dynasty. I know the concept of the 4 great books and shattering the void, but Bai Ji is really not very clear about the heaven changing and earth strike art. However, compared with the gold type martial arts, the upper limit of the yellow type martial arts is undoubtedly much higher. Now Bai Ji has cultivated the dragon elephant Prajna art to the 8th level with the strength of a soul master. Bai Ji feels that he may not be able to cultivate the dragon elephant Prajna art to perfection before he is a titled Douluo. Although it is more difficult for the 13 Taibao to practice the golden bell cover than the dragon elephant Prajna art, if you have enough time to practice with special body refining ointments, it is actually very easy to practice to perfection. After all, the Douluo continent has a lot of spiritual energy, and there are many 100-year-old and 1000-year-old medicinal herbs that may be rare on Earth on the Douluo continent, so it makes it very easy for Bai Ji to prepare ointments. However, the heaven-changing and earth-strike art has only 10 levels of skills, but the upper limit is shattering the void. Perhaps in terms of strength, it is not inferior to the 100-level existence of the Douluo continent. And this Bai Ji is probably the most likely to accompany him to practice until the end. After all, spiritual skills are difficult to practice, not to mention such a profound martial art as the heaven transforming and earth strike. After learning the heaven transforming and earth strike, Bai Ji fell asleep on the bed. The next day, when Ning Rongrong was playing in the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect, Bai Ji was in the room comprehending the heaven transforming and earth strike. This profound martial art is much more difficult to get started with than the dragon elephant Prajna and the 13 Taibao refining golden bell cover. As for Bai Ji practicing in the room, Ning Fengzi just thought that Bai Ji had gained enlightenment from the test of Swordbone Douluo yesterday. Until the afternoon. Because there was only more than a day left before the end of the 7-day holiday, although Ning Rongrong was reluctant, she could only bid farewell to her father Ning Fengzi and mother Shueluying in tears, and followed Bai Ji on the Kixi Blue Bird to fly towards Shrek Academy. Chapter 138 Return to Shrek Academy, the second phase of training mission begins, 4/4. After another day and night of travel, Bai Ji and Ning Rongrong finally returned to Shrek Academy in the afternoon of the second day. After handing the deposit to Tang San, Ning Rongrong told Ning Fengzi's request, but Tang San did not agree directly to it because he could not guarantee the delivery time. However, Ning Rongrong was not in a hurry for this, just saying that she would supply 100 sets every few months like now. After all, although hidden weapons are very useful for auxiliary spirit masters, they are more like icing on the cake, rather than timely assistance. Auxiliary spirit masters have developed in Douluo continent for so many years and have already had their own way of survival. Because the 7-day holiday is over, everyone who was playing outside has returned to Shrek Academy. In the evening, the master who had not appeared much finally appeared again. He was going to take everyone to carry out the second phase of the training mission, but the location of the mission was not in Shrek Academy, but in Soto City, to be precise, Soto Great Fighting Spirit Arena. Master, can we finally form a team for a group battle? Oscar asked with some anticipation as they entered Soto City and walked on the way to the Soto Great Soul Arena. Well, after more than 3 months of training, you have now reached the conditions to form a Soul Master team, but don't be too happy too soon, I have requirements for you. Glancing at Oscar, the master said lightly. What requirements? Xiao Wu was a little curious. I don't have any time arrangements for you for this stage of training. During this time, all you need to do is practice and prepare for fighting spirits. However, since I have given you so much time, I naturally have some requirements for you. Training without standards is meaningless, and my requirement for you is that everyone must get the Silver Fighting Spirit badge. When you get it, the training will end. During this period, I will arrange for you to live in a hotel close to the big fighting spirit field, but you are responsible for all your food and accommodation issues. Although the college has become much richer recently, the medicinal materials and various expensive soul beast meats for preparing medicinal meals have been almost used up. However, with your current strength, as long as you have the ability, the income you get from the big fighting spirit field will be very considerable, and it is not a problem to provide simple food and accommodation. The master said slowly. I can't solve the accommodation problem, but don't worry about the 3 meals a day. During this period, everyone can go to the restaurant of Gyron Hall. Although it cannot guarantee the highest standard every day, the general standard of food is still okay. After the master finished speaking, Bai Ji also smiled. Is it free? Hearing Bai Ji's words, Ma Hongjun rubbed his hands on the spot and asked with a shameless face. He was just a great soul master, and could only receive a subsidy of 10 gold soul coins from the Wuhan Hall every month, which was not much to begin with. He also had to frequently go to help those poor young ladies in Soto City. Ma Hongjun could be said to be the poorest among the crowd. Of course. Bai Ji nodded. Although he couldn't entertain everyone with all kinds of emperor sets every day, even the Gyron Hall couldn't afford it, but the standard set meal is just a drop in the bucket for him. Okay, I just mentioned the requirements for single-player fighting spirits. Of course, since Rong and Oscar are both soul masters without combat power, you can also form a team freely, but the requirement is to reach the silver fighting spirit level. Finally, the most important thing is the group fighting spirit. There are 9 of you in total, and the number of people required for group battles in the Soto Great Fighting Spirit Arena is 7 to 10. But do you remember what I told you before? We are going to find a way to let you participate in the All-Continental Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Competition next year. The standard of the All-Continental Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Competition is 7 Soul Masters per team, and the others are substitutes, so the team I asked you to form is also a 7-person team. As for the name of the team, I have already thought of it, it is called the Shrek Team. For the requirements for group battles, I also require you to obtain the Silver Fighting Spirit badge as soon as possible, but I also have a few restrictions for you to remember. First, you must not reveal your appearance or tell your opponent your name when fighting. Everything must be fought with code names. Then, including Tang San himself, no one is allowed to use hidden weapons, but you can use Bai Ji's elixir at your discretion. Third, no matter who wins or loses, everyone must fight at least twice a day. Looking at everyone, the master said while slowly extending 3 fingers. 62. It's almost time to go to the Soto Great Fighting Arena. Now you all think about your code names. Code name. Everyone began to rack their brains to think. After all, code names are not names. Names are given by parents and cannot be changed, but code names are given by themselves, so they must sound cool and dazzling. In fact, you can use your own martial spirit as a code name. After all, the martial spirit itself is your symbol, and it will inevitably be exposed in battle. Seeing everyone's entangled look, the master suggested. Then I'll call myself Kai Bao Li Yulai. Hearing the master's suggestion, Ning Rongrong made a decision immediately. She herself is a person with obsessive-compulsive disorder. If she has to think of a name that is both nice and beautiful, she doesn't know how long she will think about it. It is better to just use the name of her martial spirit. Then I'll be called Nether Spirit Cat. My name is Sausage Store. My name is Evil Fire Phoenix. My name is Evil-Eyed White Tiger. Soon everyone had chosen a code name for themselves, all of which were 4 characters, but Bai Ji, Meng Yuran, Tang San, and Xiao Wu were a little entangled because the names of their martial spirits were all 3 and 2 characters. Bai Ji, I have thought of names for the 4 of you. I wonder if you want to listen to them. The master said on the side. Teacher, please tell us. You are knowledgeable and will definitely give us a suitable name. Bai Ji smiled bitterly. Then I will tell you. The master nodded. Bai Ji, your martial soul is Moyun Teng. To be honest, it's not easy to think of a suitable 4-character code name for you. Just call it Moyun. You don't have to be the same as them. As for Xiao San, you are good at hidden weapons. When you use hidden weapons, you are like the legendary Thousand Hands Shura, killing people invisibly. So call it Thousand Hands Shura. Xiao Wu's martial soul is Soft Bone Rabbit, which has the ability to charm. So call it Soft Bone Charm Rabbit. As for Yiran, your martial soul is a snake staff, black as black jade, so call it Black Jade Spirit Snake. What do you think? The master thought for a while and asked. Very good. Bai Ji nodded with satisfaction, and after hearing the master's explanation, Tang San, Xiao Wu and Meng Yiran also felt that it was very appropriate to give themselves code names, so they all agreed. Okay, your code names are all taken. This is your mask. Don't forget to wear it when you fight in the group later. Seeing that the outline of the Soto Great Fighting Soul Arena in the distance had appeared, the master took out 9 masks and distributed them to everyone, and exhorted. Teacher, this should be to prevent us from revealing our appearance, right? Taking the black mask handed over by the master, Bai Ji thought of the restrictions that the master had put forward before, and couldn't help asking. Yes. The master nodded, and at this time, the Soto Great Soul Arena finally appeared in front of everyone. Chapter 139 The first group battle soul is about to begin, the opponent, the Beast Team. 1/4. Let's go in. Looking at the Soto Great Soul Arena in front of them, the master called everyone to go in. Because they had been here once before, everyone seemed very familiar this time. After entering the Soto Great Soul Arena, the master took everyone to the counter and completed the team registration for the group battle. It was not completely dark yet. The soul battles in the Soto Great Soul Arena only officially started at night, so taking advantage of this time, everyone began to go out to find a suitable hotel while discussing the combination problem. There are now 9 people in total, among which only Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zuqing and Ma Hongjun are still at the level of Great Soul Master. Before, Ning Rongrong was with Xiao Wu. But now Xiao Wu has reached level 30, so Ning Rongrong can only team up with Zhu Zuqing. Because Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing are level 28 and level 29 Great Soul Masters respectively, they are among the top-notch ones among the Great Soul Masters, so if they fight, they still have a great advantage. The rest are all level 30 Soul Masters. Among them, Daimyo Bai is going to form the Flying White Tiger team with Oscar because of Oscar's request, while Tang San and Xiao Wu are going to form the 3 Dances team. As for Meng Yuran, because Meng Yuran is only level 32, she is at a relatively low level among Soul Masters, and the rule of fighting souls is that people in the same realm fight regardless of level, commonly known as a stage battle. If Meng Yuran only fights souls alone, with her level 32 soul power, her winning rate will probably be very low, and it will be difficult to advance to silver fighting souls, so Meng Yuran wants to team up with Bai Ji. With Bai Ji's strength, the winning rate of the 2-person team will definitely be very high, so that she can advance to silver fighting souls as soon as possible. Bai Ji naturally agreed to Meng Yuran's request. He is not that kind of ruthless person. Bai Ji originally thought that Ning Rongrong would be jealous, but unexpectedly, Ning Rongrong was not angry. Instead, she smiled and congratulated Meng Yuran, saying that Meng Yuran might be promoted to Silver Soul fighting faster than Zhu Zuqing. This not only confused Bai Ji and Meng Yuran, but also others. But seeing the expression on Ning Rongrong's face was very natural, it didn't look like she was smiling with a knife or deliberately speaking sarcastically. Bai Ji could only think that Ning Rongrong had changed her personality. In a medium-sized hotel near Soto City, everyone booked a room for a whole month, and then after dinner on the way, they set off again to the Soto Grand Soul Fighting Arena. When everyone visited the Soto Grand Soul Fighting Arena again, it was finally completely dark, the night had fallen, and the soul fighting would officially begin. The Soul Fighting Arena of Soto Grand Soul Fighting Arena is divided into 4 levels, namely the lowest level Iron Soul Fighting, the next level Bronze Soul Fighting, the highest level Silver Soul Fighting and the highest level Gold Soul Fighting. The points required for upgrading among the 4 are 100 points for Iron Soul to Bronze Soul, 1000 points for Bronze Soul to Silver Soul, and 10,000 points for Silver Soul to Gold Soul. Now everyone is at the Iron Soul level. Among them, because the battle is based on the realm, the one with the highest points is not Daimyo Bai, but Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun's points are 10, while Daimyo Bai's are 3, Xiao Wu's are 2, Meng Yuran's are 0, and the others, including Bai Ji, are 1 because they only played once. Because night fell, the Soto Grand Soul Arena, which only had a small number of staff and soul masters entering and leaving during the day, finally welcomed the audience. A large number of people like a tide kept pouring into the Soto Grand Soul Arena, and quickly entered the audience seats of each Seoul Arena area, and began to wait for the upcoming Seoul Arena. Soon, each Seoul Arena area of the Soto Grand Seoul Arena was crowded with people. Because this was the first battle of the Shrek team, as the deans of Shrek Academy, Flanders and Zhao Wuji certainly could not be absent. After waiting for Flanders and Zhao Wuji, Bai Ji and the others put on gorgeous black masks and headed for the Soto Grand Seoul fighting arena with the crowd. As a rare team with neat clothes on the road, although they were just masks, Bai Ji and his team also attracted a lot of attention from the crowd, but because they were wearing masks, they were not shy. After entering the Seoul fighting arena and determining the Seoul fighting area, the master went to the audience seats in the Seoul fighting area with Flanders and the other two, and just like last time, Bai Ji and his team came to the rest area for the players. Soon, the Seoul fighting officially began. Bai Ji and his team first participated in the single Seoul fighting, among which only Zhu Zuqing and Ma Hongjun were the Seoul fighting at the Great Seoul Master level, while the others were Seoul Master level Seoul fighting. Of course, Ning Rongrong and Oscar, because one is a support type Soul Master and the other is a food type Soul Master, cannot participate in the single Soul fighting, but can only participate in the double Soul fighting of the Great Soul Master and Soul Master level. The single Soul fighting ends very quickly because there is no need for cooperation. If you can beat it, you can beat it. If you can't beat it, you can't beat it. The outcome of the battle can often be seen quickly. Except for Meng Yuran, who was defeated because he was fighting against a 35-level strong attack type Soul Master, everyone else won the single Soul fighting. After all, after several months of devilish training and the strengthening of medicinal food, everyone is basically very close to the perfection of their own realm. And because they are all geniuses, their martial souls are not bad, and their soul ring configurations are not bad, so of course everyone's combat power is not bad. After finishing the single Soul fighting, everyone signed up for the double Soul fighting. Because Oscar and Xiaowu were promoted to Soul Masters, everyone regrouped this time. Bai Ji and Meng Yuran formed the Snake combination, Xiaowu and Tang San formed the 3-5 combination, Daimyo Bai and Oscar formed the Immortal White Tiger combination, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing formed the 7 Treasures Spirit Cat combination. As for Ma Hongjun, since there was no one else, he could only watch the battle miserably with Master, Flanders and Zhao Wuji. After a round of single-player soul fighting, everyone's soul power was consumed a lot. Of course, Bai Ji and Ning Rongrong were fine because they both had soul power recovery equipment, but others did not. However, with Oscar, with the help of Oscar's recovery sausage, everyone quickly recovered to their peak state. In the following 2-on-2 soul fighting battle, because it was basically a strong combination, and because of the running in of several months of devil training, everyone's cooperation was already very skilled, so they all won quickly. Flanders was very satisfied with this, because from everyone's skilled cooperation, he seemed to see the victory of the next group battle. When the 2-on-2 soul fighting battle ended, more than 2 hours had passed since everyone entered the Soto Great Soul fighting arena, but everyone still had one last battle, that is, the group battle, also called the group battle. As the finale of the Soto Great Soul fighting arena, the group battle has always started the latest, but it is also the most watched, the most exciting, and the most eye-catching. After the single and 2-on-2 soul fighting, everyone signed up for the final group soul fighting in the Soto Great Soul fighting arena under the leadership of the Master. Shrek team, your next opponent is the Beast team. After registering Shrek's registration information, the waitress at the counter randomly grabbed a sign from a large black box with the word Beast engraved on it. This is the opponent that Bai Ji and his team will face in the next group battle. Excuse me, do you have information about the Beast team? Looking at the waitress, the master asked. Yes, the price is 1 gold soul coin. The waitress nodded and took out a booklet with the 4 big words Beast Team printed on it from a pile of information books under the counter. It recorded the information of the members of the Beast Team. 1 gold soul coin? Just a few pieces of paper. Ma Hongjun felt a little distressed. 1 gold soul coin was enough for him to help a good lady. Here. But the master naturally handed a gold soul coin to the waitress, then took the information and began to look through it. The Beast Team, a total of 7 people, the captain and vice-captain have bronze fighting spirit badges, and the rest have iron fighting spirit badges. Captain, Ronald, Martial Spirit, Mad Lion, Level 38 Strong Attack System Battle Spirit Master, Spirit Rings, 1 white, 1 yellow and 1 purple. Vice-captain, Chuan Xiang, Martial Spirit, Iron Claw Eagle, Level 36 Agile Attack System Battle Spirit Master, spirit rings, 1 white, 1 yellow, and 1 purple. Team member, Shiyu, martial spirit, rock turtle, level 35 defense system battle spirit master, spirit rings, 2 white and 1 purple. Team member, Su Mo, martial spirit, swift shadow ocelot, level 34 agile attack system battle spirit master. Spirit rings, 2 white and 1 yellow. Team member, Yuan Shan, martial spirit, silverback demon ape, level 34 strong attack system battle spirit master, spirit rings, 1 white and 2 yellow. Team member, Su Yao, martial spirit, wind baboon, level 33 agile attack system battle spirit master, spirit rings, 2 white and 1 yellow. Team member, Hu Li, martial soul, three-tailed fox, level 33 control soul master, soul rings, 1 white, 1 yellow, 1 purple. Chapter 140 The first opponent, the beast team, bronze level mission, first victory. 2/4. Ding. The system detects that the host is about to have the first group battle, and now issues the mission, first victory. Please win the first battle, reward, 1 bronze level lottery opportunity. As the master read out the information, the system prompt sounded again in Bai Ji's mind. Another mission. Hey? Master, can a beast martial soul become a control soul master? How to control it? When the master was reading out the information of the beast team members, he noticed that the last female soul master was a beast martial soul, but a control soul master. Ma Hongjun couldn't help but ask in surprise. Have you heard of the nine-tailed fox? The master did not answer Ma Hongjun's question clearly, but asked. Nine-tailed fox? I've heard of it. It seems to be a very rare soul beast with strong mental power. The powerful nine-tailed fox can easily control humans and other soul beasts through charm. After thinking for a while, Ma Hongjun replied. Yes, it is through mental charm. The three-tailed fox is a soul beast with the blood of the nine-tailed fox, and it also has the ability to charm. And the special skill of charm can theoretically be developed into a control or auxiliary skill. After all, charm is also a kind of control to some extent. So this soul master named Hu Li is likely to control you through mental attacks such as charm. You should pay attention to it. The master put down the information in his hand and replied. Okay, I won't help you collect the opponent's information in the future. You need to do it yourself. Now you can discuss which 7 people will play later. Handing the information in his hand to Bai Ji, the master said. Well. Bai Ji nodded, and walked to the side with everyone to start a discussion. Because Bai Ji and his team signed up relatively late, they should be the last to appear, so there is no rush now. The beast team, from the perspective of the lineup, is actually very ordinary, with only the attack. There are only attack, defense, and control soul masters, no auxiliary soul masters or food soul masters, so in terms of endurance, the beast team is far inferior to the Shrek team. However, as a team of all soul masters, the beast team is very good in terms of progress. After all, more than half of the team are combat soul masters, plus a three-tailed fox control soul master whose background is unknown. If Bai Ji and his team are not careful, they may also capsize. However, if the arrangements are made in advance, it is also easy to win with the comprehensive strength of the Shrek team. First of all, as an auxiliary soul master, Ningrongrong's 7 Treasures Glazed Tower has a very strong ability to increase the strength of everyone, enough to increase the strength of everyone by 1/3, so Ningrongrong must definitely appear, and with the reputation of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower on the mainland, it can also put pressure on the opponent at the psychological level. Since the beast team has 3 agile attack spirit masters, and their levels are relatively high, in order to protect Ningrongrong, Bai Ji and Tang San should both play, and Daimyo Bai and Ma Hongjun are not to mention, both of them have high attack power and are offensive roles. After discussion, the last 2 people to appear were finally determined to be Meng Yuan and Xiao Wu, because both of them are spirit masters and have relatively high strength. As for Zhu Zuqing and Oscar, Zhu Zuqing is temporarily on the bench because her strength is relatively low. As for Oscar, since the beast team does not have absolute strength to suppress Shrek, and the beast team itself does not have the ability to recover, Oscar's appearance is not very meaningful. Although if there is a flying mushroom sausage, it can restrain the opponent's Iron Claw Eagle Spirit Master, but with Tang San, Ningrongrong can also be protected. So the 7 people who finally appeared were determined to be Bai Ji, Daimyo Bai, Ma Hongjun, Xiao Wu, Meng Yuan, Ningrongrong, and Tang San. Among them, Bai Ji and Dai Mubai were responsible for the charge, but Bai Ji's main responsibility was to disrupt the formation, and use his own strength to cooperate with Mo Yuntang to control multiple opponents. Dai Mubai attacked the opponent's control-type Soul Master, while Meng Yuran and Xiaowu were responsible for roaming support to prevent the opponent's agility-type Soul Master from approaching Ning Rongrong. Tang San assisted Xiaowu and Meng Yuran on the one hand, and prevented the opponent's Iron Claw Eagle Soul Master from attacking Ning Rongrong from the air on the other hand. After discussing the lineup and tactics, Bai Ji led the people who were going to play to the players' rest area, while Zhu Zuqing and Oscar followed the three masters to the spectator seats. In the rest area, Bai Ji and his team finally saw their opponent, this time the Beast team. Unlike Shrek, the Shrek team only wore uniform black masks. Because it was the first time to play, no one knew their identity. It was just because they looked younger that they attracted more attention. But in the rest area, everyone was meditating to adjust their state. Although they were curious, they only cast curious eyes on Bai Ji and his team, but did not talk or contact them. The Beast team seemed to have participated in many group battles. They even had their uniforms made. They were all black tights with two big words written on the back, Beast. Even if you don't know the Beast team, you should recognize it by looking at the big words on the back. There are 7 members in the Beast team. Each of them has a different beast pattern on his right arm to distinguish them. Bai Ji recognized the identities of the Beast team members through the beast pattern. Among them, the captain of the Beast team, Ronaldo the Lion, is a middle-aged man with a square face and a scar on his face. The deputy captain Chuanxiang is a thin and gloomy middle-aged man. The Rock Turtle and Silverback Demon Ape Soul Masters are tall and strong men. The Swift Shadow Leopard Cat Soul Master is a slender young man. As for the control system Three-Tailed Fox Soul Master, she is a hot beauty with a charming appearance and a seductive figure. Looking at the Three-Tailed Fox Soul Master Hu Li, Ma Hongjun's 2 green bean eyes were shining green, and Dai Mubai's eyes were also a little erratic. The Three-Tailed Fox Soul Master Hu Li, who had strong mental power, naturally felt the eyes of Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai. However, Hu Li threw a wink to Dai Mubai, who had long golden hair and a tall figure, but did not even look at Ma Hongjun, who was short and fat. Although this was not the first time, Ma Hongjun still felt uncomfortable. Finally, the group battle spirit officially began. After more than an hour, after several teams appeared in succession, it was finally Shrek's turn to appear. Next, the teams that will appear are Shrek team and Beast team. Everyone welcome. The loud voice of the host came from the corridor of the fighting spirit field not far away. Hearing the voice, Bai Ji stood up immediately, and not far away, the members of the Beast team also stood up. These little brothers, our opponents are not you, are they? Looking at the Shrek team whose average height is less than 1.7 meters, Hu Li couldn't help but giggle. Hey, boys, we are going to have a dangerous soul fight, not a game. You little soul masters, just watch the game, why do you have to participate yourself? The tall mad lion also crossed his arms and said in a loud voice with a bit of contempt and sarcasm. Behind him, the other members of the Beast team also laughed. What are you talking about? Although we are young, our strength is not worse than yours. Don't be too happy too soon. Be careful and wait a while. What? If we beat you up and you can't get off the stage? Hearing the words of the Beast team, the hot-tempered Xiaowu immediately confronted them. Haha, what you said is really interesting, little sister, then we'll wait. Hu Li said with a smile. After that, Hu Li and the Wild Lion led the other members of the Beast team to walk in front of Bai Ji and the others, and then walked towards the fighting arena where the group battle was held. What a arrogant bad woman! Ning Rongrong snorted angrily. Don't worry, when we get to the fighting arena, we'll beat them up. Meng Yuran also said coldly. Okay, let's go quickly. Bai Ji interrupted the 3 girls' indignation with a bit of amusement, and led everyone to walk quickly towards the fighting arena. Soon, they arrived at the entrance to the fighting arena. Chapter 141, Fighting Beast Team, 3/4. The next team to appear is the Shrek team. The Shrek team is a newly established brand new team. So far, it has not had a record of appearing in our Soto fighting arena. This is the Shrek team's first battle. Let's wait and see their performance. Now, everyone welcome. When Bai Ji and his team entered the fighting arena, the host had already read out the information of the Shrek team, and stretched out his hand to direct the spotlight to Bai Ji and his team, and at the same time, he was the first to applaud. However, in the audience, there were few applause and cheers in response to the host. Only the 5 people from Shrek Academy who were watching the game were applauding enthusiastically. The audience didn't know much about the people of Shrek, and Bai Ge and his team didn't seem to have any visual impact at all. There were neither tall and strong men nor hot and sexy beauties among the members. Unless they showed the strength to convince the audience, it would be difficult to get the audience to buy in. Hee. Seeing that the Shrek team's appearance was so deserted, the people of the Beast team immediately laughed in a low voice, which made Xiao Wu clench her fists in anger again. Okay, now that both teams have arrived, we will prepare to start the 5th Fighting Spirit Team battle. The 2 teams facing each other are the Beast team and the Shrek team. I don't think I need to introduce the Beast team anymore. The Beast team is already a veteran team in our Soto Grand Fighting Arena, with outstanding achievements. As for our Shrek team, this team just completed registration today. To be honest, I don't know much about them. Let's wait and see today's battle. Looking at the audience, the host bowed, then slowly retreated to the stage, leaving the fighting arena to the 2 teams that were about to fight. After the host left, Bai Ge began to tell everyone to set up their formation. Among them, Bai Ge and Daimyo Bai stood at the front. Both of them were tall, with 1 gold and 1 silver hair, which looked quite eye-catching. In the middle were Xiao Wu, Meng Yuran and Ma Hongjun, and at the end were Tang San and Ning Rongrong. The circular fighting arena with a diameter of more than 40 meters is very wide, with an area of more than 1,000 square meters, so although there are as many as 14 people on both sides, it will not appear crowded. Fighting, start! Seeing that the 2 teams on the stage had already formed their formations, the host not far from the stage immediately shouted in a loud voice to start. Mad Lion, possess! As the host shouted the start, opposite Shrek, the captain of the Beast team, Mad Lion Ronaldo, was the first to shout out the spirit possession. Accompanied by a faint lion roar, a pale yellow lion shadow suddenly emerged from Ronaldo's body, and then instantly sank into Ronaldo's body. With the possession of the Mad Lion spirit, Ronaldo's already very tall figure suddenly rose again, and at the same time, light golden fluff also grew from Ronaldo's arms and back of his hands, 10 dagger-like claws popped out from his fingers, and thick brown hair continued to grow from Ronaldo's hair, making Ronaldo look like a human-shaped lion at first glance. Soul, possess! Following Ronald, the other soul masters of the Beast team also entered the state of martial spirit possession. As their respective martial spirits were possessed, the members of the Beast team suddenly seemed to have turned into half-orcs. Chuangxiang's eyes turned into eagle's eyes, and wings grew out, his palms turned into eagle claws, Shi Yu grew a tortoise shell on his chest, Su Mo grew claws and a cat's tail, Yuan Shan and Su Yao seemed to have turned into apes and baboons, and Hu Li grew 3 tails, and her eyes, which had become beast pupils, appeared light pink. As the martial spirits were possessed, 3 soul rings of different colors also rose from the feet of the Beast team. Seeing the Beast team members enter the state of martial spirit possession, the audience suddenly burst into warm cheers. They liked this kind of soul master with beast martial spirits the most, especially the beast martial spirits of the strong attack system and power type soul master. The fight was all about punching and hitting the flesh, it was so exciting. White Tiger, possess! Evil Fire Phoenix, possess! At the same time as the Beast team entered the spirit possession state, Daimyo Bai and Ma Hongjun from Shrek also entered the spirit possession state one after another. However, unlike Daimyo Bai who became mighty after entering the spirit possession state, Ma Hongjun looked a little funny after the evil fire phoenix possession. Soft Bone Rabbit, possess! Snake Staff, Moyun Vine, 7 Treasures Glazed Tower, Blue Silver Grass. Seeing the Beast team collectively enter the spirit possession state, Bai Ge and the others also summoned their own spirits. What? When they saw that the Shrek team summoned their own spirits, the spirit ring configurations that emerged under their feet were almost all yellow, and purple, especially Bai Ge, whose yellow and purple spirit ring configuration blinded the eyes of the Mad Lion, making the Mad Lion team terrified. Their spirit rings. Hu Li's face became very ugly. They are all the most perfect soul ring configurations, and there are even people whose second soul ring is a 1,000-year soul ring. How is this possible? The face of the crazy lion Ronaldo was full of disbelief at this moment. There is also an auxiliary soul master from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower among them. We must deal with this auxiliary soul master first and let her leave first. On the side, Chuanxiang said calmly. Boss, this time we are afraid it will be a bit difficult. Which high-level Soul Master Academy did this team come from? It's really unlucky. On the side, the silverback demon ape Soul Master Yuan Shan was also a little helpless. Before, they thought that the Shrek team was composed of young Soul Masters who didn't grow up and didn't know the world, but now it seems that they are either from a high-level Soul Master Academy to level up, or from a big family to experience. After all, this top soul ring configuration is not something that ordinary people can get. Even if they have no combat experience, just this top soul ring and excellent lineup configuration are already very difficult for them. Calm down. Even if the soul ring is higher, it's nothing. Our levels are not much different. Wait a minute. Chuan Xiang, Su Mo, and Su Yao, the three of you go all out to deal with the 7 treasures glazed tower Soul Master on the opposite side. I'll go and entangle the guy with the yellow and purple soul ring. Shi Yu, you pay attention to protecting Xyli. Yuan Shan, you support her according to the situation. As for Xyli, you just pay attention to protecting yourself and don't let the Soul Master on the opposite side get close to you. Although he was shocked, Ronald, who had experienced many battles, quickly adjusted his mentality and made the best preparations for the response. Okay. Everyone in the Beast team nodded. Then let's prepare to attack. Looking at everyone in the Shrek team, Ronald, the Mad Lion, roared like a lion, and then suddenly rushed up first, and the rest of the Beast team members followed closely. Chapter 142 By GE's strong control of the field, victory. 4/4. Everyone, pay attention, they are coming. Seeing the members of the Beast team, the Crazy Lion Ronald, the Iron Claw Eagle Chuan Xiang, the Swift Shadow Leopard Cat Su Mo and the Wind Baboon Su Yao, rushing towards them, Bai Ge shouted. Heavenly Dragnet. Looking at the enemy in front of him, Bai Ge shouted in his heart and directly activated his second soul skill, Heavenly Dragnet. As the second purple soul ring of the 3 soul rings around him bloomed, a large number of Moyun vines suddenly rose from the fighting spirit stage and quickly formed a huge vine net in front of the Beast team. However, the members of the Beast team were not slow in their movements. After seeing the vine net coming towards them, they suddenly accelerated or showed their flexible postures and flew into the sky, and they all avoided the heavenly dragnet. However, Bai Ge did not have much hope for the Skynet. After all, the flaw of the Skynet was too obvious, that is, it was too slow. Bai Ge used the Skynet just to block the opponent for a few seconds and give his teammates time to prepare. The 7 treasures have glazed glass, one is strength, the other is speed. When Bai Ge used the Skynet to block the Beast team, Ning Rongrong at the end of the Shrek team had already activated the spirit skills of the 7 treasures glazed tower, increasing the strength and speed to everyone. Okay, everyone, let's go too. Feeling the sudden surge of power in his body, Daimyo Bai, who had transformed into a humanoid white tiger, roared like a tiger, and then rushed towards the Beast team. After Daimyo Bai rushed out, Bai Ge rushed out not to be outdone. As for Meng Yuan and Xiao Wu, they had not made any moves yet, because they needed to cooperate with Tang San to prevent the opponent's agile attack spirit master from approaching Ning Rongrong or hurting Ma Hung Jun. Moyan Teng, come out. On the way to rushing towards the Beast team, Bai Ge shouted in his heart and began to summon Moyan Teng. As Bai Ge summoned, a large number of black and purple Moyan Teng covered with thorns continued to grow around Bai Ge. Soon, as Bai Ge moved, they covered 1/3 of the fighting spirit arena. What's the situation with this control-type soul master? Seeing that Bai Ge, who was obviously a control-type soul master, was actually rushing towards him, the Mad Lion was a little confused. Shouldn't he go find him? Take it, the great demon subduing fist. But Bai Ge ignored the Mad Lion's confusion, and directly controlled the Moyun vines around him to form a tall vine wall that was like a living thing, quickly dividing the entire battlefield, and he used the great demon subduing fist to punch the Mad Lion directly. Bang! Bai Ge's hard fist collided directly with the fist of the Mad Lion, who rushed over hastily, and immediately pushed the Mad Lion back several steps. What a great strength! After retreating several steps in a row, Ronald was very shocked. As a strong attack-type soul master, Ronald is not a pure power-type soul master, but he is also a semi-power-type soul master. After entering the state of martial soul possession, with the blessing of soul power, the power of a full-strength punch can reach 1,000 pounds. Because he is not a pure power-type soul master, Ronald also knows that there must be someone at the same level who can compete with him. After all, although the quality of the Crazy Lion martial soul is good, it is not a top beast martial soul, but this definitely does not include control-type soul masters. The control-type soul master can actually suppress him in terms of strength, which makes Ronald feel incredible. It's like an adult encountering a little boy in the toilet. He thought it was just an ordinary child's paper, but the penis he took out was bigger than his own. This can make an adult collapse. This is the situation of the Crazy Lion now. However, as the captain of the Beast team, the Crazy Lion's mentality is still tough enough. After discovering that his strength is not as good as the opponent, Ronald did not think too much, but directly prepared to cooperate with the soul skills to win. As a Beast Martial Soul Master, Ronald also has a very practical standard skill like most Beast Martial Soul Masters, that is, Berserk. Blood Lion Fury. Ronald shouted angrily and directly activated the third soul skill Blood Lion Fury. This third soul ring skill from the Millennium Blood Lion is the same as Daimyobai's White Tiger Vajra transformation, both of which can double the physical fitness of the Soul Master, but the Mad Lion's Blood Lion Fury will have a debuff of weakness after the end. Flame Tearing Claws. Looking at Bai Ji, Ronald roared and swung the claws wrapped in blazing flames fiercely. After entering the frenzy state, Ronald's physical fitness has surpassed Bai Ji, and Ronald also knows the flaws of his Blood Lion Fury, so after entering the frenzy state, Ronald directly prepared to use all soul skills to get rid of Bai Ji as soon as possible before the frenzy ends, otherwise he will be at the mercy of others after the frenzy ends. However, facing Ronald's offensive, Bai Ji showed a strange smile. Bai Ji naturally didn't know about Ronald's frenzy flaws, but since it was difficult to fight head-on, Bai Ji was not a fool, and he would definitely not force it. After all, he was mainly a control-type soul master, not a power-type soul master who only knew how to be reckless. Facing the attack of the Mad Lion, Bai Ji did not choose to fight hard, but used the Spiral 9 Shadows to bring the Mad Lion to the two agile attack spirit masters of the Beast team. Bai Ji relied on the speed of the Spiral 9 Shadows and the control ability of the Moyun Tang to forcefully entangle the captain of the Beast team and the agile attack spirit masters Su Mo and Su Yao. Captain. Seeing that Bai Ji had entangled 3 people on his side, and now the deputy captain Chuan Xiang could not attack the opponent's 7 treasures glazed tower spirit master under the protection of the opponent's second control spirit master and 2 agile attack spirit masters, Su Mo suddenly became a little anxious. However, the Mad Lion was also bitter now. He also knew that Bai Ji would definitely not be able to hold back the 3 people on his side, including himself, but through the battle, the Mad Lion knew Bai Ji's strength. For a control-type soul master like Bai Ji who has the physical qualities of a strong attack-type soul master, if he does not take action to entangle him, relying on the control-type soul master's restraint on the agile attack-type soul master, Bai Ji may be able to deal with Su Mo and Su Yao in a few minutes. So even if Ronald knew that the other team members were in a tough battle, he had to grit his teeth and continue fighting with Bai Ji, because if he left, the loss might be greater. And Ronald certainly hoped that he could entangle Bai Ji by himself, but Bai Ji's speed was too fast, and he, a strong attack-type soul master, could not keep up at all. Bai Ji wanted to entangle Su Mo and Su Yao by the way, but he had no way. God knows how there would be such a control-type soul master whose power is comparable to that of a power-type soul master and whose speed is not inferior to that of an agile attack-type soul master. It's simply a monster. Just when Bai Ji used his strength to forcibly rush into the formation of the Beast team and hold back the captain, Crazy Lion, and 2 agility attack spirit masters, because only the Iron Claw Eagle Chuanxiang was trying to attack Ning Rongrong, even if there was the mental attack interference of the 3-tailed fox spirit master Hu Li, one of Meng Yuran and Xiao Wu, in cooperation with Ma Hongjun and Tang San, was enough to deal with it. So after seeing that Daimyobai could not get close to the 3-tailed fox spirit master at all under the obstruction of the opponent's silverback demon ape and rock turtle spirit master, and fell into a disadvantage, Xiao Wu immediately supported him and began to attack the control spirit master Hu Li. At the beginning, facing the attack of Daimyobai alone, Hu Li was able to charm Daimyobai under the protection of Shi Yu and Yuan Shan, while exerting mental shock on others, trying to interfere with Bai Ji and create opportunities for Chuanxiang to attack Ning Rongrong. But Bai Ji practiced the heaven-changing and earth strike technique, and his mental power was strong. Hu Li's mental attack was basically useless. As for supporting Chuanxiang, because there were too many people guarding Ning Rongrong, Hu Li's mental charm and impact did not have much effect. When Xiao Wu also arrived, when Daimyobai entangled Yuan Shan, facing the agile Xiao Wu, the rock turtle soul master Shi Yu could not protect Hu Li at all. He did not have soul skills such as gravity suppression. Hu Li was unable to protect herself and could not help her teammates at all. In this way, the beast team slid into the abyss of failure little by little. In the end, under the blockade of Tang San's blue-silver grass and the attack of Meng Yuran, Chuan Xiong was finally hit by Ma Hongzhen's Phoenix Fire Line by accident, and then directly bound by the blue-silver grass, and finally knocked off the fighting spirit stage by Meng Yuran's stick. After Chuan Xiong left the field, facing Shrek, which suddenly had 4 more people, even if the Mad Lion Ronaldo was unwilling in his heart, he could only choose to admit defeat bitterly. After all, the beast team was able to stay undefeated with the help of Chuan Xiong. But now that the only flying spirit master with an advantage has left the field, the beast team has no chance of turning around. We give up. The Mad Lion Ronald finally shouted and chose to give up. Oh! Although we can see that our beast team is already shaky under the attack of the Shrek team, I didn't expect that our beast team would eventually choose to give up. Then, the winner of this group battle soul is our Shrek team. Long live the Shrek team! As the host shouted, the bright spotlight immediately hit Bai Ge and his team. And seeing such a wonderful battle, a large number of audiences in the audience seats also screamed and shouted enthusiastically. Yes, it is so real. The purpose of the audience watching the fighting spirit is very simple. Whoever can bring them visual enjoyment will support them. In short, they basically have no position. Whoever wins and whoever makes them happy will take their position. However, facing the screams and cheers of the audience, everyone enjoyed it very much. Chapter 143 NTZ Perfect Version, 1/4. Ding! The mission has been completed, and the bronze level lottery opportunity has been issued. In my mind, the system prompt sounded. On the fighting spirit stage, looking at the cheering audience below the stage, Bai Ge's face smiled even brighter. Not bad, everyone performed very well this time, and did not weaken the reputation of our Shrek Academy. Leaving the fighting spirit field and coming to the outside of the fighting spirit field, looking at everyone, Flanders was very satisfied. This performance was okay, but some problems were exposed. Bai Ge used his advantages to entangle the captain of the beast team and 2 agile attack spirit masters, which was a good job, but Hong Jun's shortcomings were too obvious. Although the Phoenix Fire Line is powerful, Hong Jun's movement speed is too slow. If no one protects him, he can easily become a target, so it is better for Hong Jun to play with Oscar. With Oscar's flying mushroom sausage, Hong Jun's mobility and role will be greatly improved. Xiao Wu and Yiran are facing flying spirit masters today, so they are a little passive, but next time you face ordinary agile attack spirit masters, you can try to take the initiative. Bai Ge can create a vine wall to divide the battlefield. You can cooperate with Xiao San's blue-silver grass to quickly solve the opponent's spirit masters who rush to the back row in a short time, and then provide support. As for Mu Bai and Xiao Wu, the rush mode like today is also worth trying in the future. Mu Bai can entangle the opponent's spirit master guarding the back row, and then Xiao Wu can use the spirit skill teleportation and her own high mobility to attack the opponent's back row to prevent him from assisting or controlling the field. Although the Shrek team won this time, in the eyes of the master, the cooperation was still not perfect, so the master still proposed many practical improvement plans. Hey, Xiao Gang, this is the first battle for the children, and they won. Don't be so serious all the time. It's not wrong to praise them. Hearing the master's words, Flanders was speechless. No, the task is the task, and the feelings are the feelings. The two cannot be confused. The master shook his head. Hey! Flanders could only sigh at the master's stubbornness. It was late at night, and 3 consecutive soul fighting games lasted nearly 3 hours. When we left the Soto soul fighting arena, it was already midnight the next day, and everyone was a little tired. However, although it was late, the lights in Soto City were still bright. On the way back to the hotel, in order to celebrate, Dean Flanders, who had always been stingy, invited everyone to dinner for the first time. Of course, it was just a midnight snack from a roadside stall. After dinner, everyone returned to the hotel, took a comfortable shower, and then lay down on the bed to sleep. Bai Ge also took a shower and lay down on the bed. But Bai Ge did not prepare to sleep immediately. Instead, he was going to use up the bronze lottery opportunity he had just gotten. To be honest, Bai Ge didn't have much expectation for the bronze lottery, because the possibility of getting good things in the bronze lottery was really low. But this time, the things he got surprised Bai Ge a little. Because although the things he got this time could not directly improve his strength, they were very useful to him to some extent. Looking at the white pill in his palm called NTZ Perfect Version, Bai Ge thought in his heart. Bai Ge had never heard of NTZ Perfect Version, but he was impressed by a name that was very similar to it. That was NTZ 48, a magical pill from a movie called Endless in his previous life. NZT 48 is a special drug that can activate the potential in the brain and stimulate the nerve endings of the brain within 30 seconds. The effect is simply that the user can have a photographic memory during the period of drug effect, and can clearly present all the memories of a lifetime in the mind, so that the user can easily use any knowledge that has been learned, and reorganize and organize this information to draw inferences. It can instantly turn the user from a fool into a genius with super language ability, full of energy, clear thinking, and agile action, and make the user's personal charm index soar sharply. To some extent, it can be called a weapon for picking up girls. However, this drug also has huge side effects, because this drug achieves the above functions by stimulating the brain endings, and the brain endings are very fragile, so the consequence is that after the drug effect wears off, the user will have a splitting headache, vomiting and dizziness, and because some brain endings are necrotic due to stimulation, this will also cause the user to have partial memory loss. However, this is the effect of NTZ 48. I extracted the NTZ Perfect Version. Although the effect may be weakened, the shortcomings should be eliminated. But Bai Ge was not very sure, so he decisively chose to check the information. System, check the information. Following Bai Ge's command, a virtual attribute panel suddenly appeared in Bai Ge's mind. Name, NTZ Perfect Edition. Type, drug. Effect, it allows the user to experience the effects of taking NTZ 48 perfectly without side effects during the drug effect period, and to a certain extent, it can develop the user's brain potential, allowing the user to have the ability to remember everything at a glance, and it can also have some positive effects on the user after the drug effect wears off. Sure enough, the side effects have been eliminated, and it can also develop the brain to a certain extent. After reading the information of NTZ Perfect Edition, Bai Ge couldn't help thinking. However, Bai Ge didn't think that the ability of NTZ Perfect Edition to develop the brain was the most important. Bai Ge thought that the most important thing was its ability to perfectly recall all the memories of the past. At most, NTZ Perfect Edition made Bai Ge more agile and had the ability to remember everything at a glance, which could only be regarded as icing on the cake. Douluo continent is not Earth. This is a world where power is supreme. No matter how smart you are, you can't do anything without power. But NTZ Perfect Edition can make Bai Ge recall all his previous memories and remember them completely, which is the most useful for Bai Ge. As for Douluo continent, Bai Ge didn't remember it very clearly because he watched it a long time ago, not to mention that there were series after Douluo continent. As for the series after Douluo continent, Bai Ge just watched it in a hurry, but he didn't finish it because of his busy work. He just understood the general content and browsed some related settings and information in places like online forums, but his memory is a little vague. But if he can recall all the memories about Douluo continent that he knows through NTZ Perfect Edition, then Bai Ge will undoubtedly be like turning on the full map perspective plugin. These recalled memories can allow Bai Ge to get more secrets about the world of Douluo continent, which is very helpful to Bai Ge. Chapter 144 NTZ Perfect Version of Power, 1 month later, 2/4. After swallowing the white transparent pill in his hand, Bai Ge felt his whole brain suddenly buzzed. Everything in front of him slowed down instantly, and his pupils automatically expanded to increase the light entering his eyes, making Bai Ge's eyes suddenly bright. While his thinking slowed down, Bai Ge also felt that memories kept pouring out of his mind. Those were memories that had been forgotten or unclear, and at this moment these memories suddenly became extremely clear. The physics knowledge, various chemical knowledge, and farming knowledge that he had learned in high school, all became so clear, and what Bai Ge was most concerned about was the information related to Douluo continent. After browsing the current main plot, Bai Ge began to browse the subsequent series and some scattered information he had seen on the internet. Fierce Beast Emperor Tiansun and Moon Luthland of the Far North, 3 Kings of the Far North. Although it was only scattered information, under the powerful effect of NTZ Perfect Version, Bai Ge quickly analyzed the basic origin, function, and effect of this information on himself based on the information he already knew, and subconsciously sorted it out carefully, and then put it in a very obvious position in his mind. In addition to memory, Bai Ge also had a deeper understanding of cultivation. Among them, the understanding of the dragon elephant Prujna and the 13 Tebeo horizontal refining gold bell cover was not very useful, but for the heaven changing and earth strike great method, after Bai Ge took NTZ perfect version, Bai Ge only felt that the parts of the heaven changing and earth strike great method that he did not understand before were now understood instantly. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Bai Ge began to practice the heaven changing and earth strike great method with an expressionless face. In less than an hour, Bai Ge's heaven changing and earth strike great method broke through 3 levels in a row, and finally, the effect of the drug wore off. The effect of NTZ 48, which originally lasted nearly 24 hours, was improved after it was upgraded to NTZ perfect version, but the effect time was only about 3 hours. However, this was enough for Bai Ge. After all, Bai Ge didn't need to learn anything. He just planned to organize all the useful information in his mind, which didn't take too much time. After the effect of the drug wore off, although the memories he recalled still remained and were deeply engraved in his mind. Bai Ge also felt that his thinking had indeed become more agile, but Bai Ge no longer had the godlike feeling he had just now. How to describe this feeling? It's like a computer with multiple CPUs, running at a super fast speed, but suddenly someone took away all the CPUs, leaving only the last CPU, and it was stuck and couldn't take care of itself. This sudden stagnation made Bai Ge feel very uncomfortable. Rubbing his eyebrows, Bai Ge could only sigh helplessly. Forget it, I'm already very tired anyway, so I'd better go to sleep. The next day, early morning. Bai Ge woke up just after daybreak. Although he had only slept for less than 2 hours, he still felt refreshed. After several hours of adaptation, his body had gotten rid of the sluggish feeling after taking NTZ perfect version to enter the God state. And it may be because NTZ perfect version strengthened Bai Ge's brain to a certain extent, Bai Ge felt that his biological clock seemed to become more sensitive. Without eating breakfast, after washing up, Bai Ge got out of the window like a clever monkey. After getting out of the window, Bai Ge climbed and moved quickly, and arrived at the top floor of the hotel in just a few seconds. NTZ perfect version strengthened Bai Ge's thinking and judgment ability, and the great law of changing the sky and striking the earth that he practiced last night strengthened Bai Ge's 5 senses, which made Bai Ge more agile. Arriving at the top floor, Bai Ge looked around from the roof. It was still early in the morning in Soto City, which seemed to be shrouded in a layer of fog. Because it was already daybreak, the vendors who worked at night had already closed their stalls. There were almost no people on the street, and it looked very deserted. However, under the rising sun and the fiery red morning glow, Soto City seemed to be about to wake up, giving people a very strange feeling. Sitting cross-legged on the roof, facing the rising sun and the fiery red morning glow, Bai Ge began to breathe in and out the sunrise purple chi and practiced the purple magic pupil. Not long after, Tang San also came up, and the two of them breathed in and out facing the sunrise until the morning glow dissipated. When the morning glow dissipated, there was not much sunrise purple chi left, and the two jumped down from the roof. At this time, most of the others had also gotten up. Looking at the people who got up, because of taking NTZ perfect version, Bai Ge had perfectly recalled all the plots about Douluo continent. Bai Ge now knows everything about Shrek's background and origins. According to the original plot, Ning Rongrong should be a couple with Oscar, but Bai Ge has no embarrassment for snatching Ning Rongrong away. Like is like, Bai Ge will not give up his idea because of others. Xiao Wu was not liked by him, and because of her relationship with Tang San, Bai Ge gave up. But Bai Ge and Oscar were just classmates, and this was after they met. They didn't have much relationship before. Bai Ge liked Ning Rongrong, so why did he give her to Uncle Big Sausage? As for the relationship between Zhu Zuoqing and Daimyo Bai, Bai Ge finally understood it now. It turned out that both of them were from the Xingluo Empire. Daimyo Bai was the third prince of the Xingluo Empire. Because of the cruel succession system of the Xingluo Empire, Daimyo Bai came to Shrek Academy to escape when he felt that he had no hope of succession. Zhu Zuoqing also came to Shrek Academy because she had an engagement with Daimyo Bai. In Bai Ge's memory, Ma Hongjun and Oscar were born in ordinary families, nothing special. As for Tang San and Xiao Wu, they were the male and female protagonists. Bai Ge had a deep impression of them, and whether he could remember them or not didn't have much impact. After everyone was ready, Bai Ge took everyone to Noble Hall to have breakfast, then walked around Soto City together, and finally returned to the hotel. The temperature in Soto City was very hot in the afternoon. Instead of being sweaty outside in the sun, it was better to meditate and practice in the hotel to improve strength. And at night, it was time for everyone to go to the Soto Grand Soul Fighting Arena to fight. In this way, a month passed quickly. In this month, Bai Ji has participated in 27 single soul fighting games and 27 double soul fighting games, all of which were victorious. Thanks to Bai Ji, Meng Yuran, who had suffered heavy losses in single soul fighting, finally relied on double soul fighting with Bai Ji, and finally because of too many single soul fighting losses, he simply stopped fighting single soul fighting and only fought double soul fighting with Bai Ji, and the record was quite good. Among the others, Tang San and Xiao Wu had a good record of 27 consecutive victories because of their tacit cooperation, followed by Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing. Although they are only Great Soul Masters, one is level 29 and the other is level 28. They are invincible among Great Soul Masters and have a record of 25 wins and 2 losses. As for Oscar and Dai Mubai, although Dai Mubai is strong, Oscar is really a drag. After all, in the soul battle of the two-person combination, only the flying mushroom sausage is somewhat useful, and the recovery sausage and the detoxification sausage are not very useful, so the record of the flying white tiger of Dai Mubai and Oscar is a bit poor, with only 17 wins and 10 losses in 27 games. In the individual competition, except for Meng Yuran, who is only level 33 in soul power, he is really at a disadvantage in the battle against soul masters of the same level, and the others are close to breaking through, so they basically have more wins than losses. As for the group battle of the Shrek team, it also won all 27 games, which attracted the attention of the entire Soto Soul fighting field. In this way, Bai Ji is definitely ranked first in points because he has won all the games, and Xiao Wu is ranked second, Tang San is ranked third, Zhu Zuqing is ranked fourth, Meng Yuran is ranked fifth, Dai Mubai is ranked sixth, Ning Rongrong is ranked seventh, Ma Hongjun is ranked eighth, and Oscar is ranked last. But even Oscar, who has the lowest points, has actually reached the standard of Silver Soul fighting due to the Shrek team's winning streak. However, because the points of the Soto Soul fighting arena are settled at the end of each month, even Bai Ji is only an Iron Soul fighting. Chapter 145, Upgrade to Silver Soul fighting in advance, Opponent, Royal Soul fighting team. 3/4. It was another evening, and under the leadership of the Master, Bai Ji and his team came to the Soto Soul fighting arena. After being assigned to the soul fighting area, Bai Ji and his team signed up for the single soul fighting and double soul fighting, while the Master took the Shrek team's team badge to sign up for the team soul fighting on behalf of the Shrek team. When Bai Ji and his friends signed up for the single and double fighting spirits, more than 10 minutes had passed. They arrived at the agreed gathering place, and the Master was holding a data book and reading it. "Master, is this our opponent for today's team battle?" Ning Rongrong couldn't help asking, looking at the data in the Master's hand. "Yes." The Master nodded. "But your arrangements have changed tonight. You need to go to the main fighting spirit field in the center tonight." "Main fighting spirit field? But don't you need to reach the silver fighting spirit to enter the main fighting spirit field? We haven't upgraded to the silver fighting spirit yet." Dai Mubai was a little surprised. It should be true, but this time the Soto Great Fighting Spirit Field has let people upgrade you to the Silver Fighting Spirit in advance. The Master closed the data book in his hand, stood up from the chair, and said, "Why? It's like this. 3 days ago, a Soul Master team came to the Soto Grand Soul Arena. They are all composed of Silver Soul Masters, and their strength is at the Soul Master level. They were found by several great nobles in Soto City. They are very powerful. Because the Soto Grand Soul Arena does not have a Soul Master level Silver Soul team, the Soto Grand Soul Arena has suffered heavy losses in the past few days. In order to recover the losses, they came to me. And after reading the information of this Soul Master team, I also agreed, because for you, they are a very good opponent." The Master explained. "What is the name of this team?" Bai Ji's heart couldn't help but move. "Royal Fighting Team, this is their information, you can take it and take a look." The Master handed over the information in his hand while answering. "By the way, in order to allow you to better face the Royal Fighting Team, you will be allowed to win the single soul battle and double combination soul battle in the Soto Grand Soul Arena today, so you don't have to participate." As if thinking of something, the Master added another sentence. "Ah? Isn't that a foul?" Xiao Wu was a little surprised. "It's not a foul. After all, the rules of the Soto Great Fighting Spirit Arena are made by the Soto Great Fighting Spirit Arena itself. They have their own ways to make your opponents admit defeat. Your task now is to study your opponents carefully and never allow failure. The master shook his head and said firmly. From the master's tone at this moment, everyone seemed to feel an indescribable fighting spirit, which had never been felt in the master before. Although they didn't know why the master was so excited and eager to fight at this moment, everyone was unwilling to disappoint the master. Teacher, let's discuss tactics. Holding the information in his hand, Bai Ji led everyone to a secluded and deserted place. A group of people gathered together, and Bai Ji slowly unfolded the information in his hand, and the information of the members of the Royal Fighting Team suddenly appeared in everyone's eyes. Royal Fighting Team, all 7 people, all Silver Fighting Spirit Badge owners. Captain, Yu Tianheng, Martial Soul, Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, 39th level Strong Attack System War Soul Master. Soul Ring, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Vice Captain, Duguyan, Martial Soul, Green Phosphorus Snake, 38th level Control System War Soul Master. Soul Ring, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Team Member, Graphite, Martial Soul, Black Tortoise, 38th level Defense System War Soul Master. Soul Ring, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Team Member, Shimo, Martial Soul, Suanwu Turtle, Level 37 Defense System Soul Master. Soul Ring, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Team Member, Yufeng, Martial Soul, Wind Chime Bird, Level 36 Agility Attack System Soul Master. Soul Ring, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Team Member, Oslo, Martial Soul, Ghost Leopard, Level 36 Agility Attack System Soul Master. Soul Ring, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Team Member, Yelingling, Martial Soul, Nine-Hearted Begonia, Level 35 Auxiliary System Soul Master. Soul Ring, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Oh my god, their soul power is actually above level 35. Seeing the information of the Royal Fighting Team, Meng Yuan couldn't help but exclaimed. You know, among the 9 people of the Shrek team, only Bai Ji and Dai Mubai have reached the level above level 35, among which Bai Ji and Dai Mubai are both level 38, 1 level lower than the captain of the Royal Fighting Team Yu Tianheng, and the same as the deputy captain Duguyan and team member Shi Mo. The rest of Shrek's team is below level 35, Tang San is only level 34, Xiao Wu is level 33, Oscar is level 33, Meng Yuan is level 32, and Zhu Zuqing, Ning Rongrong and Ma Hongjun are level 29, 28 and 28 respectively. The average soul power of Shrek is 4 levels lower than that of the Royal Fighting Team. With similar soul ring configuration, the difference of 4 levels of soul power can be said to be a world of difference in strength. Don't be discouraged, although we are far behind the Royal Fighting Team in average soul power, we can still fight in high-end combat power. As long as we cooperate well, there is hope for victory. Seeing that everyone was a little discouraged, Tang San couldn't help but comfort them. Don't worry too much, I can entangle at least 2 people on the opposite side, including the highest level captain and a battle soul master. Dai Mubai can also be responsible for 1, you actually only need to deal with 4 people, let's analyze the opponent's information now. Bai Ji also spoke. Although I don't know this Yu Tianheng, I know the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex is the inherited martial soul of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan of the upper 3 sects. It is also the top offensive beast martial soul on the Douluo continent. It has the power of thunder and lightning, and has the effects of paralysis and explosion. The strength of its martial soul for soul masters is also amazing. It is said that it also has the ability to transform into a dragon. The ability to transform into a dragon is said to start from level 30, and 1 part will be transformed into a dragon every 10 levels. Now this Yu Tianheng should have a dragonized part, which is equivalent to an additional soul skill. Pointing at Yu Tianheng's information, Bai Ji said. I know the Black Tortoise martial soul. The Black Tortoise is a descendant of the mythical beast Black Tortoise. The Black Tortoise martial soul can bring extremely powerful defense to soul masters. It can also be amazing in control when combined with the soul ring skills of the earth or ice system. It can be said to be a very difficult martial soul. Even if I am entangled by a Black Tortoise soul master of the same level, it will be difficult to get rid of it. Looking at the 2 brothers Shi Mo and Shi Mo in the information, Dai Mubai's face was very serious. There is no need to talk about the Wind Chime Bird Soul Master and the Ghost Leopard Soul Master. One of them should be a Flying Soul Master and the other a Quick Attack Soul Master. Their martial souls do not seem to have any special abilities, so there is no need to discuss them. Now only the information of the Deputy Captain Duguyan and the Auxiliary Soul Master Ye Lingling of the Royal Fighting Team is unclear. Who of you knows the effects of the Green Phosphorus Snake Martial Soul and the Nine-Hearted Begonia Martial Soul? Bai Ge asked. I know a little. Ning Rongrong said after recalling it. Chapter 146 Gold Level Mission, Defeat the Royal Fighting Team, 4/4, Ding. The system detects that the host is about to fight the Royal Fighting Team, and now issues the mission, Defeat the Royal Fighting Team. Please lead the Shrek team to defeat the Royal Fighting Team. Reward, 1 gold level lottery opportunity. While recalling the mission issued by the system not long ago, Bai Ge looked at Ning Rongrong, and feeling the gaze of everyone, Ning Rongrong also slowly spoke. I don't know much about the Jade Phosphorus Snake Spirit. I just know that it is an extremely powerful poisonous beast spirit, but the spirit is the Jade Phosphorus Snake, and the direction of development is still a control spirit master. This Duguyan reminds me of our Tiandu Empire's newly promoted titled Douluo a few years ago, Poison Douluo Dugubo. They both have the last name Dugu, their spirits are also Jade Phosphorus Snake, and their development direction is the same. This is definitely not a coincidence. You mean this Duguyan might be the granddaughter of Poison Douluo Dugubo? Daimyo Bai frowned. Don't worry if Duguyan is related to Dugubo. Grandpa Bone and Grandpa Sword are also titled Douluo. You don't have to worry about hurting Duguyan. Just fight as hard as you can. Don't worry too much. Ning Rongrong smiled. But how does this beast spirit called the Green Phosphorus Snake achieve control? Oscar was a little confused. Poison. Tang San said in a deep voice. Use poison to achieve control. Except for Bai Ge, everyone was a little surprised. As long as there is a corresponding antidote pill, Duguyan's poison will only work on us, and poison has multiple effects. In theory, it can achieve a control effect. Tang San explained. The poison of the green phosphorus snake. Oscar, can your detoxification sausage detoxify the poison of the green phosphorus snake? Thinking of the poison, Daimyo Bai couldn't help but look at Oscar. I don't think it will be very useful. Oscar's spirit power is lower than that of this spirit master named Duguyan. In addition, Oscar's detoxification sausage is only a 100-year spirit ring skill, and the sausage spirit has no effect on detoxification. On the contrary, the green phosphorus snake spirit is a very poisonous spirit. Tang San sighed. Then I can't play again this time. Oscar was speechless after hearing Tang San's words. No, you go this time, I can't play. Meng Yuran suddenly said on the side. Why? Bai Ge was puzzled, because Meng Yuran's strength was very good among the crowd, and he was far more useful than Oscar on the battlefield. Although my spirit, the snake staff, is a weapon spirit, it also has the element of snakes, and the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus is a spirit with the blood of a true dragon. On the battlefield, facing the dragon power of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus, my strength will probably be suppressed a lot. It is better to let Oscar go. Although the detoxification sausage is useless, the flying mushroom sausage may turn the situation around if used well. Meng Yuran sighed. Of course she wanted to go, but the snake staff and some general snake spirits would be suppressed when facing spirits with the blood of true dragons or some powerful sub-dragon spirits. Instead of struggling in the battle, it is better to give the opportunity to others so that the team can win more easily. By the way, I have to remind you that you must pay attention to this spirit master named Ye Lingling. Ning Rongrong suddenly added. Why? Is there anything special about this spirit master named Ye Lingling? Xiao Wu asked curiously. There is nothing special about this soul master named Ye Lingling, but her martial soul 9-heart begonia is very terrifying. Ning Rongrong's face was a little solemn. Terrible. Everyone was still a little puzzled, because if Oscar also played, they would have 2 auxiliary soul masters on their side, and it was impossible for them to lose to the other side in terms of assistance. 9-heart begonia is a very special martial soul. The reason why it is special is that no matter what soul ring is attached to the 9-heart begonia, it has only one soul skill, that is, treatment, and this is exactly what makes it terrifying. The treatment of the 9-heart begonia is range-based, and the degree of treatment is controlled by the soul master's mind. The higher the level, the more soul rings, and the more soul power used for treatment. My father said that it is not easy to die with a 9-heart begonia soul master, so after the soul fighting begins, we must first let her leave the battlefield, otherwise, before her soul power is exhausted, we can't cause any harm to any opponent at all. Ning Rongrong explained. There is actually such a martial soul, no matter what soul rings and soul skills are attached, it can only be used for healing. Ma Hongjun couldn't help but feel that he had seen it for a long time. This strange martial soul was the first time he heard of it, and the others were basically the same. In fact, the nine-hearted begonia is better than our seven treasures glazed tower to some extent, but this martial soul seems to be cursed and can only be passed down from one line to another, which means that there can only be one successor in each generation, and there can only be two nine-hearted begonia soul masters alive at the same time. Only when one dies can another one appear in the future generations. It is an extremely rare martial soul on the Douluo continent. If it weren't for the fact that the number of soul masters with the nine-hearted begonia was too rare, I'm afraid the first auxiliary sect on the continent would not be our seven treasures glazed sect. Ning Rongrong also said with some sigh. Then the lineup of the royal fighting team will be very difficult. Dai Mubai couldn't help but frowned. Indeed, with a control-type soul master who controls the field with poison, we will be at a disadvantage as long as the opponent starts to control the field. If we want to deal with the opponent's control-type soul master and auxiliary-type soul master, we need to face two difficult defense-type soul masters and a flying-type soul master who can provide support at any time. What's more troublesome is that no matter how we attack the opponent's defense-type soul master, as long as the opponent's auxiliary-type soul master does not leave the field, we will not be able to cause any damage to the defense-type soul master. This is a dead cycle. Ring. Bai Ge also felt a little tricky. Facing a defensive soul master who may have earth and ice restriction skills, Bai Ge also found it difficult to deal with it. Although Bai Ge could directly attack the opponent's control soul master and auxiliary soul master through the defensive soul master, as long as the opponent pays attention, Bai Ge's Moyun Teng is also difficult to control people without restricting the opponent in close range. But although it's disgusting, it's not impossible to fight. Isn't our double control lineup also very difficult? Since the opponent's control soul master and auxiliary soul master are so important, leave it to me. Mu Bai will entangle the captain of Huangdo, and you can deal with the others. After thinking about it, Bai Ge still gave everyone some confidence. Bai Ge is right. Our double control lineup is not bad. There is no need to pay too much attention to the opponent's lineup. Let's think about how to win. Tang San also nodded. Chapter 147 Confirm the players and discuss tactics, 1/4. Tang San is right. We don't need to worry too much about the lineup of the royal fighting team. We are not bad. Let's discuss which 7 of us will play. Dai Mubai also nodded in agreement. Yi has been confirmed not to play. If the snake staff spirit will be suppressed by the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus spirit, then other people should be replaced. However, Tang San, Mubai and I must not be replaced. Rongrong's 7 treasures glazed tower is very useful, and she must play. Since the opponent's auxiliary and control spirit masters are the core of the team, we must have a spirit master who can restrict them. Hongjun is the most suitable. Since Hongjun is on the field, Oscar should also play in order to cooperate. With Oscar's flying mushroom sausage, Hongjun's mobility will be greatly improved and the restrictive effect will be stronger. Now the question is who will play and who will retreat between Xiaowu and Zuking. Bai Ge analyzed. Let Xiaowu play. Without much consideration, Zhu Zuking spoke directly. I am only level 29. If I play, I will definitely not be a match for the Ghost Leopard Spirit Master of the Royal Fighting Team. But Xiaowu is level 33, and her strength is not much worse than his. Moreover, Xiaowu and Tang San cooperate well and can better cooperate with Tang San, so it is better for Xiaowu to play. Okay. Although he was a little hesitant, Bai Ge still nodded. Although according to the recalled plot, Zhu Zuking can perform the Spirit Fusion skill Nether White Tiger with Dai Mubai, the Spirit Fusion skill originally has very harsh conditions for performance. In the original fate, Zhu Zuking may be able to perform it with Dai Mubai, but now with his own intervention, due to the butterfly effect, Bai Ge is not sure whether Zhu Zuking can still perform Nether White Tiger with Dai Mubai, and if not, it is indeed better for Xiaowu to play. Okay, now our Shrek team's lineup has been determined, that is, me, Tang San, Mubai, Oscar, Hongjun, Rongrong and Xiaowu. Now let's discuss tactics. After determining the lineup, Bai Ge said. The royal fighting team has only 7 people. We can easily analyze their formation and their respective roles. That is, the Captain Yu Tianheng and the Ghost Leopard Soul Master belong to the offensive side, the 2 Black Tortoise Soul Masters defend, the Flying Soul Master supports, and finally the control soul master provides control, and the auxiliary soul master provides recovery. What should we choose now is passive counterattack or active attack, and then how to distribute our respective opponents. I will be responsible for dealing with Yu Tianheng. Daimyo Bai did not think too much. Among the entire Shrek 7 devils, only he and Bai Ge can fight against Yu Tianheng, but Bai Ge needs to limit the opponent's auxiliary soul master and control soul master, so he can only take action against Yu Tianheng. Tang San and I can deal with the ghost leopard soul master. Xiao Wu also said. I am not very sure to deal with the opponent's flying soul master. You know, even with Xiao Ao's mushroom sausage, I can't fly fast with my body, and the opponent can fly, and my phoenix fire line may not be able to burn it. Ma Hongjun scratched his head and said awkwardly. Now the only factor we can't predict is the flying soul master on the opposite side. The martial soul of the flying soul master on the opposite side is the wind chime bird, and the development direction is the agility attack soul master. The flying speed is definitely faster than Hongjun who ate mushroom sausage, so when we fight, the following situations may happen. Bai Ge stretched out 3 fingers and said. First, the opponent is staring at Hongjun, so I need to face the auxiliary system, control system and 2 defense system soul masters on the opposite side alone. To be honest, if this is the case, I can only use Moyunvine to interfere with the control system soul master, but I can't interfere with the auxiliary system soul master. After all, according to Rongrong, the recovery effect of the 9-heart begonia is regional, and there are 2 defense system soul masters blocking me. In a short time, I will definitely not be able to break through their blockade and threaten Yelingling. But if there is a chance, I can also find a way to get these 2 defense system soul masters to leave, and during this period, it depends on you. If you solve Yu Tianheng and Ghost Leopard Soul Master first, we will definitely win. But if Mu Bai can't beat Yu Tianheng, and Yu Tianheng, Ghost Leopard Soul Master and Flying Soul Master attack Rongrong and Oscar together, even Tang San and Xiao Wu will definitely not be able to stop them. In this case, we will be in danger. In this case, our winning rate is only half. The second situation is that the opponent's Flying Soul Master can't keep an eye on Hongjun. In this case, with Hongjun's restrictions, when I hold back 2 defense Soul Masters, the opponent's control and auxiliary Soul Masters will definitely not be able to play a role. With Hongjun's cooperation, my chances of success will be greatly increased, and when I solve the control and auxiliary Soul Masters, we will definitely win. In this case, our winning rate is more than half. Finally, in the third situation, we are more passive. If Hongjun is targeted and knocked out of the field first, without a large firepower output and restriction, and the opponent has a Flying Soul Master who can support at any time, our pressure will be very high. In this case, our winning rate is less than half. Bai Ge analyzed all 3 possible situations. Then I have a heavy burden in this game. Ma Hongjun was a little nervous. Don't worry too much, I'm here. You can stand back for now and let Oscar prepare a few mushroom sausages for you. See what the Flying Spirit Master on the opposite side wants to do. If he wants to attack you first, I will control him. You can decide whether to eat the mushroom sausage immediately after you see the situation clearly. Seeing that Ma Hongjun was a little nervous, Tang San comforted him. Yes, you cannot eat the mushroom sausage first. After Daimyo Bai and I rush in, you can decide when to eat the mushroom sausage after you see the situation. After eating, you can help Tang San attack the Flying Spirit Master on the opposite side, or come to support us. I don't have to worry about you. The 2 defensive Spirit Masters, 1 auxiliary Spirit Master and 1 control Spirit Master on the opposite side can't do anything to me. If you want support, you can consider supporting Daimyo Bai first, but if you can solve the Flying Spirit Master on the opposite side first, cooperate with Tang San to solve the Ghost Leopard Spirit Master, it is also okay. Bai Ge thought about it and said. While Bai Ge and the others were discussing the next tactics, on the other side, in the VIP lounge area of the Soto fighting arena, VIP room number 3. In a luxurious room of 200 square meters, several boys and girls who looked only 16 or 17 years old were teasing each other, and they didn't seem to have any sense of urgency about facing a big battle. Suddenly, the door of the room was opened, and a young man who looked only in his 20s walked in. Teacher. Seeing the young man, the 7 people stood up collectively and saluted respectfully. This is your next opponent. The young man didn't say much, but threw a bound document on the table with a complicated look in his eyes. Seeing this, the 7 people immediately picked up the document. Teacher Qin, is this our opponent today? Turning over the information, seeing the words Shrek team in front of him, the captain of the royal fighting team, the handsome young man Yu Tianheng with long blonde hair, couldn't help asking. Yes, this is your opponent today. Teacher Qin nodded and said. Hey? It's just an iron fighting soul? Now the Soto Grand Fighting Soul Arena doesn't even have a bronze fighting soul team at the Soul Master level. On the side, the control-type Soul Master of the Royal Fighting Team, the girl Duguyan with short dark purple hair, leaned over to look at the information and was also a little surprised. And the strength is not that good. Only the captain and the vice-captain are above level 35, and the others are not even at level 35, and there is even one who is not even at level 30. The black-clad Royal Fighting Team's Agility Attack Spirit Master Oslo was also somewhat surprised. Chapter 148, The Royal Fighting Team's Contempt, Appearance. 2/4. Although the Shrek team is currently only an Iron Fighting Spirit, this is only because the points have not been settled at the end of the month. In fact, their points have already met the conditions for promotion to Silver Fighting Spirit. Teacher Qin explained. And take a closer look at what the martial spirit of that spirit master who is less than level 30 is. 7 Treasures Glazed Pagoda. Hearing what Teacher Qin said, Oslo carefully read the information on the file. When he saw that Ning Rongrong's martial spirit was the 7 Treasures Glazed Pagoda, Oslo could not help but exclaimed. 7 Treasures Glazed Pagoda, you should all know that even if this child is only a great spirit master in her 20s, with the 7 Treasures Glazed Pagoda, she can still bring more than 30% of the strength increase to the entire team, so when you go on stage later, you must first deal with this 7 Treasures Glazed Pagoda Spirit Master, understand? Teacher Qin said. Well, we know. The 7 people nodded. Hey, how come there are 2 useless Spirit Masters in this team, one is Blue Silver Grass, the other is Mutated Green Ivy, and they are both only 12 years old and they are already Soul Masters. How is this possible? Can useless spirits be cultivated so fast? Looking at the information of Bai Ji and Tang San in the data, Yu Feng, who was wearing white clothes and had the flying spirit wind chime bird, couldn't help but be unbelievable. The world is so big that there are all kinds of things. We don't necessarily understand martial souls. A useless martial soul is just our definition after all, but a martial soul can mutate or evolve. Maybe their martial souls are mutated or evolved, but no one can see it from the outside, so they are identified as useless martial souls, blue silver grass and mutated green vines, but you must not be careless. Teacher Qin was very serious about the disapproval of the boys and girls in front of him. Teacher, don't be so serious. Even if their martial souls are different, what's so scary about 2 control-type soul masters? I think the powerful one on the opposite side is the soul master with the white tiger martial soul. Yu Feng was still a little puzzled by Teacher Qin's seriousness. Control-type Soul Master? If a control-type Soul Master performs well, it is also very scary. You can continue to read the following things. Teacher Qin shook his head at Yu Feng's doubts and asked them to read the content behind the information directly. Yu Feng, stop talking. They are also a team of all silver fighting spirits. Although they are not as strong as us in overall strength, since they can be promoted to silver fighting spirits at the Soul Master stage, they must have their own strengths. Seeing that Yu Feng wanted to say something, Yu Tianheng spoke up. Boss, the Soul Masters here are not that powerful. Maybe they are just lucky. Yu Feng was still a little unconvinced. Luck is also a kind of strength. According to the investigation of the City Lord, the Shrek team was only established this month, but their record of group battles in this month is 27 wins. Even if there is luck, their strength is unquestionable. Teacher Qin emphasized again. Hey, the Shrek 7 Devils can actually defeat the crazy battle team. Duguyan couldn't help but be a little surprised when he saw the battle content at the back of the information. You know, even they spent a lot of effort to defeat the crazy battle team. How could they possibly defeat the Berserkers if their soul power level is so low? If this mutant Qingteng Soul Master is replaced by a Soul Master with a powerful offensive martial soul like the Captain, it would be fine, but can a level 38 control-type Soul Master still turn the tide by controlling the field? Oslo, who didn't talk much, was also a little surprised. Control-type Soul Masters are actually a type of Soul Master with great development potential, but because this type of Soul Master relies too much on martial souls, if the martial soul is not strong enough, it is often very difficult to become a powerful Control-type Soul Master, but you should pay special attention to this soul master named Bai Ge. Teacher Qin's face was very solemn. Why? All 7 people were a little curious. Because although he is a control-type soul master, his fighting direction is a strong attack-type soul master. It can be said that every time he fights, he forcibly breaks into the opponent's formation, relying on his own strength and the ability of his martial soul to forcibly hold back 2 or 3 people. When facing the Mad Battle team, according to the information I collected, he held back the Mad Rhino and the other 2 soul masters by himself, and finally the White Tiger soul master controlled the auxiliary soul masters of the Mad Battle team, so he won. You must pay more attention to him. Teacher Qin's tone was very serious. Well, we know. Hearing Teacher Qin's repeated emphasis, the 7 people also said that they remembered it. Okay, next you should discuss how to deal with the Shrek 7 devils. There are a total of 9 people in their team, 7 of whom are on the field and 2 are substitutes. You need to carefully analyze the people who may play, and then find a way to fight. I don't need to teach you this. Teacher Qin asked. Well, we know what to do, Teacher Qin. By the way, no matter what the outcome of this soul fight is, none of you are allowed to kill or even injure your opponent. Do you understand? Yanzi, especially you, if the opponent is poisoned by you, you must detoxify them immediately after the soul fight ends, without any delay. As if thinking of something, Teacher Qin said again. Why? Teacher, don't you often tell us that there is no father and son on the battlefield, and we must go all out? If we don't hurt the opponent, we may be injured, and we must not show mercy. Duguyan was a little surprised. This time is different. I can't tell you the specific reason now, and you don't need to know it now, but I will tell you the answer after this soul fight ends. Okay, there is still some time, you can discuss it carefully. Teacher Qin's expression was a little complicated. Because of the single soul fight and the combined soul fight, the royal fighting team did not have as much preparation time as Bai Ge and his team. In this way, time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye it was time for the group soul fight to take place. Okay, the team battle is about to begin. Did you remember what I said before? You can use Bai Ge's elixir in this battle, but you are not allowed to use Tang San's hidden weapons. You have discussed it for a long time. It depends on your performance next. Looking at everyone, the master said. We will win this team battle for you, teacher. Bai Ge knew that this battle was a battle for the master to prove himself to the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Although the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family did not know, it was of great significance to the master. So Bai Ge was also determined to win. Well, it's your turn to go on stage. Hearing the loud female voice coming from the direction of the fighting arena not far away, the master nodded silently. Let's go. With the 7 people who were going to go on stage, Bai Ge turned around and strode towards the main fighting arena. After a long passage, everyone finally entered the main fighting arena. As soon as they entered the main fighting arena, the bright golden spotlight suddenly hit everyone. Looking at the main fighting arena in front of them, the royal fighting team was already waiting next to the fighting arena. There were no spectators around, only a closed box, separated by a one-way transparent golden glass, so that the audience inside could see the fighting arena, and the bright light on the roof shone on the golden glass and scattered around, illuminating the entire main fighting arena as dreamy and magnificent as daytime. Okay, next is our Shrek team. Let me introduce the members of the Shrek team. Above the main fighting arena, a female soul master holding a cone-shaped loudspeaker soul guide and a pair of white wings on her back was loudly introducing the members of the Shrek 7 Devils team. The host finished the introduction when Bai Ge led everyone to the fighting arena. Now our 2 teams are ready. Douluo will not say more. Now, please invite the players from both sides to play. Seeing that everyone was ready, the host named Douluo immediately flew to the sky under the fighting arena, leaving the fighting arena to the Shrek 7 Devils and the royal fighting team who were about to play. Hearing the host say that they could go on stage, Bai Ge led everyone to step onto the stairs leading to the fighting arena, and on the other side, Yu Tianheng also took his players to the fighting arena. The 2 teams came to the 2 sides of the fighting arena silently, looking at each other solemnly. As the 2 teams deployed their formations, the battle was about to begin. Chapter 149, The Emperor Fighting Team, The Dragonization of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. 3/4. Soto Grand Fighting Arena, Main Fighting Arena. In the magnificent main fighting arena, the gorgeous golden lights spread all over the fighting arena, and on the wide main fighting arena, the two teams were clearly separated. On the left was the Emperor fighting team, with Captain Yu Tianheng standing in the front, followed by Ghost Leopard Soul Master Oslo and Windbell Bird Soul Master Yufeng, and behind Yufeng and Oslo were the brothers Shi Mo and Shi Mo, and at the end were Control Soul Master Duguyan and Auxiliary Soul Master Ye Lingling. On the right was the Shrek 7 Devils team, all wearing black and purple patterned costumes and wearing exquisite black masks. Bai Ji was at the front, with Dai Mubai beside him, Xiao Wu, Ma Hongjun and Oscar in the middle, and Tang San and Ning Rongrong at the end. Looking at the royal fighting team, although he didn't know them, Bai Ji could tell the identities of most of the royal fighting team members and their roles in the team through the formation. The captain Yu Tianheng must be the one with the most aura in the front. The two well-proportioned soul masters behind him should be the Ghost Leopard Soul Master and the Flying Soul Master respectively. The two tall soul masters behind him should be the defensive Black Tortoise Soul Masters, and the two women at the back should be the Control Soul Master Duguyan and the Auxiliary Soul Master Ye Lingling. After glancing at Yu Tianheng, Bai Ji turned his eyes to the brothers Shi Mo and Shi Mo, and the last Duguyan and Ye Lingling. Because according to the plan, Yu Tianheng was in charge of Dai Mubai, and Bai Ji's task was to find a way to get the opponent's Control Soul Master and Auxiliary Soul Master to leave. This guy. But Yu Tianheng was very angry that Bai Ji didn't look at him. Because according to the information given by Teacher Qin, Bai Ji is the captain of the Shrek 7 Devils and should be the strongest person among the Shrek 7 Devils. But Bai Ji did not regard him as an opponent. Instead, the White Tiger Soul Master beside him cast a warlike look at him, which made the always arrogant Yu Tianheng a little unbearable. He cast a threatening look at Dai Mubai with some anger, but Dai Mubai did not retreat, but returned the same look, which made Yu Tianheng feel a chill in his heart. It seems that this White Tiger Soul Master, who is one level lower than his soul power, is not easy to deal with. While Bai Ji and Yu Tianheng were observing each other's team, the other players on both sides were also observing each other, and the momentum of the two teams collided with each other like a needle against a wheat spike. But for these, the host Douluo who had already arrived in the sky under the Fighting Soul stage must not feel it. Please note that the Soul Masters participating in the group Fighting Soul on both sides have 1 minute to summon their own martial souls from now on. When I announce the start, you can attack until one side admits defeat, falls down or falls off the Fighting Soul stage. In the air under the Fighting Soul stage, the host Douluo said loudly with a cone-shaped soul guide. Compared to the host's simple start. In the sub-fighting arena, the team battle in the main fighting arena was obviously more formal. After the host Douluo announced the start of the 1-minute fighting when the soul summoning time came, everyone summoned their own martial souls. The first one to summon a martial soul was Yu Tianheng. Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, possess. With Yu Tianheng's loud shout, a huge blue dragon suddenly emerged from his body amidst the roars of dragons, and then instantly sank into his body. With the possession of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul, a dazzling blue light suddenly lit up from the center of Yu Tianheng's eyebrows, and then the blue light instantly spread, and traveled from the center of Yu Tianheng's eyebrows to his whole body. But unlike Dai Mubai, Yu Tianheng's body did not change much. Except for a blue lightning mark on his forehead, there was only one part of his body that changed because of the martial soul possession, and that was his right arm. As the blue light traveled to Yu Tianheng's right arm, Yu Tianheng's right arm instantly swelled, and the dazzling electric snake suddenly burst out from the swollen right arm, instantly bursting all the clothes on Yu Tianheng's right arm into ashes. After the expansion, the length of Yu Tianheng's arm increased by almost 1/6. The whole arm became extremely thick and covered with blue-purple scales. The hand turned into a claw, covered with the same scales. Every joint on the hand became extremely thick, and dazzling blue-purple snake electricity continued to condense or flow on the arm. At the same time, 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings slowly rose from Yu Tianheng's feet, but they did not hover on the body like other soul masters, but hovered on this special mutated arm. This is the special feature of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul, Dragonization. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul does not bring the characteristics of the Soul Master's martial soul at the beginning like other beast martial souls, but will dragonize a body part of the Soul Master every 10 levels after level 30. Unlike the characteristics of martial soul possession, this dragonization is similar to an incomplete martial soul true body, which increases the strength of the Soul Master extremely amazingly, and is also the strength of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul. Following Yu Tianheng, the rest of the royal fighting team also entered the state of martial spirit possession or summoned their own martial spirits. Everyone's spirit rings were 2 yellow and 1 purple, which was the most perfect spirit ring combination in theory. Oh! How is it possible? There is a spirit master whose second spirit ring is a 1000-year spirit ring among the members of the Shrek team. The host Douluo's voice full of shock suddenly came from the audience. After hearing Douluo's words, although they already knew Bai Ji's spirit ring configuration in advance, when they really saw the 1 yellow and 2 purple spirit rings, the people of the royal fighting team were still very unbelievable. Because even they had never seen someone with a second spirit ring of 1000 years. The second spirit ring can only be 100 years at most. This is basically common sense in Douluo continent, but this common sense was overturned in front of them. Although it was unbelievable in his heart, Yu Tianheng was not afraid or jealous because of this. Instead, he was full of fighting spirit. So what if the second spirit ring is a 1000-year spirit ring? Yu Tianheng believes that he is not inferior to anyone. Fighting spirit, start! As everyone summoned their martial spirits, 1 minute passed quickly, and the supporter Douluo shouted start on time. The 7 treasures turn into colored glaze, one is power, the other is speed. As the battle began, Ning Rongrong immediately activated the 7 treasures colored glaze tower, adding speed and strength gains. I have a big sausage, I have a small sausage, I have a mushroom sausage. Fatty, go! As the battle began, Oscar quickly chanted his soul spell in a low voice, and made and stored the recovery sausage, detoxification sausage, and flying mushroom sausage one by one. After making the mushroom sausage, Oscar quickly handed a few to Ma Heng-jun. The storage time of the flying mushroom sausage is far less than that of the recovery sausage, and it can only be stored for less than 10 minutes, but it is enough for Ma Heng-jun to seize the opportunity. After handing Ma Heng-jun the flying mushroom sausage, Oscar quickly ran to Tang San. Oslo, Yufeng, follow me. On the other side, after hearing the official start of the soul fight, Yu Tianheng roared and rushed out first. Hearing Yu Tianheng's words, Ghost Leopard Soul Master Oslo also turned into a black flash with an expressionless face and followed Yu Tianheng. Mu Bai, follow the plan. Seeing Yu Tianheng rushing over, Bai Ji said something to Dai Mu Bai, and then he instantly activated the Spiral 9 Shadows, instantly turned into a black flash and rushed towards the royal fighting team. However, Yu Tianheng only sneered at Bai Ji's actions. They have 2 top defensive Black Tortoise Soul Masters guarding them, and it is impossible for one person to break through. Tang San, control the situation. After Bai Ji left, Dai Mu Bai officially took over the command of the team. Seeing Yu Tianheng rushing over, although Yu Tianheng was 1 level higher than him, Dai Mu Bai did not show any fear, but instead burst out with amazing fighting spirit in his evil eyes. Understood. Hearing Dai Mu Bai's words, countless blue-silver grasses immediately grew out from all around Tang San, like spirit snakes. It instantly covered the entire venue. After Tang San summoned the blue-silver grass, Dai Mu Bai also roared and rushed towards Yu Tianheng. Although Tang San's blue-silver grass is tough, it is definitely not able to stop a top-level martial spirit, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex Spirit Master, so Yu Tianheng can only be stopped by him, and Tang San should have no problem cooperating with Xiao Wu to deal with the Ghost Leopard Spirit Master. Chapter 150 The Tough Double Defense Black Tortoise 4/4 White Tiger Fierce Light Wave. Rushing towards Yu Tianheng quickly, Dai Mu Bai opened his mouth and spit out a fist-sized milky white light ball, which was his second spirit skill, the White Tiger Fierce Light Wave. Oslo, you and Yufeng go to deal with the 7 treasures glazed tower spirit master, and I will deal with this White Tiger spirit master. Facing Dai Mu Bai's attack, Yu Tianheng did not panic, but calmly gave the order. Yes. Hearing Yu Tianheng's words, Oslo nodded immediately, and then instantly turned into a residual shadow and separated from Yu Tianheng, rushing towards Ning Rongrong. Entangle. But facing Oslo's attack, Tang San was not just pretending. For the agile attack spirit masters with insufficient attack power, the control spirit masters have always been the natural enemies of the agile attack spirit masters with their strong control power. Tang San has dealt with countless agile attack spirit masters in this month, and has already summed up a set of experience. Seeing Oslo rushing over, Tang San instantly controlled a large amount of blue-silver grass to block Oslo's way. Danger! Seeing a large amount of blue-silver grass entangled, Oslo immediately prepared to avoid it. But suddenly, a petite figure suddenly appeared behind him. Waist bow! With a cry, 2 powerful feet suddenly kicked Oslo's body. Oslo only felt a burst of force suddenly attacking from behind, and the whole person involuntarily flew straight to the blue-silver net in front of him. It's over. Oslo felt a little desperate. He was too careless. He didn't expect that there would be two soul masters on the opposite side to attack him together, forcing him to not be able to play the advantage of a quick attack soul master. If he was more careful, he would have used soul skills to avoid it. Just when Oslo was desperate, he didn't expect a white shadow to suddenly fly through the air and directly take Oslo out of the range of the blue-silver net. Oslo, are you okay? Yu Feng grabbed Oslo with one hand, flapping his illusory white wings and said. It was almost there, thanks to you. Oslo said with some fear after not expecting to be saved by Yu Feng. It's okay, the opponent is very cunning, you should be careful. Yu Feng was also a little solemn. He was looking for an opportunity to attack the auxiliary soul master and food soul master on the opposite side, but the defense of the blue-silver grass soul master on the opposite side was too good. He couldn't break through the blue-silver grass on the field and attack Tang San, Ning Rongrong and Oscar who were in the blue-silver grass. Damn it, are we the only two attacking? Where are Shi Mo, and the boss? Hearing Yu Feng's words, Oslo gritted his teeth. If there is still no support like now, it is impossible for him to get close to the opposite auxiliary soul master under the obstruction of a control soul master and a quick attack soul master. Wenting Pavilion. The boss is fighting with the white tiger soul master, and Shi Mo are entangled by the mutant green vine soul master that Teacher Qin asked us to pay attention to. Yu Feng was also a little helpless. How is it possible that he can entangle Shi Mo alone? Oslo was a little unbelievable. Look for yourself. Hearing Yu Feng's words, Oslo couldn't help but look in the direction of the royal fighting team. Sure enough, Shi Mo were entangled. Okay, we just need to do our task well, and the boss will soon deal with the white tiger soul master. Without too much explanation, Yu Feng quickly put Oslo in a safe place, and then spread his wings and flew into the air again. On the other side, Bai Ji was also very annoyed. Because the target Duguyan and Yelingling were right in front of him, but no matter how Bai Ji used the spiral 9 shadows again and again, he could not get close to the two. Whenever Bai Ji rushed towards the two, he would hear a loud shout, gravity suppression, and then a terrifying gravity would suddenly be applied to Bai Ji, instantly slowing down Bai Ji's entire body, and then a soul master with a hard tortoise shell condensed on his chest would suddenly come from the side and knock Bai Ji aside. If there was only one black tortoise soul master with the gravity suppression soul skill, Bai Ji would definitely be able to rush to Duguyan or Yelingling while the gravity suppression was cooling down, but unfortunately there were two black tortoise soul masters on the opposite side, and the two of them used gravity suppression alternately, making Bai Ji feel like he was in a quagmire and could not speed up at all. Bang! Angrily concentrating his soul power on his right fist, Bai Ji suddenly punched the tortoise shell of the millstone. However, relying on the powerful defense of the black tortoise spirit, Bai Ji's punch was completely ineffective. It didn't cause much damage to Shimo. On the contrary, when Bai Ji punched the tortoise shell, as Shimo's second soul ring burst into strong light, the tortoise shell suddenly exploded, and a strong soul power fluctuation shocked Bai Ji's blood. Damn, it's disgusting. Taking advantage of the airwave generated by the explosion of the tortoise shell, Bai Ji jumped to the side. Looking at the two brothers Shimo and Shimo, Bai Ji felt as disgusted as if he had eaten a cockroach. Hehe, you can't attack us, give up. Behind Shimo and Shimo, Duguyan, who had entered the state of martial soul possession, smiled and released light red mist and blue mist. These are Duguyan's two auxiliary skills. Although Duguyan is a control-type soul master, he actually has auxiliary skills. That is Duguyan's first two skills, the red phosphorus poison and the blue phosphorus poison. The effects of these two poisons are excitement and paralysis respectively. The former can improve the potential of the soul master, increasing the speed and attack power of the soul master by 20%, while the latter can eliminate the pain of the soul master and increase the defense of the soul master by 30%. The black tortoise is already a top-level defensive martial soul, and the tortoise shell explosion of Shi Mo and Shi Mo brothers is not perfect. In fact, the tortoise shell explosion will also cause damage to Shi Mo and Shi Mo brothers themselves, but under the pain elimination of the azure blue poison and the healing effect of the 9-heart begonia, the two can use the tortoise shell explosion without injury. And the two are brothers, they are in tune with each other and cooperate very skillfully. The soul skills of the two can almost be used without cooling. It is precisely because of this that Bai Ji is disgusted to death by the frequent gravity suppression. If there is only one person, Bai Ji will not be helpless for half a day. Give up. Looking at Bai Ji, Ye Lingling with a veil also said in a cold voice. In fact, the royal fighting team, which had experienced countless group battles, was already familiar with the enemy's attack tactics in the back row. Duguyan, Ye Lingling, Shi Mo and Shi Mo's cooperation had reached an extremely skilled level. If multiple people cut in together, there might be a chance, but 1 or 2 people would not be able to break through the blockade of Shi Mo and Shi Mo.